that any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, who even if the father is not a dayan or the father is not a nasi, you still can't curse him. So the Gemara says, and again, remember, this is the azhara. This is where we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, why don't you say, on the other hand, maybe they come the namdir between nasi and dayan is what? They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Right? In other words, they both have gedula, they both have greatness. And it also says, don't curse the person who is deaf mute. So what do you see from here? Torah's talking about even people not in the elevated position of greatness. So, but maybe it's always telling me that there's a specific of respecting the cheresh and not cursing the cheresh because he's at a disadvantage. So nasi v'dayin yochichu, malu nasi v'dayin shekin v'lasin gamar lohen cheresh yochiach v'chazrat reizeh v'lo reizeh yizeh. So say it turns out maybe we have three things over here: a nasi, a dayin, and a cheresh. They're really all very dissimilar. What's the common denominator? Common denominator between a nasi, dayan, and a cheresh. What's common denominator? They're all Yidden. They're all Jews. They're all members of Amcha, and you are not cursed them. So too will include the father, because the father also is a Yid, also is part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse him. So we'll say, well, maybe this is that again, Nasi, Dayan, and Cheresh all have some difference. Imkin Tov Kra, O Elohim v'Cheresh, O Elohim Lamali. So we'll say, if that's the case, why do I need the Elohim? Ultimately, I can also say, if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for fathers. Therefore, we'll say, it turns out that we have a paradigm that is really between Nasi, Dash. The common denominator between all those three is that what? Is Amcha, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful episode. What is the criteria for V'ahavta L'Reacha Kamocha? Or at least, what is the criteria for not mistreating someone? If they're Amcha, if they're a member of Kavmo, you have to love them. It's so beautiful. Just show me the video. Jacob, a moment. Just show me the video. When the soldier came on the bus, last night when we were leaving Kiryat, right? It was beautiful. Let's say, so what is it that engenders love? It's simple. You see a Jew who's wearing the whole uniform of the Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, and you're like, wow, here's a guy who's Moser Nefesh for Klal Yisrael. So you feel a tremendous sense of Ava. Well, it's important to understand that every Yid wears a uniform, right? And it's the uniform of Salam Elokim. It's the uniform of being created in the image of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And every single Yid wears that uniform. And that love felt for that precious Chayal yesterday, you have to bring it. No matter what the uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single Yid wears the uniform of its own, it can be the image of God. And again, because of that, he's Amcha, because that he's a member of Klal Yisrael, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, no sar, at least, right? The baseline is don't curse, right? The baseline is don't mistreat another Jew. The baseline is don't have negative behavior towards another Jew. Of course, that's where it starts. And imagine, hopefully, we go on from V'ahavta L'Reacha Kamocha with every single Yid. Right? The Gemara goes like Tahani Chamar Elohim Chol. So, by the way, this all works well, and that's a pasuk. Elohim Mosek Halel is not Elohim, but rather again Elohim referring to a judge. the same time now you could extrapolate, you can apply it to a father. The Amar Kodesh Ma'ikalim. According to the opinion that says, no, it's not Elohim, judge, Kim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Gisanya, Elohim, Echol Div Rabbi Yishmael. Yishmael says, Elohim in this pasuk is not God. Elohim or judge. Rabbi Akiva Omer, Elohim Kodesh. Rabbi Akiva says, no, it refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Tanya, Rabbi Lezben Yaakov Omer, Azhar Minayin, from where do we see the warning against cursing of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ta'alomar Elohim Lo Sikalel, to which the Gemara says, Man Damar Elohim Chol, Gamar Kodesh Michol. So the one who says that Elohim in this context is Chol. Chol means it's not God. It's referring to a judge. Then ultimately, again, we can learn the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu from the prohibition to curse a judge. Leman Damar Elohim Kodesh Garminon Chol Mikodesh. But the one who says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to curse the judge from the prohibition to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Bishlam Leman Damar Elohim Chol Gamar Kodesh Michol. So according to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not a judge, then what? Halachas kama v'kam chol shekin, you're not allowed to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elaman da'amar Elohim Kodesh Gamar Chol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't curse a judge, you can't curse God? To which the Gilma, HaKodesh Asar, HaChol Lo Isar. Maybe the Torah is only warning us cursing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not warning us against cursing a judge. Imkain Lichtov Kra is written it in the short form. Amosaka, don't curse. My Losikal. Does it say don't curse? It was an elongated form. Mamina Tarti. It's just two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge. And number two, don't curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Beautiful. Says the Gemara, Haba Nara Murasa. So I say the person has relations. Remember again, who's a Nara Murasa? So Nara, very specific age. What age? 12 to 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed, right? But not married. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with her, that's adultery. About Nara Murasa is that she is singled out for a unique, or she, when I say she, it's if she was complicit, it's she and the man who had relations with her are singled out for skila. As opposed to Nara Murasa. Eino chayiv ad sheiteiv, ultimately again for Nara skila. Remember, it's a unique part. Normally, adultery is punished by chenek, strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skila. But to fit the criteria of Nara Hamurasi, the following criteria. Number one, Eno Chayv Chetei Nara, the girl has to be Besula. Number three, Mu'urasa, Erisin. And number four, Behi Beves Aviha. And ultimately, again, she's still living in her father's home. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the unique punishment of skila for Nara Murasa. If two men had relations with her, they will say that consecutively, right? Then what? Skila, then the first one is with skila. Remember again, the first one had relations with her. His relations with the second one has relations with no longer basula, and there he's punished in a regular case of adultery by chenek. Okay, so the Gemara goes weiter. Good. So as I said, it happens to be over here. Rashi points out that the chiddush over here is the following: that even if the men had relations with her, bia shelo kidarka. So if it's bia shelo kidarka, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still a. So you might have thought that physiologically, since she's still a basula, therefore again, halacha l'maisa, maybe even the second guy should get skila. The Torah recognizes two forms of is bia kidarka and bia shaka, and they're both are legitimate forms of bia. Therefore, again, after the first guy has relations with her, even though physiologically her basulim are intact, she is considered to be a ba'ula, and therefore the second guy gets chenek, and ultimately again not skillus. Very interesting, and not Shabbos table interesting, but it's all right. So the Gemara goes weiter. Tan Rabbanon. Nara. But right, this is one of these ones. Somebody asked us, "What you learned today?" Just refer to the Haskell from the beginning of the daf. So the Gemara says, so now the low Bulgaris. Most of the Torah says Nara. So we're going to go through the psukim. Nara means the Nara, and not a Bulgaris. What's a Bulgaris? What's a Bulgaris? Yes, 12 and a half years old and up. Below Bulgaris, below Bula. Again, we'll say, even if a woman doesn't do these criteria, you're still true. We're talking about the strict prohibition of Nara Murasa, which carries with skila as opposed to chena. So in order to be chayav for this again, below Bula, Meurasa, below Nesua, Base Aviha, in her father's frat, Lishem Masar Habal. This comes to exclude the case ultimately again, had already given her over to the shluchim of the husband. In other words, he was being given over, right, to be taken to her husband. The Gemara says, good. These are all the words already. The Chum disagreed. The Chacham say that Nara Murasa was like to be even what? Nara even be a kitana. Amalei Rav Acham Difli Ravina, Dimastis Navi Meir he will ute kitana Navi. How do you know that our Mishnah is Rabbi Meir? Exclude kitana. According to our Mishnah, a Nara Murasa is Dafka and Nara and not a kitana. Tumora Bonon he will Bulgaris Visulo. Maybe it's to the Mishnah is to exclude the Bulgaris for Nara Murasa. Amarle Hashetri Nara Visula Ma'orasa. Enochayv Ella Al Nara Visula Ma'orasa. So the Gemara says it should have said that's the case. It could have just said Nara Visula Ma'orasa. Visula maybe. Because the Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. We just solidified the fact that again, this specific punishment for Nara is dafka for Nara. Kitana and not a Bulgaria. What happens if another man, in other words, if another man did have relations with the Kitana, is in Arusa? What's that look on that situation? According to the mayor, what's that? So the Gemara says, is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or miskila, or maybe he's just coming to include it from skila. So Amalei, we start from the skila. No. It's still prohibited as adultery. It's just excluded from the prohibition or the punishment of skila. Rather, what get kind of instead. Here's the one. The pasuk that talks about adultery says, they will both seems to indicate to us that there's quality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both engages in adultery. What's the halacha? She's not chayaves. Why she's not chayaves? Why? She's ketana. The ketana is not chayaves for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasik Rav was silent. He didn't know how to respond to this. Amr might have a Shasik Rav. I don't say Rav. Why do you say? The name of lay Umei Saish Asher Shel. Again, about say this like, and the other passage indicates to us that the man was treated because he committed adultery. So what do you see from here? There's a case ultimately again where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case where the man is singled out for execution, the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with the kitana hamil. So again, she's going to be Ketura. Why? She's Ketana. He's going to be Chayiv for that. To which the Gemara says, Kitanoi. The reality was at this point is in fact a Machol against Tanoi. In order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. For the death, he's not death either. Rabbi Yonasan says, Asher Shachadi Man Levado. Rabbi Yonas says not true. They are saying the man will be executed even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitam Urasa. So she's not going to be acting because she's a ketano, because he's an adult. The ida. What does the ida? Sorry. What does Rabbi Yonasan do with the pasuk that says Umesugam Shneim, which seems to indicate again there's got to be an equality liability between the parties. That comes to exclude, let's say, an act of intimacy that's intercourse. So again, it's nice to any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. So halacha that's not, again, not good, right? But lamais again not liable for death penalty if one does that. The other part was, of course not. You don't need a pasuk to exclude by sechidudim other accident. That's not intercourse. That's nothing. Halachically recognized as anything. I don't need a pasuk to exclude that. The Gemara says, "The high levado ma'dash." What does the other thing do with the levado? So kedisanya voala sara b'nei adam he b'sula. So it's an interesting case over here. Less than 10 men have relations with the Nara Rasa, but she's still a Basal. So how does that happen? Again, be a Shaloki Darka. So 10 relations with her, but she's still a Basura. So again, physiologically, her Basura are intact. Is the liability for those? So the Gemara says, Kulam B'skila. First opinion says they're all liable to Skila. Now why are they all liable to Skila? Because the halacha treats it as if all of them had relations with a Mara HaMe'urasa. Since she is still physiologically, he says, no. Skila, not true. The first guy of Skila, that he had relations with the Nara HaMe'urasa. But again, even though it was B'yishlo Kedarka, Torah recognizes B'yishlo Kedarka as a from a Biyah. Therefore, after that first act, therefore what? She's no longer chayiv. What are they chayiv for? Adultery. But the chayiv for regular adultery. Regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skila, only punishable by incredible tanravanon ubas ish koin kisecha listenos. So Torah's talking about now. We spent a significant amount of time speaking about again the bas koin. So the Torah says ubas ish koin kisecha listenos. Esavi imechalas ba ish tisrets. Remember, you've seen this. A unique punishment for a bas kohen, unique punishment for a bas kohen, ultimately again was executed with Sreifa. So the Gemara says, "Bas kohen kisecha lis." Rabbi says, "Chilasa." He says, so Rabbi Omer Chilasa. So take a look at Rashi just for a moment. Rashi says over here. Right, so Rabbi Omer Kisecha Lashon Tchila Ulukamim Mefarisha. So Rabbi says, Rabbi says Tchila, that her liability is with Tchila. So the Gemara says, what does that mean? Hey Omer, Omer Isha Shesha Halima Levado. My comment, what does Rabbi say? I'm going to put Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Kedishmos. The Omer Arusa Yatsa L'Streifa V'lo Nesua. So we'll say in Arusa Bas Kohen, we had this not before. It is only in Arusa Bas Kohen, only again who is subject to Streifa, not on the Sua. Sua, the Hakikam means to say, in Tchilas Biznus B'Streifa Ve'idach B'Chene. So we'll say if a Bas Kohen in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the Chi of Streifa. Any subsequent relations ultimately will be B'Chene. So again, what's that case? That's going to be the case of the Bishul Darko. So the first man who has relations with the Bas Kohen, the Arusa Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. Both of them, even though she's still physiologically a Buddha, will be treated like regular cases of adultery. So the Gemara says, "My v'chein." Well, what's the v'chein? So the Gemara says, "Kiyasam mahas mitchilas biyah kameshtaikra." Just is talking about over there initial act of biyah, hachs biyah mishnah mishkra. So to over here, Torah is talking about an initial act of biyah. Amar Rabibi Barabaye, Mar lo hachi lamar. So the Gemara says, so So Rabbi said Abaye, but Abaye, my Rebbe didn't say this. Who's Rebbe referring to? Rabbi Meir, right? So Rabbi Yosef, who didn't say it. Rabbi Yosef. So Rabbi Meir Suyale. Rabbi holds like Rabbi. The Amar Nises le'echam min apsulin Nisas b'chanek. So ultimately again, because Rabbi holds as follows. So I say halacha. How can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi? Look here, Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Meir Suyale. Bas Kohen Yisua Shabesreifa. Avam Sis le'echam min apsulin. It's supposed to say this. Rabbi holds the following. Rashi's 2 lines of. If a Bas Kohen, right? When is the Bas Kohen Arusa? If she is married, a person who is kosher. However, again, but let's say a Bas Kohen is married to a puzzle, to a psul. So she married to someone with a puzzle, therefore, look at that. So what does Rabbi Meir say? Rabbi Meir says like this. Rabbi Meir says, when is there a unique punishment for a Bas Kohen? Only when she's married or has someone who is kosher. But if she was let's say again, she married a mamzer. In which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Been profaned. Punishment of straight to a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, and never forget, it's still adultery. It's regular adultery. Only the chenek. Bachar needs to say in tchilas achalasa biznus bisreifa. If halacha l'maisa first time she was profaned was through the act of adultery, then there's sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned, how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only chayiv chenek, not sreifa. So we'll say the idach and the other, right? The idach bechenek, and again we'll say ultimately again the other person bechenek. So we'll say ultimately again, what's the case of what's the bechin? Look at Rashi. How kapit el atchilas chilo, v'lo atchilas bia, v'ha atchilas bia inani kapit. We'll say so again. Halacha l'maisa bechin. What is that coming to teach? By the other case, only Simal. What does that mean? Look at Rashi. Ubetchilas shum davar aksim medaber. Betchilas miha hava. So what it turns out is, interestingly enough, according to 2 different cases. In the case ultimately again, so let's kind of bring this. So Nara Muras, by that again, Nara Muras. So what do we have in Nara Muras? So our singles out Nara Muras for a unique penalty of skila. A man has relations with a girl betrothed to skila. Even the adultery normally carries with it what? The penalty of chenek. Nara Muras is unique. Satisfy all these criteria. Number 1, Nara. Number 2, Murasa. Number 3, Beis Avia. Again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Lamaisa, it's Kiva. Anything else, what else did we learn? We also learned that Allah Lamaisa, there's an act of Bia Kidarka that makes it into a Bu'u. Therefore, if again, multiple acts of adultery, let's say, I know I'll be a Shalom Kidarka, the first guy will get skila, subsequent people will get chenek. Interesting enough, reverts back now also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen for adultery? Adultery with her only if once again, only if it's Erisin. Only if it's Erisin. And again, only the first person to have her. So same thing. If there's Bishalokidarka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv, subsequent people will be Chayiv, subsequent people will be Chayiv, Chenek. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is when is there a dinner? Only when what? When that first act profaned her. But it was already profaned. Illegal the dinner straight doesn't apply. Rather, it will be treated just like a regular act of adultery and be punished like chenek. Right, so we'll say, so we'll say, let's breakfast, 9:30 to 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here in the base medrash till 11 o'clock morning stage. just feels about Hashem to be able to learn the daf together in Yerushalayim Alesh. Begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's year, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tilson Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shishos this year as each for the Solas Tavos Ram Yisrael. Halavasi Eretz Hashem Bechach B'Niskayim Eretz Hashem B'Kalav. So let us begin. Today's daf is Samech 65. We are actually picking up on Samech Dalet on the days 64b, and we left off Amrad Yehuda, which is about I would say about 20 up from the bottom, right across in close levels. So if you see I told this on the right, just move your finger to the left and you'll see exactly where we are. Amrad Yehuda. Remember again, we're speaking about Molech. So we're speaking about Molech. So remember again, we have Avodah Zarah of Molech. So this whole Avodah Zarah is all about going ahead and taking one's child's life. So it's taking one's child and passing it through fire. Now we're going to see the interesting machlokes, how Gemara says, how exactly and what does Zarah actually look like? So you so Abaye, Shraga is living in the sea. So Abaye says like this: there would be a fire on two sides and a pathway made of bricks. And the idea was that a parent would pass their child. Well, remember, as we saw yesterday, is that you give over your child, and the Komer, the priest of Yavon, would leave the child between the fires. So a brick fire on both sides. That was the Avodah Zarah. But Rava says, no. Kimashvarta de Pur. Rava says, no. Molech looks like literally again the way people jump. You take a look at Rashi. Rashi's Rava Amar Kimashvarta de Pur. 5 lines up from before it gets wide. Eno ma'avira baraglov and lakaglov kidar shatinokos simi me'apurim shatira ba'aretz va'isharbo to cultivate from the safa. So interestingly enough, it says Molech was walking on a path between two fires. Instead, what Molech was ultimately again jumping over a pit with fire, and you would jump over the pit. And if you made it, you made it. If you didn't. See, so Rava compares it to a people to Purim. So what happens on Purim? I guess one of the Purim pastimes. Maybe introduce this. Right, one of the Purim pastimes was, jumping over a pit, or jumping over, seeing how far you could jump. So So Rava compares this, that's a most. Also, it's different from Machlokes, exactly what Sabaye, literally again, a brick path in between two fires. Rava jumping over a pit of fire. Tanya Gava said the Rava. That supports Rava. Eno Chayiv Ad Shienu Derech Havara. So Derech Havara. Heavier, but and prices supports Rava. Then I'll look nice again. You're not Chayiv until you go ahead and pass over the way that people normally pass over. All right. Heavier, but I got Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead, let's say a parent keeps their child. So let's say a parent carries their child to remote, ultimately again Potter. So again, I will say that's because we saw that the only way to go ahead and violate Molech is in a very strict way, giving it over to the priests of Molech, and then ultimately at least leading the child or child to go through it. The parent carries the child. Again, one is Potter, meaning that that's not the form of Avodah Zarah. So let's say, there's an interesting Mishahasper about it, that it's not if you carry your child to the Avodah Zarah, if the child walks on these lessons to be learned as well, which the mice only transgress if the child walks on his own. If you're going to carry your child through life, they're not going to be successful. In other words, it's only called Avodah Zarah if the kid walks on their own. Whatever is true for Avodah Zarah is true for the rest of life as well. As parents, we naturally want to give to our children, we naturally want to do for our children, and that's beautiful. But at a certain point in time, it is incredibly important that we teach our children to walk on their own, that our children to move forward on their own. Because if we're always supporting them and we're always holding them. And at the end of the day, sometimes we're enabling their always has to know that the parent is there. But a child also has to learn to walk on their own and to be successful. So the mother goes like, and ultimately again, one is only chayiv. One is interestingly enough, molech is only done with one children. The Gemara says, "Haketza." You know, will be chayiv. So if a parent goes ahead and brings his son or his daughter to molech, then the chayiv of the imo be'echa also potter. But ultimately, again, if you bring your parents, siblings through molech, have your atzmo. Similarly, again, you take yourself through molech, you're also potter. Now again, I will say, obviously, it's not good. But what it's saying is, in order to transgress the avodah molech, there is a specific and scripted way in which one transgresses. For Rabbi Elazar Shimon Chayiv. Rabbi Shimon says, no, if you walk yourself through molech, ultimately again you are chayiv as well. So the Gemara says, Echel the molech ve'echel l'shemizara chayiv. So ultimately again, so now we'll say, interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and ask your own child through molech or any other avodah, you're chayiv. Shimon Omer, the molech chayiv, shelo the molech potter. The other Shimon says, no. The yisod of offering up one's child is only a molech, not a din avodah, not a din in any other avodah zara. Amar Ula, my time to realize. What's Rabbi Shimon Belaz's logic? Amar Krav, let's say the ba'atzmecha, Rabbanan lo darshi decha. So we'll say, what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? He's alert that even if one offers themselves up to molech, so to speak, that one is chayiv. But so use version of the cha in you, and the Rabbanan don't darshan the I b'hatnan. They don't. What about the following halacha? So Adidas Adu, Shaloko Demis. So what's interestingly enough, let's do something, another lost something. Now, what it is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I have the right to seek out my lost object before I look for my father's lost object. What's the reason? Because Bamina my time, Bamakra, FS, Yebicha, Evion. Torah says, Shalom, Kodemes, Michelle, Kol Other. Your lost object comes to someone else's lost object. So again, it happens to be the halacha. So the halacha itself is do something and my father do something. So whose object should I try to seek out first? It'll be tempting to say my father. Well, again, people down by 8 parents. The Torah comes along and says, "Fs yet dicha evio." Dish or in what's indigent, right? There shouldn't be anyone impoverished or poor in you, which ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. Therefore, again, if it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if that someone else is my father, my lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, "Awesome." Maybe version of that. So again, as I said, I just want to point out something quite interesting over here, which is this idea that Avedaso va'avedas ta'avedas. So we spoke about this. I think even like our opening night that we have to tell that we all have things inside of us that are broken, and we all have things inside of us that are lost. But there are other people around us also that things that are broken and things that are lost. First, telling us that halacha first, which is lost and broken inside yourself. Deal with that first. Because if I walk as a broken person, it's harder for me to repair the things that go around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately I have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me, to help to find that which is lost around me as well. But if I never take the time to myself, if I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself, it's very hard to change all around me. There's this incredible tension for the Jew about being there for myself, for other people as well. And on one hand, sometimes the way to repair yourself is to through helping the people, but sometimes there's this recognition that as long as I am in this disrepair, as long as I have not yet found Aveda, what's missing from it, it's very hard to affect change. So there's this dialectic. You can't just be there yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. But yet, I really can't be people until I know that that which is broken and that which is lost in me has really been there and has really been found. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go. Says, I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chanina. Pisos Babel Bizarre Lamo. So we'll say, why is Karis mentioned 3 times in the context of Babel Bizarre? To which the Gemara answers, Darko, the Achas, Shloki Darko, the Achas Hamola. So that the prohibition to worship Babel Bizarre in its normal fashion. The other is teaching me about worshiping Babel Bizarre even in an abnormal fashion. That means, again, even if it's not an accepted mode of worship. And the third is for Molech. So we'll say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is almost put in its own category of okay. Well, but according to the DNA, he's treated like any other Avodah Zarah. It's the Molech Lamali. Why do I need that third courage by Molech? The Mavir Bino Shadarka ultimately to teach me that I love to myself. Shlokidarka means to another Zarah, even besides Molech, that is still going to be prohibited. Mandar Megade Avodah Zarah, he Kares to make Lamali, and according to the one who says that Megade, cursing at the powerful, is a form of Avodah Zarah. So why do I need Kares by Megade? The Chidisanyo Kares. Kares Ba'olam Hazeh, Kares of the Hakba Divkiba. So he gives his own thing for that for. If there's no Kares in the next world, so what else do you need Kares for? Elo, the Ba'olam Hazeh, Kalam Haba, Kares for Kalasham and Adam. One Kares is for this, one Kares is for the world come, and ultimately again the third version of Kares is because the Torah speaks in the vernacular of man. Incredible, incredible. Alright, book Sunday. New Mishnah, 65a. Says the Mishnah. Oh, so we'll say now we're moving on to a new form of Avodah Zarah. So right, we've done Mola, now we're moving on to Ova and Yidon. Says the Mishnah. What's Ov? Also, we'll say, in English we use the word necromancy. Basically, necromancy refers to communicating with the dead. So these are all different forms of sorcery that are designed to communicate with the dead. So Baal Ov Zeh Hamadam Shechta. So let's say so Ov refers to someone ultimately again who communicates with the dead through his armpit. Through his armpit. Take a look at Rashi. Pitom Shema Mechashet Hamadaber Meshech Mala as Hamis Mina Aretz. So see how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, and the dead to the armpit of the individual. All right, that's Ov. The Yidoni. This is someone who summons up the dead and the out of the sorcerer. Now we're going to see it's not just something that's involved in that. You look at Rashi says over here. You don't even have it. In the first Gemara, Chaya Achos, Sheyodua, Umachnis Gimene Samusoke. In fact, whatever over here is the would put a bone in his mouth, and ultimately again the dead would communicate through the mercy of Vanisha, Bahara Elu Beskila. So again, over you go, a controversial by Skila, Vanisha Azhara, and ultimately again if you insult the over Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the sorcerer himself Chayiv Misa, Chayiv Skila, but ultimately, one who consults the over Yidoni is in violation of Allah as well. All right, says the Gemara. So, my Shnah the child over Yidoni, my Shnah David Krisos, 20 pound old, the Shire of the Yidoni. Question. So, over here in our Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both over the same thing. They're communicating with the dead. That's the prohibition over here. You have this big old does it through the armpit, Yidoni does it through the mouth. So here it mentions both Ovi and Yidoni, but yet again about saying another Brisa, it only mentions Ov, doesn't mention Yidoni. So the Pshat, what's the Pshat? Yochanan, hold the Shneim, the Lav, the same Lav. So you don't really need to mention both, you just need to mention. And the other one is automatically Shakish Shamar. Yidoni Lefi She'in Bo Maisa. It's interesting enough. So again, the Ov is mentioned, the Ov is mentioned, but the Yidoni is not mentioned because he has no Maisa. Actually, they start to tell me Yidoni, well, how do you look at me on a not say large bar Kadalu, but in Ko Mike. So this is interesting. So Rabba wants us to start doesn't have any action. Since the Yidoni ultimately actually the Gemara says that Rabbi Yochanan might still have ultimate ultimately Rabbi Yochanan. Why is it that Ovid mentions the second mission like he says? You shouldn't have passed like this mentioned the first person. It's like this might I know low on Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't this have a choice Rabbi Yochanan? Because ultimately again they are distinguished, they are separated in terms of the Rabbi Yochanan, Chaluka, the Lab, God, Rabbi Yochanan will say, okay, again, when we are distinguished by Allah, that's called the distinction, but a distinction by Nisa is not called a distinction. Rabbi Yochanan, my time alone, why does Rabbi Yochanan ask that the Kishlakish, Amar Hamas Nisan, the Kislas, Rabbi Akiva, the Amar, Lova Ilan myself. Ultimately, I can like Kislas, complexity of that. And people hold that he was out of my action, it is liability. Very lucky, people boy, that Akiva, my Sarabah, my sister boy. Even if I can be Akiva, people also don't need to brand myself. You don't need to specific myself, which is really myself. But it's myself. One second. That's the case that you need myself. You need to generate liability. Then how would you try it by the God? Like, the God is the one who step up. What is person involved? What's person involved? Keyboard. Right? So what's the Maisa? What's the action behind the God? I'm sorry, my Maisa. The activos Salsa means articulation of the lips. The active articulation of the lips, that by itself is the Maisa. File all my Maisa. What Maisa? Remember again, the guy who's selling me up to get the secret by old. He counts your us and that's a question of the Maisa. Apparently, in order to make this flat your arm, right? Like this, like right. So the Maisa, right? That's the old, right? That's an excellent question. I'm gonna get that one. Hey. So the Maisa, so the Maisa, so that's the action. That's the action. Or the flat, that's the action. One is only tied to a real action. For example, slaughtering an animal, incense, libation, prostration, garbage, which is man punishment. What is the thing that says prostration? That's the even nice. But if people also put your nice stuff, so let's say it's interesting. If you are understand the rich about prostration itself is not even such a. The open says none about people that Tifas Hamas Rabban having nice. The act of bending in other words, prostration, that's considered to be a nice. After the rich like Tifas Hamas Hashka, they start to have like the nice sound, princess standing up to that bending down, like prostration. A partial is also the bow flashing your arm for a bow so right, it's like the Akiva. Because the Akiva seems to say you only need just a minimal nice stuff. About the Rabbanon, but for the Rabbanon, ultimately, one does not see anything nice at all. I'm sorry, for you the greater nice stuff. Hockey, Yatsa Megadi Kubal, right? Megadi Kubal for me, Ula, the Mekato the shape. Okay, so what it is where you're adding sense to a shape. That's the key. Says in my I'm offering up incense to a shape. Listen, I'm really love it. Mekato the shape all day that all that's what heaven is worshiping is offering incense to a shape. Is that considered about Israel? No, it wasn't. That's interesting. You've never really seen this before. Serving shapes, offering up incense to the shape. That's considered to a demon. It's not considered to be about Israel. The Amalava, the Mechada. So ultimately, what's heard, you're going ahead and bring up incense in order to conjure up something. So if you look at Ashur, it's actually says Mechader. It is the bottom. Eno Mekater Hashem Elokos El Yaktara Nasa Mashekos Mechader Hashem. So what's interesting enough, which is as follows: when it's offered incense, in order to add and conjure up a group of shade. So apparently, again, that is going to be problematic. I'm gonna write it. And the Mekater Lechaber Chover Chover. This is another thing. This is in the same section of Old and Stony is also Chover Chover. Right? So what we have over here is Ov is summoning up the dead through the argument. Yitoni, we see it's a bone in the mouth, and apparently Chover up groups of shade. Okay, so the says, so the Chover Chover who in. So the Gemara says, Ba'omra Chover is this. So apparently again, he's summoning up a group of shade. Is in and of itself a signal, right? So apparently, so it's Chover Chover. So what the Chover Echad Chover the Echad Chover. So I said this is the thing. Now it's what the difference is. So what is there? So this is the first Chover Gorgo. What's the Chover? So Rashi says over here, first is somebody who uses some person to gather up animals, right? Like an animal, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals with some type of incantation. This is Chover Gadol, Chover Katan. Even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, Bafim the Hashim, back rubbing. Even if snakes and scorpions. Rabbi, Hilcha, Antik Summon, Zikura, the Akraba, Ava, the Kamekabin, the Lord, Lisku also. So therefore, even if
Thank you so much for the opportunity, James. I have a question. The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. Do you agree? Okay, thank you.
It was deep. It was a perspective, and I really value that. And I actually brought you a open today as much as those. Oh, I was just looking random. Why not? You know, is there something you want to do with that? Or no. Actually, when you create an account, right, you can do like basic. I never make them. I just create, whenever you create an account, so and I shared it. I said, let's see what it is. You know, testing the waters. And then they DM me, so, like saying, they DM me saying, what, it's saying my tweet. I got one in there, get back to me. But anyway, then I sent to him, I thought, what's the vision for this? I said, are you trying to become like an next? It's just like, no, we're not trying to become even. We are so. And that to me is the shit. I'm just a fucking business. You know, we are so. Where's your fucking vision? What are you trying to, so it seems, by the way, the film is effectively a gap. Just looking for it. So, yeah. But maybe you can be forceful, right? I mean, you've got to work just like I don't have any post images on video. I posted that video. I don't think it's got I think they've got an idea. And we are going that way in the world. I just don't think the timing is correct for their products. A lot of fantastic products can hit the market, but the timing can be wrong. You know, they launch for 10 years time, all of a sudden, boom, it is. You know. Yeah, so it's good to at least have something in it, right? I like to admit that. So the liquidity pool is with base, correct? It's hard to know. I don't fucking know. I saw the sector. Let's go. That's pretty cool. Thank you. Next. Do you think anything's going to happen to Bitcoin tomorrow as there is no rate cuts? I think if there's no rate cuts, we don't. I think if there is rate cuts, we don't. Like on the spot, once they announce the rate cuts, just like jump on the spot and just drag them. Back to the weekend. There's I don't know if you've heard of it, but tell me if you've read about the rumors in the news. 100%. Yeah, so we sort of been priced in. Yeah, I was about to say that. Is what's actually priced in. So if the price of Bitcoin is already priced in right now. So if we can get Bitcoin tomorrow, where's the money coming from? It's going to go. You know? Well, if they're down, it's a risk on. It's more likely to be a risk on. I agree with you. We're not going to see. Actually, if you understand the rate construction, we should their reaction to the expectations of economic activity in the future. Right? So 98% of the market basis. No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying is that if there's a rate cut and it's already priced in, then nothing's going to happen. But if there's no rate cut, and it is priced in, you're more likely to see a dump. That's what I think. I agree. I think there's more. I think if bad news come, it can impact us. I think if good news come, it won't really have a price impact. Is that important? Yeah, I think absolutely. Yeah, I think one of the things Joe was saying in his discussions was talk about inflation. He did say that was the risk. In my honest opinion, just sorry, agree with you on that point. I think everything is about. If you look at everything, gold, Bitcoin, real estate, everything above it, right? We're also in an unprecedented period of money printing, quantitative easing, and we have Trump, who wants to sack the Fed chairman, right? And we want somebody in who's completely dovish. So we're in a completely different era, which also means that I think US debt is second to military spending. You're just adding that. What you're telling me the second biggest debt, I mean, US is that correct? So the number one spending in the US is, I believe, is what I've read, science, people say to me, when you're going to change, you can't say to be a drug tonight, it's next week, I could turn into a situation and say, it depends on events, everything changes every hour. I believe the world is changing very rapidly. I don't think people should respect. I think for the most part, believe it or not, I would say I think a lot of Americans are delusional. I mean, if you want to know, whether we all live consider, I just, I think, if you read the history of leaders and those sort of low, the scariest place to be is in the one spot, because everyone's chasing you, so, and that mentality, that attitude, like, if you say that to me, that's it. Stupid person. And by the way, I don't know when, on says, you speak mental manner. I said, I don't know. It's stupid. I mean, you're not even potentially evaluating potential situations, circumstances. There's a lot of companies out there that don't like America. Absolutely, and hegemony is slowly starting to it's like the great United Kingdom or the Great Britain Empire. It's no longer the largest in history. Yes, but not anymore. Not anymore. In that case, we gave it the last straw was that they say the British Empire giving it back. And yeah, but it was the biggest and largest in history. And UK was central to the fucking world. But yeah, it's financial, it's easy. I'll just wondering if it's much about that. Every country is before. Like so, my study bit of history, like it's like, remember when it went to the NFL? Players couldn't go, team members couldn't go, leaders couldn't go, ideas, what the goal was. You know what I'm saying? But what I say is almost, almost radical. And I hate that because I don't think it is radical. I think I'm just standing up for my opinion. No, I think I agree that there are cycles in this, right? So maybe I shouldn't say this, so it's certainly not like that. But have a look at the effect of moon cycles. Things like the stock market, right? In their scientists, the evidence that suggests it's not enough for an edge, but what it does suggest is that we are over, let's say, the use of 100,000 years old, and we're still dependent our emotions by something so simple as the movement. Rising from the moon is unique. Rising results is not 100% realistic, right? It's still such primitive species. And yeah, it was working inside of us. Yes, so it was working. So you're saying the moon? Yes, I looked at this 20 years ago when I was studying particularly sorry. You've got to let your haters speak. Well, I do not hate you, let me. And they have no yeah, let you speak. Speak. And I think I can't speak it. That's my job. It's your time to shine. Come on, bro. Stop it. Yeah, I know. No, wait, yeah. I forget what the topic was. No, you. You want me to go on about his statistics? No, you said you was going to find me, down, kill me. What? I said I was going to kill you. You go, take you down? Bro, I just said you didn't know what volatility was. Yeah, what did you say after? I literally didn't say anything aside from that. You also went on about having that gun and having this security team. I didn't say any of this. Well, that was crypto threats. So, crypto threats. That is a crime. I just want to say, I'm pretty sure you said I'm going to find you or something like that. Like, I genuinely didn't take any threats at all. I just didn't know what problem. Did you know you had to have been a threat because James literally followed up? Why would I make threats? Come on, because he said that I do not fear death. Because I know after I said that there was no reason for him to make that leap, but it did. But what am I going to say? Oh, you don't know about until I'm feeling because of it. Nicotine and caffeine. No, that's it. sorry, I've been in this space like literally almost 24 hours. Yeah, I honestly even know you got you was the young yeah. And yeah, even and the reason why I kind of like short, thank you, short. Man, I hope you guys keep this up because I'll have to fall asleep here fairly shortly. And hopefully when I wake up in 8 hours, that space is 24/7, 365. 24/7, 365. Yeah, time we get cut off with the matrix is that. Just a change in house. That's all it's that. Exactly, my man. I'm from Pakistan, currently living in the UK. Yeah. No problem, I'm managing scary. I'm waiting for you to manage your time. Q&A, no, man. We are going up. We are going up in numbers. It's nice to have these spaces though, because something crazy can happen. It's a weird pressure there. Like you're in space, kind of looking at you, like you're like always thinking next. Yeah, we did have some in the eyes. Going on, and I mean, Grant was here. We had some really productive talks. Are you there? It's Condor Capital. Yes, I'm quiet. I'm being told. So, I don't want to get moving. I don't want to get to thinking about your statement though. Like, actually, I'm not saying anything else. I'm not saying anything else. This is such a cool category. I'm going to give you, right? Like, he's an intuitive, emotional, very down to earth, getting in touch with his feelings kind of guy. And I really appreciate his nowhere. I know. I'm thinking something, but no, I don't know if he's listening to this. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. You know, I don't know. Yeah. frustrating. I think it's part of this because that makes him unique. Are you subscribed? No, it's too expensive. But I did subscribe to when I look, you just dropped it for 99 just for you, and then I'm telling you it's going up very soon. Well, I just spent money on his coin. I'm just on his coin, and I don't even feel that. I'm a boomer investor. I super cautious of all things, and here I am. Look, I like it. Well, no, I actually think that I think it was early on the short, but I think it is. I think he's early. I think he says something. He's at 200, but he's early. But he shorted it around 1405, and yesterday when we hit like 116, we dropped like 112. But things do change meanwhile. I mean, in the meanwhile, market went up, down, but let's see tomorrow. Today's a better day. Let's see, but right now, the position's going for profits. Yes, but he opened the shorts a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, and he was pretty good at it. And I put my money on that, which I did. I said, I'll keep you down GCC. If you get this right, then he did, and he got big data, and he had that big news. I think it was early, but I'm now beginning to think that, okay, well, it was early, and that's very common when you go short. You can feel it inside, it's emotional. I love going short. I don't do anything because it's really difficult to get right. Get it right. Fucking nail it. I don't look dirty or like you do. I prefer when I'm making deals. The timeline. Yes, but James, what's your feedback? Right? No matter how right you are, right? If you get the full right direction in the short, and I think this is what you're doing, you're going to fall in and you put the right direction. Yes, you do. I mean, he's a single here, too. I don't. You be the kind of you're the kind of guy. Sorry, can I just add to that? Is just the Bible of trade, right? He said, none of this should be happening. That's it. When you throw in, I do. But you can take the pressure that comes and having such business because you perceive the risk factor is money different. That is unique. I mean, it's completely well, the thing you get a bigger on the way down. Most people could stomach that. They would kill themselves. If you have money coming in like that, cash flow coming in, I think it's easier to use that, because you're going to have another 100 million come in. Yeah, I still think you're that guy. You're still that guy. No matter who you are, it didn't seem like I don't know. It was just because the world was watching. Before I ever trained my habits, everyone was watching. You know what I mean? But we shouldn't because the whole world was watching. That's where people say like, my ego or whatever. But on the way up, everyone's getting your hair on the way down. Everyone's like losing on top of it. Most people, most of these, nothing actually means something. An $87 million unrealized profit. Unrealized profit. So, people are even I like to flow. Yeah, but I lost 100 million because people see it, believe it, but it's not true. It was profit. It lose it was profit. What was the profit? So you can say down to whatever. I didn't believe in that. I thought it was bullshit. Getting drowned. I do. I am me. Love me, hate me. I'm not telling you to follow me. I'm just fucking. I've happened to got a platform. So, trying to answer some questions. But I know where I'm going. I mean, I've diversified up with like I said, I can live off fucking. I can live off the smallest and cheapest food. I don't fear, losing everything. Hence why I didn't fucking cash out on the milk. That makes sense. Clearly wasn't going to be, you know what I mean? And I won't even changing one. I'm trying to get to 120, 150. I'm just trying. I'm not saying my way is the right way. No, I'm advocating. I'm a fucking absolute max DJ, max camera, max risk on. I've never met anybody like me. I'm the guy if you lose some work, I'm the guy that 6 or 7 bets all in on a blind pair, or blind, or when I say blind, I mean like, I've got full call, and I get everybody to fold. So I know what the first one folds, and the rest of the table will fold. Because the first guy who folds is meant to be the XYZ man. You know what I mean? And I just think I'm a guy. I mean, where people absolutely hard. I come in when you know, in the market, I love the market. This is typically where I make money. When everyone's on the market, that's typically where I make money. It's different. We've been on this space for like over 24 hours, and there isn't anyone else who was saying that he's short the market. He has a really good beer case, but he is short, openly saying it, and everyone. That's what makes news. That's what makes him special. I just wanted to say good night, guys. I'll see you guys in 8 hours.
Take care.
makes you happy. I mean, if you are happy with 700, you can be more happier than someone who's making a million. It's about how you feel. He feels great when he time the market. That gives him the best feeling. That's what matters. What makes you happy is matter.
That's absolutely right.
Just being right. You know, you believe in something, and most other people don't believe in it, right? And because we live in a world of money, you can do everything things. That's what I like. So right now, I'm sure I could be so if we did, it'd be great. I'd come to the shores. I mean, what would be doing well? I'd be back into the fucking trenches doing walk-ons and whatnot. Wherever, like, the money, the attention terminal, I'll try and dive in there. You know, I've got some great. I'm the biggest Bitcoin bull in the world. Like, I believe it's going to 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Yeah, sometimes. I just think we're through fucking correction. Help. It'd be nice. Touch back to 80k, refresh, people get a bit bored, get to the max, think, oh, we're going to fair market myself, I'll come back in a year, I'll take what I've got left, buy me or missus a holiday, that type of shit, you know. I'm waiting for that. And that's when I fucking read out about and go wrong. But I could be wrong.
To Isaac's point, whether it's $700 or $700 million, the community, you keep grinding, you keep networking, and just like you said, you have personal happiness. Nobody can take that away from you. And soon enough, with the right investment, you'll be able to take those holidays and be able to retire early.
Diversified, addicted to this crypto gambling stuff. Shit turns into a gambling idiot. You've got to be like risk management, all your expenses. Honestly, like, if I was teaching my kids, like, $5 a day, $50 a day, and you know, whatever depends on the DCA in 10, 20, 30 years time, you know, people often get obsessed with that, forget about the little ones, the compound effect. DCA, these people, you know, you
Welcome. How are you, Sri?
What's really big, I feel even more bearish as well, from this graph in this structure because of how bullish they was. And that to me is like all these like, rich retail that's been coming in, they've never lived through the fucking cycle. Let's be about 20 minutes now. I'm thinking, again,
Sri, how you living?
by the end of the year, people split. I'm not sure. I believe this is going to be after the correction. I feel forced people to be so if you get up to 80, 90k, that's what I thought myself in bullish. Like, rather than the time when I take the out bullish, whatever, saying no, the better market coming. So again, I'll probably always be against it. The markets are happy right now. Markets are happy. I mean, there have been a lot of buying going on since last 100k, and we haven't seen a substantial big bullish move. That tells about markets. They are feeling very heavy right now, and they are heavily long, even though longs are taken out, but still it's heavily long. Sorry, do a little bit of a new rotation, Q&A. If anyone's got any questions, let me know. Yes. If anyone has anything to say, and also you want to join the winning family, because that's what we are doing, building a community. We are not actually telling you we'll make you rich and we'll do trading with you and all those things. We are just building a community, and this community is going to be awesome because we are completely transparent, and that is what made me come to James, and I love him so much just because of the reason he's always transparent. He's telling everything online, and he's putting everything in front. But even if we lose, he tells the world, and this is what is making him a really good person, a lovable person. So anyone questions, please put your hand up. Go on. I'll put you on speaker if you want. Just request me and just go on.
I'd like to say and just thank James for creating this community. James, you've become one of the up and coming influencers on Twitter, and I look that the people in here look to you as essentially a leader, and what you say is very interesting. And whether you have $100 to invest or $1,000,000, it's about education, it's about networking, and really we're in the earliest ages of crypto, perhaps, and more that you can educate yourself in a decade, 2 decades, and being able to create that generational wealth that we all want to generate.
I never advertised it for anybody in here. If it's the hard cap, want to reach out to my subscribers that is it. Be a cut off point. And every single day is marklisted.
We've got Bull Run's hand up. Bull Run, why don't you go on ahead?
Who was that? Was that you guys? Yes. Let me just grab something and then I'll back out and speak to her.
You've got that. And you're a grinder 24/7, 365, just about any time you want. If you're out there in the community and you want to listen to Alpha, just has it going on. Even when James is asleep, he's got amazing co-hosts who are bringing people up to share their takes on things. And also, just like Isaac said, James is real. He's not out here buying bots to get his space to be number one. This is all organic. I just have a lot of respect for that. Yes, you are. I believe Isaac had the question on Alcorn Gordon. Is that correct, Isaac? Isaac asked you the question, James, directly. What are your thoughts on the altcoin Gordon, if you're familiar with it?
the thing that they really that's alive and active. Oh, thanks, bro. I was just gonna say, you're talking about adding value and helping people. You come to learn the stats and like I have like a GitHub. I'm like that tool where you can tell people. I'm from US, but my parents are from Oh, you were nice to me. I'm glad you were nice to me. No, I fucking If anyone has any question, guys, please request on other food that you can ask me. I mean, this is a good opportunity before the end card, so you can ask any question, any type of question, because it's available right now. This is your opportunity.
Has anyone here had the opportunity to use Grokpedia? And if so, what are your thoughts?
It's just an early version. I just used it yesterday. I tried to compare it with Wikipedia, but it's too early, but certainly in the right direction. I mean, anything Elon is doing is doing for the good. So it's all good. But it's still the first version, so a lot of mistakes and a lot of things there, but soon everything will be okay.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm very pleased to see that there's a competitor to Wikipedia. I think the competition will make both platforms stronger, and just really impressed thus far with the amount of articles that there are, the clarity of them, and just like Zorak said, I think it's going to improve. Just give it some time. It's still early.
Wikipedia is just like live media. I mean, they don't want to update their old pages these days. You know, they are just like everything is still living. But since we have a competition, we'll see on Wikipedia doing something in response and things getting better in school.
Couldn't agree more.
Anyone wants to ask anything or want to be a speaker, has anything in mind, please request another movie request. And do like and support and do join the meeting community because we are grinding, getting better every day, and it's been about 24 hours since we are live here. I am originally from Pakistan.
Well, I see that you're in the oil industry. Do you have any inside knowledge or alpha for us?
Yeah, right now, if you are talking about Brent and all those that space, right now, it might look a little overboard, and since there are concerns regarding the supply side increase, you can expect a drop. But overall, with the sanctions and all those things, they're just nice. Don't just look at that. I mean, banning Russia job companies is just a noise because they were already not very open to supply. But the thing is, right now, there are going to be increase from Aramco, Saudi Arabia. Those increases will lead to a price drop. This is my case. It's not a financial advice, but that's how I see market going forward. Yeah, but right now they are trying to increase their supply without sanctions coming or Russian coming. How do you see that? I mean, going forward, right now it is around 60. What do you think about where it's heading? It's a good question. I think there's a big prospect of higher inflation, in the United States. You know,
Yo, what up, Tito Gag? How are you? Can you hear me? Tito. Yo, Tito, can you hear me? Tito, do you speak English? Yo, what up, Tito Gag? Can you hear me? Hear me? Tito, you speak in English? Yo, what up, Tito?
The answer that Doug can't give you is that he doesn't know.
Yo, Tito, how are you? Can you hear me?
You're just gonna hang out in the little basement there. We're just not anybody else. Anybody else that's in the basement? Come back. Anybody else up there? It's not called the basement. It's called the No, we said come down to the reservation. What are the remote ones? What's funny is in like 10 minutes I've spent laughing and like honestly a couple weeks. Thank you so much. No, that was you guys are hilarious. Drew, you're fucking so funny. I was belly laughing so hard. Hello, the first, 10 or 15 times that his autistic Tourette syndrome spurting out on Alex and everybody else really didn't sell me, but that last time when he really got it, Drew, you know what, yeah, I'm on duck side now. He totally convinced me. The cut thing was out. What's that? To her. She's gotta go. The duck thing up here? But he really could if he wanted to. I hope he doesn't. He's, Jody, hello. Hi, Judy. Hi. So I was in another space all night and just was listening and popped in for a few minutes. And I just want to say I had a really great time. And that was awesome. Just had it was a great way to cap the day. And I just wanted to say thank you. It was the perfect time to let go. I know, Brent. I know. I agree. Yeah, yeah, just hold on. So it was just awesome and comebacks were brilliant, and I just want to commend you all on for the stressful laughter. It was great. Best job I ever had. Everyone in here a native advisor. I'm just a little unclear why everyone. I like to call myself. No, I don't listen. I just think you can't ask a person a question like that because he can't give you a straight answer. He wants to go on and on. Right. I told everybody that. I think if we would have listened, if we didn't call her, whatever. Everyone here is great. It's a sports podcast about people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners. was 3 of us, and it was 11 o'clock at night. And he gave me the paranormal device. It was creepy. But I love that stuff. I love that stuff. We saw the Brick House, which is my favorite season. It was so cool. I like New Orleans, man. After 2 days, I'm going to get back home, though. Love New Orleans, Bourbon Street's the night. But I'll get into it. I'm kidding. Well, let's get real quick before I get into the fighting. Go Dodgers. Toronto, suck it. Go Dodgers. You got lucky in one inning in the first game. You're like, oh, we can do this. You can't. But you can. It's over now. We're back in LA. You're going to get served. You're going to get served. You're going to get served. That's just how it goes. Yeah, I don't think he has been one in LA. It should be over by Wednesday or Thursday. That's how it goes. One great stats all the time. So I guess I was so pissed on Friday night. Well, that's been good. So pissed. Fuck that, baby. Because they came back on Saturday and beat them cheeks. Yoshi, complete game, dude. Oh, he's good. Oh, he's the fucking man. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get into some fighting. Oh, what do we have here? Talk about a shit show. Listen, the heavyweight division, complete shit show. I think Tom has a curse on him. Speaking of paranormal activity, it's Halloween. Tom has a curse on him. It's not his fault. This poor freaking guy. This poor English soul. It's not, none of this is his fault. It's just literally the worst luck possible. It is the worst possible scenario happened to Tom Aspinall. God, dog, where do we start at this association? This is, dude, I like when I came out on Monday, there's fucking something to bite into. And today I'm biting into Tom Aspinall's flat British ass. Listen, it's not Tom's fault. What is his fault to a certain extent is the long layoff waiting for John Jones, waiting 457 days. So he wasn't active at all. So there was a case of ring rust going into this fight. That's a disaster. Kind of his fault also on the UFC. Like John saw it and he's like, okay, let's do it. I got a freaking fight here. Gets a fight, long layoff. I told pressures on Tom for a number of reasons. The long layoff, the John Jones fallout, the divisions in turmoil. We think he's the best. There's no really proven formula, but we know he's the number one heavyweight in a terrible heavyweight division. Again, not his fault. So there's a lot of questions about Tom Aspinall. You're fighting Cyril Gahn. Cyril Gahn got absolutely dog-walked by John Jones, the guy who, quote-unquote, is ducking you, which we'll get to. So all the pressure's on Tom. You have this long layoff. Ring rust is a real thing. And you're fighting a guy who is better technically striking. There's just a lot of, because the narrative is John ducked you. You've wasted 453 days of your life, and John ducked you. And then you're fighting a guy that you completely dog-walked. And I told you the pressure on Tom, because we're going to compare him to John, right? The pressure on Tom is, can you look more impressive than John did? Which would mean you beat him in under whatever is 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That was not the case. So already that, oh shit. If you're a Tom Aspinall fan, you're going, oh fuck. This is going to be a fight. Oh boy. And I do think Thomas is how do I want to say this? I don't think Tom is better than John. I do think Tom, as far as the crop and yeah, again, he's not even that active. As far as active fighters, Tom's the best heavyweight we have to offer. That being said, I love Tom. I'm a big believer in Tom. But there are some holes in his game if you watch enough fighting. Even though he's starching everybody, he's not starching elite level guys. He's beating and demolishing guys that are offered to him. But the heavyweight division has never been weaker. So you're basically the king of the mediocre heavyweight division. But again, not his fault. But with saying that, it goes to show that Tom does have some issues in his game that at a certain level will get exposed. So if you bring up Tom's record, my issue for Tom is, so Tom's one of the most athletic. Tom might be the only more athletic heavyweight in the division, but Tom's fucking right up there. So Tom's big, he's fast, he's athletic, he has jiu-jitsu as far as we know. I think that with a grain of salt, even though he grew up in diapers and the jiu-jitsu gym, his dad was a jiu-jitsu owner, this isn't a knock on England, but it's going to be different. It's just different over there. Wrestling credentials is just different over there. They're not at the same level as other parts of the world. So Tom's thing, right, is he's basically a knockout artist. Now, Tom's not a knockout artist because he's throwing these insane combinations and he's slipping and he looks like fucking, Anthony Joshua Canelo. He's doing it because he has faster hands. It doesn't mean because you get labeled a knockout artist via Derek Lewis. When you get labeled a knockout artist in the UFC, it doesn't mean you have world-class striking. It means you have good striking for a mixed martial artist that has a variety of things you have to be good at, but you excel at this. Class striking. So Tom's thing is really fast hands for big heavyweight. I would love to beat high-level world-class strikers. Which one of the guys that he beat would you label, if you're listening to this on your way to work or if you're watching this, if you have a knowledge on mixed martial arts and just striking in general, whether it's kickboxing, boxing, Muay Thai, which one of his opponents would you say was world-class? Go. And I'll go through them. Jake Collier, Alan Dow, no. Andre Arlovsky, Sergey Spivak, no, different. Volkov, no replacement. Curtis Blades, different wrestler. Tiberia, not a chance. Pavlovich, heavy hitter. I wouldn't say world-class striker, heavy hitter. And then Curtis Blades, kicker. So really, in that area of mixed martial arts when it comes to striking, he's had faster hands, but then he beats him into the punch, and he's a big, strong guy, and he's knocking heads off. Again, not his fault, because these are the best guys the UFC had to offer. Whatever you're looking at 2025, he's knocking numbers. But you wouldn't say Tom the best to offer right now. And so now he faces Cyril Gahn, who's the closest you can get in the right division to world-class striker. The background in kickboxing, took some kickboxing fight, part Tom's face. How'd it go from the samples? Not good at all. Now, he didn't get dog walked. He didn't get fucking completely outshined, but he was getting pieced up. He was getting pieced up. And the longer that went, that's where the questions come into place going, oh man, how does it go on in the second, third? If he's getting pieced up in the first, nose bloody, getting jabbed, not really landing, and this is my own criticism of Tom, he leads head first, which is boxing 101, not good, especially when you're a big heavyweight. If you saw the Rakic fight, he went head first, and with the momentum of a bigger guy, gets knocked out from a jab. That's going to happen at heavyweight. So, my only criticism when it comes to the small sample size that we have is he finally fought a good striker, and it was not going his way. For the first time, not going his way. So, this is worst case scenario for Tom. Worst case scenario. And then with the wrestling, again, I don't know how good his wrestling is. I hear what his training partners say, but again, it's British wrestling. Now, it's 2025, and anybody can fly at any coach and can fly anywhere, but from the ground roots of it, England's never been known as good wrestling pigs. It's just not what they do. It's just not what they do. So, again, from Tom, I've heard the war stories from the training room, all that's on it. But when it comes to actual octagon time, I've never seen it. So I don't know. And then he goes to take Sargon down and didn't have a fucking prayer. It wasn't even close. So there's been a few questions answered about Tom. And what I think happened now is at the moment has the big boy fights. He's lost the loose eggs. He's lost the Alex fight. He's lost the John Jones fight. The good thing, if you're Tom, okay, well now there's more attention on the rematch for Cyril God, because before nobody was asking for this. It was like, oh, this is a foregone conclusion. It's not only that, it's not if Tom's gonna win, it's how fast he's gonna win. Now that narrative's gone. Now it's kind of like, Tom, get his shit together, right? So I think there's more.
How are you?
Yo, I'm good. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. What's good, slime? How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Yeah. I saw it. It was like I don't know, like I always see your name on like your camera, and I'm like, oh shit, who's that? They're like, I'm on YouTube too, and I see that they do like live streams.
100%.
So I just found out about socialized server.
Absolutely. Okay, great. If you would, in the upper left-hand corner of the server, I've got a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams, and you can see I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. Like the event you've ever seen on YouTube.
That's crazy, bro.
Are you looking at them?
Wait, so you just like?
Yeah, 100%. Do you benefit?
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to our nation, the king, and everything in between. Essentially, this is a timeline or time capsule of human society, of human interaction. If I may ask, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's okay. It's just basically the story of somebody whose entire life is on camera. If you were 18, The Economist magazine stated that one resource more valuable than food, air, gold, petroleum. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential per family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, big dog?
That's awesome.
Excellent. I talk about things for the good of the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $1 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the world. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater on land to make it drinkable. How did those do?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I'm a futurist. I'm someone who likes to study the future, talk about the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, fast light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, fast inner travel, terraforming planets, invisibility, things like cause machines, replicators, things like time travel, things like perhaps teleportation, like about de-extinction. If you weren't aware, and many people aren't aware, The first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the pirate Vex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern. Fast forward to the year 2020, now the Dallas, Texas is found Colossal Scientific. At their goal that within 3 years, or by the year 2020, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, utilize Asian elephant surrogates, and glowing gold. I'm excited to be able to. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. I'll talk about other things that may affect you, slime, your friends and family in the future. When you were born, slime, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80 years old. Increase that with your consent if you want through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to be 120 years old. But at 120 years old or so, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that we discussed came true. I can't believe it. It's amazing. But my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Again, this is with your consent. If you want, you can take advantage of a type of technology known as mind-uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scanner or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Slime. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to utilize it, these types of technology in order to experience digital immortality. What is
Whoa.
word, dog? Pretty wild, huh?
Whoa. Let's get a process of things.
Oh, absolutely. Do it with good intention. I want people to know these types of technology are not science fiction necessarily, they're science fact. And they will be available to you within the next generation or two. You're the last version of what we would consider a Homo sapien, and we're moving into transhumanism. And people aren't really talking about it, and I feel it's an important topic, and I've dedicated my to these discussions, but also to archiving human events, human history. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything between. Assassination, every aspect of been over the course of the last 4 years since the pandemic has been archived. I talk about things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I was using language models prior to their official launch. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2022. I was using it the day that it was launched, November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to capture the events models have been essentially injected into our society, and I've been able to see the changes of AI essentially and what it's done for our society. I am so, and I recognize that I have more data archived on the internet than any accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more so than any person ever. Apologies, what did you say?
Where's the source that like you have the most data?
No one else has been. I mean, I can tell you this: if you look on Wikipedia, people who have been live streaming their life, they don't archive it, and they certainly don't archive it from 22 different streams. I can tell you that I've been in discussions with the um, people at the Guinness World Record Company, and they're willing to verify that I have more data archived as a single individual than any person ever. It costs $25,000. Yeah, but it costs $25,000. I don't see it as the best investment for myself at this given time. All it would do is just really get me off site. But in the meantime, If you look at anybody, they're archiving their life, but they don't archive it. So basically, what they're doing is cool. They're giving people basically a point to their life, but then when they shut off their stream, it's all gone. You can't go back to see what they were doing 2 years ago on a given date and know exactly not only what they were doing, but what was going on in the world. What makes my stream even more is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Am I have a radio going on in the background, so we know world events essentially, up to the minute. Can go back to any day of the past 4 years, not just what I was doing, going on with the world, which I think is really I do, and I give people a portal into my life. So that's how you found me from Socialize. Um, I also am live. I'm the number
Yeah,
one
you have like other folks, like everyone at GCs and shit.
word. Yeah,
So,
I give people the opportunity to. I do, and they eventually get curious, and then they do exactly what you. That's how I've gotten over 2,300 people in the server.
I will touch as like, so like you ever like club or like you ever like live stream like outside like it was like in your room?
No, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. I've had fans drive 8 hours in from areas of California to visit me. Uh, we've had picnics, park. We have been able to meet me and see that I'm a real living individual, and just do everything I can to be as open and honest to the world as possible. So yeah, I do IRL streaming. Uh, IRL streaming around recently. Uh, I do an IRL streaming. I'm not able to pay attention to the streams so much because I'm interacting with the world around me, and also I can't take 22 different streams with me simultaneously. So when I do that, I usually just do it on like Instagram. Um, I do IRL streaming. I do allow, or I have allowed people to come visit me and do my best to show the world that I am a real person.
Okay, so like made you like want to just like made you
Absolutely. So I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And I was working as a contractor for a company, and my position went remote. So after work, the world was kind of in line, and there wasn't much to do and stay active. So I joined Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. There's something called the Players, and I after work would, and I wanted to observe and do that, and started recording myself to improve my golf swing. I would make jokes to myself, camera, like if I hooked the ball, or I sliced the ball, or I topped the ball, whatever it may have been. And I recognized that, what, there may be the opportunity in the future that my family someday may think these are cool videos. And so why don't I just archive them? So every night after work, I would go home, archive my live streams, and upload it to the cloud. And that was taking me a lot of time. And I recognized, what, if I'm going to do this, it's probably in my best interest to perhaps do it better than any person's ever done it before. I'd seen the movie The Truman Show, which is basically stars Jim Carrey and analyzes his life totally on camera. And I'm a generally honest, open individual, and thought, okay, well, if I'm gonna do this, I better do it. So I went and bought a bunch of laptops and Chromebooks and such, and put them around where I live, and then created a YouTube account more than 4 years ago, and life to the world. And so, first year or so of this, I worked simultaneously while streaming and just gained enough money that I didn't necessarily have to do that anymore. And have been focusing on this project now for the last 3.5 years or so. So I have interacted with people who, say that they live stream their life, and that's totally cool. But really, what makes my stream different is mine is you can have people who say they live stream their life. I mean, you see Discord all the time, but you can't go back and see what I was doing in Discord. And to me, it's more valuable for people to be able to learn and to have the data to be able to study, especially AI. AI needs models, basically examples of human behavior on which to create accurate examples. And I have more human data as a single individual archived in the internet than any person ever. It would take you right now, just one of my streams, it would take you 4 years, 24 hours a day to observe that. Now, not everybody would have that kind of time, and I recognize. Now, that doesn't include all the other angles that I have. I have a ceiling cam. I have just quite a few different ways that you can observe me. It's about 100 content that I've created. And that's too much for even too much for a single team to really peruse. But it's injection into our daily life. You can take one of my 12-hour streams, put it into ChatGPT, and it will give you a by minute breakdown of everything that I discuss, everything that I do. And it's really helpful for being able to summarize what I do over the course of a day. And additionally, you can put my 12-hour stream systems that will condense the data into about 3 to 5 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever you want, to give you the highlights of what I did over the course of the day. So with the improvement of these types of technologies, I look forward to being able to digest what I do. And I'd like to do this for the rest of my life. So I'd like to basically, ideally, life is like, and at any time, anywhere in the world, you can check in on what I'm doing and live life alongside me and grow up together.
Wow, bro. Wait, last thing, how old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
And you're willing to do this until like the day you die?
I don't think I'm going to die, but if I do, yeah, I want to. When I started it, I was 35 years old.
Wow.
I think there may be the opportunity, perhaps in the future, that not only will I be the richest person on earth, but the most famous person.
I believe in you, bro.
Thanks, Big Dog. More than anything that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. I'm here to give people hope. So you should know, Slime, if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Big Dog? Absolutely. Don't change it, my friend. Do you have any other questions?
So like, how much have you made from like doing all?
Make enough for my monetized account. It's enough revenue. I have like 40 followers on Twitch and another 10,000 or so on Instagram. Across all platforms or so, of thousands of more people. And I have, I make money with every stream that I do. Not a huge amount because my streams are so long, but it's enough that it's allowed me some financial independence. Are you a streamer? Yeah, you do.
I think what you're doing is awesome.
Word dog, it's live streaming. Alright, so you want to be a streamer? What's stopping you? Do you have a YouTube account? Okay.
Just have a webcam or something like that.
So you have a webcam.
No, don't.
A camera on your computer?
But it's not like good.
You don't. It doesn't need to be good. You should know in the future, any video that's taken will be able to be enhanced to 8K better than the human eye can interpret. So don't worry about the quality. You do the content, and I understand. Look, I don't want people to come to my gym and be like, "Dude, your quality's dog shit." I get that. I get that 100%. But if people are so interested in you, then you say, "All right, well, I've got a way for you to buy me the cameras that I need." You like what I'm doing. Everybody's got to start somewhere.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Right. And even if you have the best webcam in the world, it doesn't necessarily help you depending on the platform. I mean, like, for instance, in Discord, if like I have 4K cameras, but you won't see me in 4K because Discord quality until your servers are at certain boost levels, and so like you can't get like in like 4K. Yeah, I don't think you can even get 4K, but like basically the platform's going to limit you, and in some ways you can limit you. So even if you get the best camera, you get an 8K camera. That doesn't mean that people are going to be able to interpret. But I get it. You have to, if you're going to do this, you've got to have thick skin. I mean, do you know how much I get made fun of every single day by people of all ages for whatever reason? And then they come in here and they meet me and they're like, "Oh, you're really cool. I just thought you were just sitting there." And it's like, yeah, no, I would too. But I'm currently like programming robots and doing my best to talk about world peace. Those are really laudable passions. And, when people get the opportunity, they think it's really cool. But if you don't take any time to come, see what some guy's sitting on a bed. And I totally get that. But that's exactly what the other people are doing too. They're just chilling in their room. I just have mine available to the world to be able to me. But if 95% of people on they are sitting on their beds or in a chair or on a couch chilling. They're not doing backflips or anything else. So it's basically, it's a reflection of themselves. People are like, I sit and I watch you, and all you're doing is sitting. It's like, well, that's what you're doing too. Exactly. It's just how I like to be comfortable. But I do I like to do IRL streams? Absolutely. But I don't take. I mean, I have taken Discord out there, but it's like I'm live in for Discord. What are the odds I'm going to choose your Discord to be able to see me? And then you get the issues with lighting. You get into issues with your device. You get into issues when it comes. You get into issues with glare. You get into issues where you run out of power. Power is a huge issue, and then the biggest issue of them all is connectivity. So it's much easier.
Like that's if your power goes off, but like hasn't went off, so just start doing this.
Yeah. So I have solar, then I've got battery, and then even still, like at times we've had to have like internet worked on and stuff. So I have pros. So I have a bunch of GoPros, and I archive it and then upload it when I need to. When I first started, I started GoPros, so I did not start just jumping. I had to get comfortable on camera. I had like basically like 3 months of my life just on GoTo, 24 hours essentially. I've got like I've got a data archived, and with that, it's kind of like the backlogs of my life. I was just starting out, and I was doing a lot of um, live, like everything I was doing was IRL. So I've driven as fast, 118 miles an hour. That's as fast as my Accord would go on the freeway, and I've like like you name it, at least in Southern California, I've been there on this stream, whether it's the Queen Mary or Crypto.com Arena. I went to a Rolling Stones concert on this stream. So that was cool. That was during the pandemic where you'd have to like show them your proof of vaccination and all that stuff. And I don't know if you know who the Rolling Stones are, but they're like a giant band. Yeah, exactly. So I streamed that whole concert, multiple streams. Basically, um, I've got like this huge archive of human life that I'm excited to share with the world. And those people out there who want to partake, they're certainly able to. And it's just a matter of time. I do this enough and I'll go viral. If I do this for 50 years, somebody out there is going to think what I'm doing is cool enough. Like, hey, that's pretty baller that you have this much data on yourself. And I can go back to any content. 100%. It's expensive. And a lot the most consistent person on earth, because no matter what I'm doing, I know that I got to keep these streams going. And it's been as consistent as possible over the course of the last 4 years. Now, could just be, there are some streamers out there, I think there's Twitch, who live streams her life, and she's been doing it 3.5 years, just what I've been doing. There's also Russia who's been doing it. But what they do is they start their stream and they just leave it, but it doesn't archive. To me, it's so heartbreaking. Now I understand why because if you end the stream, you lose all of the viewers, and so you want to keep the viewers going. In my case, I don't really care. To me, the data is what's important. So every 12 hours, no matter what happens, if I will end all streams and then just restart them. And it's not because I like to have our streams. It's because YouTube will not allow you to see a video that's longer than 12 hours on most accounts. They do make some exceptions to that, but that only expands to 24 hours. So basically, for any normal person, the longest YouTube video that you can have as a live stream is 12 hours. So for all those people out there who are like, well, why do you end the streams? I want people to be able to watch what I've done. It'd be great if you came in here and I'd be like, hey, did you know yours? And you're like, oh, okay, cool. And then I want to see what you did 2 weeks ago. Oh, no, you can't do that during my life. It's not archived, though. I want you to be able to see what made me laugh, what made me hungry, what made me thirsty, all the shit that happened. I want you to be able to live with me. That's why my streams are. You get it. I know you get it. And I get it, man. Some things that you have to overcome when you're first becoming a streamer. That's the dream. So let's talk about it. Okay. So this has always been something. Fortunately, I've never fucked anybody over in my life. Like that had to fear retribution in the future that I couldn't explain. Like, what do I mean? Have I ever had to tell a white lie? Absolutely. To save face? Fuck yeah. But it's not anything that like the normal people of the world wouldn't understand. And these are things that you have to review with yourself when you become a public person. Like, like I've never cheated on a girlfriend. I've never like at work, anything like that. Like I've always I've always done my best to treat people on the up and up, and that's really important when you're going to become a public figure. Because here's what you don't want to happen: you're out there streaming and doing things, and then all of a sudden some girl who you pissed off, so in some relationship, gets crazy in your chat and starts mouthing you, or creates videos herself saying, "Don't hang out with slime. He's an asshole." There's that. So you got to make. Is there anything that you have done that isn't forgivable? And I'm sure that you probably you're already a public person to some extent because you're on social media. So I'm sure there's nothing that is okay. So from that perspective, what about your friends, like your close IRL friends? Like, what are they going to think of you? I know these are things that you think. Like with my IRL friends, they didn't think like, all right, so you're just going to become like a YouTuber, and it's like, well, sort of. I'm going to just see it goes. It's a popular thing, and that's not their world. So you've got to overcome that and basically have them recognize that this is a part of who you are and what you like. Um, Now, if you're gonna be like there are like kind of two ways to go about this. There are possibly more. You could go for a given subject matter. So you'd be someone who does NFL commentating, or basketball commentating, or gaming commentary, or picking up girls commentary. You could do that. That's cool. Or you could just, swallow your pride and do it and just be like, hey, I'm gonna basically an streamer. Now, if you do want to do that, financially lucrative for you to do forms like Kick. If you're familiar with what Kick is, Kick has a program. It's called the Kick Partner, and you get paid something like $14 an hour to stream, which you be streaming yourself just looking at Reddit, Twitter, or Instagram, and they're gonna just straight up pay for that while you're live streaming. And so that's what you're doing anyway. So why not pay for it? And you just have the camera on, and you pay attention to the chat a little bit. In addition to that, with Kick, 95% donation goes to you. Then you can get subscriptions as well. Usually subscriptions start from like $5.30 or something. The reason why it's like $5.50. The reason why there's the extra 50 cents is so that you get $5 straight up, something like that. And it's an uphill climb. I mean, you're going to start with no one, and it's like, okay, well, let's say I create my account. What platform do I want to do? Do I want to do YouTube? Do I want to do Kick? Do I want to do Rumble? There's also like um, some others, Trovo and DY, some of, but big ones are Kick, Rumble, to Twitch. Which one do I want to do? The answer is I want to do them all. And so you're like, okay, well, how much is this going to cost me? And everything that I do is like free. Like I don't. There's a saying: if it's free, it's for me. In a lot of ways, I like platforms that don't charge you. So I understand if they're not charging me, then I'm the subject matter. I get that, but that's okay. So I like to use Rumble Studio. And the reason why I like to use Rumble Studio, I've been walking people how to do this. Well, I did it yesterday. I did it the day before. You connect your YouTube, Twitch, your Kick into Rumble, and that allows you to multi. So you just go live on it's called Rumble Studio, and you're live on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and Kick, all four at the same time. It has a unified chat. That's what it's about. Like if somebody chats with you on Twitch, you don't want to be clicking through 50 different boxes to be able to see that somebody said something to you. That's inefficient. You want it all in a unified chat. You want to know if somebody subscribed to you. There are bots that you can use that you can install, basically, that will give you they will give you alerts and things like that. All that stuff is what you need. But the reason why I say I think it's best to go multi-stream is you're already putting the effort to stream. Why only get the audience from one platform when you have it from four? Exactly. It's 4 times. Like I'm on YouTube every day because I have so many YouTube streams. It's what I do is different. But one more. Let's see who we have here. Oh, don't worry. So we've got 4 times amount of interaction that I can have. 4 times people can bond with me and subscribe to me and donate to do that. What I find is, Bill, as well, is I'm going to take the time to share my life with, do it with cast the widest possible, as they say. You're casting your net the widest possible. Now, let's say people really, occasionally the platforms rules. So, for instance, with Kick, Kick will pay you $4 an hour if you just do Kick. However, if you want to do like 4 at once, then they cut it in half or so. But you're still going to make $7 an hour just on that, and then you can earn money from the other ones on basically you how you want to do. Could just do Kick, and that's totally cool. I'm really big with that. Then more power to you. Or just basically spread yourself out and get more interaction, however you want to do it. I can tell you that there's the option as well, which I find to be beneficial, in that you need to start somewhere. So why not start, see which one works best for you. And if you find that people really love your stuff, just focus on Twitch. Now, they do have some different rules. So, like, for instance, Twitch does not like you saying the word Kick or YouTube. So what a lot of people do is just say the green one. The green one means Kick because that's the color they use. The purple one means Twitch because that's the color they use. The red one because that's the one that they use. Rumble's more of a greenish color. That's not a huge one that people use. But it is one that you can start making money today. I was helping somebody with it like within the last 24 hours, and there's like a whole menu. Like basically, if you get 10 people watching you simultaneously, earn X amount of money, and I'm not saying like you could have barely anybody, and you'll make sense by just doing it, which is quite interesting. All right, so then how do you get your out there? Is a big question. Like, you're going to be in a sea of content. What can you do that makes different than anybody else? Well, you can focus on things. You can, like, gaming is a big one. Sports are a big one. Just social interaction are big. I can tell you the strategy that I have found to grow a channel is you start a podcast. And if you feel like, well, how does that get me anybody? It's fucking brilliant. So what you do, it's really easy to start a podcast on Spotify. And what you do, you just put your information on, and then you go to people's channels like Rumble or YouTube or Twitch, and you to them and you say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? When someone hears they have the opportunity to go on a podcast, an influencer who's not doing anything, there's like a 90% chance they'll say, yeah, I'll be on a podcast. And you say, great. When would you like? And they'll say, right now. You're like, okay, great. You want to come to my Discord and do it? Or, okay, so what happened? So you can have your podcast really official to ask people the same questions that I would ask were from Vogue magazine. They have it's called 73 questions. I asked every 10 questions, and they're not high pressure questions. Nobody wants to be grilled on whether they, I don't know, cheated on their second grade test. Nobody wants to be grilled on that. But they're fine to talk about what got them motivated and what their passions are. Why is that beneficial for you? Because it's about network. Now you have networked with a personality, and your audience see that, but their audience sees it associated with you. And all the people who were watching their stream now come to you and follow you and know who you are. And to me, that's the best way to do it. There are other ways to do it. If you have a social media following, TikTok, Instagram, those are great. But not everybody has that. Another way that people do it, though it's a good climb, are clips. So YouTube Shorts, Instagram, that kind of stuff. People get associated with you there. Major hurdles find is something called social media hopping. Sometimes you have to ask people to move from one social media to another to be able to get your content. You want to avoid that. So when you're going to publish, let's say you're going to publish a YouTube clip. All right, you want to publish it on YouTube. You want to publish it on Kick. You want to publish it on Rumble. You want to publish it on Instagram. You want to publish it on X. You want to publish it on TikTok. Like if you can do that and consistent, and there are apps out there that do basically all 8 at once, then people are gonna. You're just casting a wider net. People more opportunity to observe what you do. That's my advice for someone who's new. And if you're like, all right, well, how much does this cost? If you have a device with a webcam, you said you didn't have a webcam. It just needs a camera. You could start all this with a phone. If you have it's better if you have a or some type of laptop or desktop or something like that. But if you don't know about game, you may be. How do I get all that cool stuff have going on in their stream, pop-ups and their names on it and all that? Really, that stuff is a type of software known as OBS. Have you ever heard of OBS?
Yeah, it's like people use streaming.
Exactly, and so that's a free. And Rumble Studio is a free service, free to stream, and Twitch free to stream. The only one that might cost you some money to stream is Twitter. Twitter, you have to have a premium account, but nobody's watching anybody stream on Twitter, so don't worry about that. And even there are ways around it. If you have an iOS device, video on Twitter with Twitter Spaces. So there are ways around everything. But basically, what you do is you download OBS to your computer, and you use something called a virtual camera. Which, if you ever, I can walk you through this. But basically, what that's going to mean is that you're going to be able to make all the changes you want to your stream in OBS, and then the virtual camera basically allows platforms YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick to pull from the same source, and so it's on all of different platforms. And then from there, you're going live, and there's a moment where there's a countdown when you do the stream, like 5, 4, 3, 2. You're going to be out there. Now, are you comfortable having your face on stream, or you're not comfortable having your face on stream?
I'll be cool.
Okay, well then, that's how I get people who come in here and who are like, I don't want to be, I just don't want my face on stream, and that's respectable. I understand. So there are ways around that, masks and avatars and things like that. But if you're comfortable being a personality, the courage to do it, excellent. When that countdown happens, 5, 4, 3, you're on. Then what? You're on your first stream. Nobody's there. Nobody's talking to you. Okay, what do you do? You can do things that might people interested in what you're doing. So do you game?
Yeah.
Okay, what are your favorite games? It's a huge one. Perfect. All right. So all that stuff. 100%, absolutely. So those are big categories for people for streaming. So you categorize yourself, and then people who like Fortnite and Marvel Rivals and all that other stuff. Well, how long will it take to come in? It depends. But starting up, the kind of numbers you see, let's say 12 hours, you might get 5 people follow you if you're fortunate. 2 or 3 of them are going to be bots. So you might get 1 or 2 real people following you. You're going to get maybe 5 or 10 chatters. 2 or 3 of them are going to be bots. When I say bots, they're just people who are self-promoting, something like that. But you'll get real people in there, and people will say, "Seen you before? What's new?" Marvel Rivals, just chilling. You feel free to drop me a follow. I'm going to be streaming every day from 9 or whatever, or I'm going to make this my life or whatever. But you want to give people a schedule if you can. Now, if you're just an impulsive person, you're like, I'm do streams whenever I feel like it. That's cool too. The more you better. The more you stream, opportunities you're going to have with random individuals to get their eyeballs on your stream, and that's all really important. But if you're not going to be able to stream that much, consistency is key. I know I have one friend of mine with 2 cars just through the Kick partner program, and he streams like Pacific time, like 3 a.m. Pacific, so for like 12 hours. But his audience know that he's going really early in the morning, and he basically has created a morning show. All he does is listen to music and smoke weed. Like that's all. That's all he does. Short, like 12 hours is just smoke weed and listen to music, and that's not a bad life. That's what you like to do. And he just talks to his chat, and he's got some really great individuals in there. In fact, he's going right now. Like he just started like 35 minutes ago. He does that every single day, and he's been able to pay for 2 muscle cars out of it. So I don't. If that's not a life that you want, you can certainly do that. Some platforms are not as open to others when it comes to like marijuana usage or vaping and all that stuff. So you get that down, but from there, it's an uphill grind. So what does it mean? You're gonna be doing it for like a whole year before you might get like 1,000 people to subscribe or follow you or whatever the nomenclature is of the platform. But you'll get people who like I had this girl kind of cool thing that happened. I had this girl come in the last 24 hours. It was like this time yesterday. She's like, "Oh my word, I can't believe it's you." I'm like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "I can't believe it's you. I'm totally fangirling right. Like I'm gonna cry." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "I watch you all day, all the time." I had no idea about this woman, and she's like, I'm like, "How'd you find out about me?" She's like, "I had a friend who told me that there's this person who's just always streaming," and she's like, "I just watch you, but I don't feel alone, and you're always available. Like your streams are always there, and I can on any angle that I want. I really like. I just like knowing that there are other people there, and I'm not alone." I'm like, "Wow, absolutely." And she's like, I think the phrase is called fangirling, like where you're just like she's like, I can't talk. Like I watch you so much, I can't believe I'm interacting with you. You're gonna get people like that who really like your stream, and that's absolutely what it's about. You want people to like you, what you do. Now I can tell you, I had one regret. Everybody's got regrets. I don't care if anybody out there says I live my life no regrets. That's totally cool. But one thing I wish I would have done is use Discord more in my growth. I think if I had used Discord earlier, I would have been famous by now or viral by now. I do have 2,300 people in here, which is a lot. It's a lot in considering how difficult Discord is to get people to join. Like you're just a random stranger. Hey, join my Discord. There are different strategies I can teach you to basically be able to grow up pretty efficiently. But Discord's where it's at when you want to create a community. Telegram's pretty good too. The reason why where it's at is if somebody wants to be able to talk with you directly, they can't do it in YouTube. They can't do it in TikTok. Generally, there's a way, but they need like 1,000 like that. Not everybody has that. Instagram, 1,000 followers. You can't do it. Twitch, do it. Rumble, you can't do it. But Discord can. So what you can do, this is what a lot of people do when they're streaming. They'll multi-stream to Kick and Twitch, and in their description, all of the media. So they'll have their Discord, your Instagram, their Snapchat, all that stuff. And if somebody's like, "Hey," they're talking to you in chat, you'd be like, "Hey, you want to come to my Discord and talk with me right now?" Absolutely. If they like you, they'll come in just like you, and then you're able to talk with them directly, and then that creates content. And you can answer whatever questions they have. But then the fact that they're in your Discord, there's a good chance that they're going to come back and see what you're doing. You're kind of locked in with them, as opposed to just them following. I guess what I'm saying is like that's the way that you can connect back with them. So creating a Discord, I created my Discord a year and 3 months ago, and I've gotten 23 people in here. And how did I do it? A lot of grind, a lot of self promotion, but there are ways that I've learned that are really there are secrets to it. One of the big secrets is to do what I do and have my stream, just like have my profile visible in different Discord, and people see it, they click on it, they say, "Well, join my Discord." Some everybody stays. Some people come for just a few seconds and leave. They just want to see what it is. But one thing that I've learned is if somebody sends you a message in Discord, you can respond to them and not have to do that whole captcha or get in trouble with Discord for sending a link or self promotion. Right? Basically, the fact that you a message opens up so that you can send them your Discord, and if you just include that, you'll grow. Now, I have grown in the last like month, let's say 2 months. I have 300 people, which is one of the ways that I've been able to do this. It's absolutely giant Discord server. It's 6 million people in it. It's known as Steal a Brain Rot, and there's also another one, Grow a Garden. These are like, I guess, like Minecraft things or something like that. And what I do is I keep my profile. I don't show my camera because you can't. They don't have that option. But I people who come in there and click my profile and send me a message and just send them a message back that says, "Please, an adult," and it's got my link in there. And I have gotten a ton of people to join here, and then they're connected. And then if I do any kind of announcement or I need to connect with them, it's really easy. They don't just leave, and there's communication there. So another thing that you can do as a new streamer, are you familiar, Slime, with Linktree? Linkttree.
Yeah.
Excellent. Linktree is where it's at. So what you do is you go on Linktree and you have all your links there. So it's just like one link. If somebody's like, how do I connect with you on social media? You just say, go to my Linktree, and everything's there. Now here's a giant, like this is alpha, I say. If you can, you want to make sure that your handle is unified across all the platforms. I don't care what it is. So if like the name @slime, that's taken. But if you can get the like whatever, even if it's like the slime guy or whatever on YouTube and Twitch and all the other social medias, then when somebody says, "Hey, what's your social media?" Just say, "I'm @the slime guy" or whatever. Even if it's @the slime guy 123, though, you want to avoid numbers. People don't, just as users, kind of just saying like, "Well, why aren't you just the slime guy?" or whatever. If you can keep it to text, that's a really great way to do it. There are some people who like to replace a letter with like instead of having an E, they'll have the number 3. That's cool. But when you're being interviewed by somebody and they're asking you, "Okay, where do we?" You don't want to be like, "Oh, I'm @slime with an E as a 3." Like, it's complicated. So have it be a short or phrase. That's the best thing to do. If you're like, "Well, I have an account on YouTube and I have an account on Instagram and all that," but they have different names, that's totally fine too. My suggestion is start new. You've got your old social media, and that's totally fine. Just start with new, like brand new accounts, and you get a name that you like. Now, what will happen is if you start a username, you might have, let's just say, I'm just use this as an example. The slime guy is available on YouTube. Okay, so you create the YouTube account. You're like, "Oh, this is great," but then it's not available on Twitter, available on Twitch, or it's not available on Rumble or whatever. So now it's like, well, what do I do? So there's something called User Checker. You can just Google this if you need to, and it will check across all the different, like 50 different social media platforms, like Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and Twitch and Snapchat. It will tell you that this guy is available on these, and you find what's available on all of them. You say, "That's going to be my name." So let's say that you're the one that's going to work for you is the real slime guy. That one's available on all of them. Well, now you're the real slime guy. Those accounts, And then you're going to be linktree.com/the real slime guy. And then when anybody asks you, hey, I'm at the real slime guy, I'm everywhere. Just search that in the social media search and find me everywhere. As opposed to, well, I'm the slime guy on Twitch, but I'm the real slime guy on, you don't want to get into that. Like, if you want to find my shit, I'm at Rabbi Rothschild. Essentially, everyone's been banned. That's where I am on Instagram. That's, you go to at Rabbi on Linktree, where I'm at. Like, I've had accounts banned. If that happens, then you can find me. All I say is just search in YouTube, and you'll find. There are historical Rabbi Rothschilds who sometimes they have to compete with under SEO, which is known as search engine optimization. But if you're looking for anybody who's basically like 50 doing this, I'm your guy. And that's the way. So then what you do is you on stream you have linktree.com /, at the real slime guy, whatever your thing is. And then what people can do is they have all your stuff. And if they like you, which people will, they'll go through and they'll add you on Snapchat, and they'll add you on Twitch, and they'll add you on YouTube, all that stuff. And they'll tell you, hey, I added you on all this. Follow me back if you can. And if you can follow them back, that's a great way to do it. If you want to follow them back, you don't have to. You're the creator. But from there, that's how you create a community. And like, it's a grind, but those are like a summary of how to be successful with this. Now, you could say, well, you're not, I don't know you yet. That's true, because what I do is different. I don't care if you follow me on YouTube, because I have 2 different YouTube accounts. It's too much for me to pay attention. Because I have so many different accounts, and a lot of times they can or whatever. I have a lot of that social media momentum a normal streamer would. What you're going to be doing is just like the way it's done, and so long as you don't stream the Super Bowl or show nudity or do anything, you're going to be fine. Now, what about making money? That's what it's all about. For me, I wear this every single day. All this merch, this is from a cryptocurrency that's worth $100 million. And they basically help to support my streams. Wear their shit. All my my blankets and pillows. I've got face masks. There's like they basically bought a whole bunch of merch for me, and they've given me money to be able to do it. And you're going to get the same thing. You're going to get some company out there that's like, hey, we've got a drink brand, and we want you to drink this on stream. Or what does it cost for you to wear our brand on a shirt or whatever? Or when it starts, they'll say, how much is it for us to get in your profile? Just get our link in your profile. And you'll be like, oh, it's like $5 a month. Okay, great. We'll pay that. And then all of a sudden you've got everything coming. Whatever it is you want to do, you're going to be able to do it. Is it easy to live stream and do all that kind of stuff? Some aspects of it are, but other parts it can get quite boring. So you do what makes you happy, you'll find groove. But if you want to be a live streamer, that's how you do it.
Thank you, bro. And like, how you got the name Rabbi Rothschild?
Sure. Well, I'm a rabbi, which means teacher in Hebrew. So I've had formal smicha, rabbinical training. I did that more than 5 years ago. And then my last name is Rothschild, so that's what works.
So like, how do I build an audience?
Absolutely. I think a really great way to do it is to start a podcast. So, and the reason why is because you can basically steal other people's audiences. So how does it work? So we're going to start the Real Slime podcast. Okay. What do you do? Look, I'm going to tell you the best way I did it is Vogue magazine 73 questions. I'll read you these questions now. I mean, it's basically like um, this is like layups. Like these are easy. Uh, there are no pressure. What I would always say to people is um, these are you can pass at any um, you can pass you don't have to answer these questions. If most people what I think is beneficial, you can view in advance. So like the only reason why people don't want to do a podcast with you is they don't want to get into worst breakup, like that kind of shit. Like that can be, but with these questions, it's like what's your favorite food? You know, like that kind of shit. So just one moment. Let me. Okay, here we are. Questions. What's your favorite day? What's your biggest weakness? What's your biggest strength? What's your biggest learning experience you've had? What's your idea of a perfect date? What's one vice that you wish you could give up? What's a cause that is important to you? What's the best you've ever received? When inspired, sweet or savory? What song can you listen to on repeat? What makes you smile the most? What one thing that people don't know about you? Heels, flats, or sneakers? Now, this is for like a women's like you know what Vogue magazine. It's like a fashion magazine, but that's cool. I mean, like, so what do I ask instead of that? Like, what's your favorite kind of shoe? You know, you can change it up. Vintage or new? What are three things that you can't live without? Window or aisle seat? What's your TV character obsession? Leather or lace? What's the most advanced thing you've done in your life? I've interviewed girls who like they know leather or lace. There are some that they're like leather or lace. I don't know on a chick. They like whatever, and they just say it. Some people say both. You're allowed to do that. What's your favorite piece of clothing that you own? What's a must-have clothing item everyone should own? And again, this is from a a fashion uh, magazine, but it's a very famous one. And the reason I used it is because it's kind of like an elite taste that people have in fashion. What do you diamonds or pearls? What's something you notice about someone when you first meet them? What's your biggest regret? What's heavily played on game? What's your guilty pleasure? What book did you most recently finish? What are you reading? How do you start your? What's your favorite holiday? If you could raid one person's closet, who would it be? If you could switch lives with one person for a day, who would it be? What's one thing that you've always wanted to try but you've been scared to do? What's one thing you wish you knew at age 19? Besides your phone or wallet, what's a couple of must-have items you need when you go out? If you were not a certain coach, what would you be doing? Not doing what you do. What's something you can't do? All right, we can go. All right, are you done? Well, live streaming, that's what you do.
excitement for the rematch, what they have to do. But what this does do is force the UFC's hand now into overshadowing what Tom's doing and what Cyril Gane's doing. And now it's going to force their hand to do Alex and John Jones. I would almost guarantee you get Alex and John Jones on the White House card. That's what happened. That's what happened for this. Now, when I say it's not all bad news for Tom, and Tom will fight the winner of that. If he gets to Cyril Gane, that's a big if now. So Tom will eventually get that big money fight that he's looking for, but it's not going to be as fast anymore. Down the back burner. And now John and Alex get, and they're going to be on the White House card. And Tom will probably face the winner of that. But this is where it's good for Tom, where it didn't go all his way. And there were some holes exposed in his game. Even if you're the biggest Tom Aspinall fan, you're probably sitting today going, man, fucking mollywopped Cyril Gane. That wasn't even competitive. This ain't an easy fight for Tom now. John isn't a foregone conclusion. John's older, slower. I don't give a fuck. Tom is not going to dog walk John like we thought. He sure as fuck not taking him down. I just mean it now. I don't want to see that plus level. So that's the downside in Cyril Gane momentum. Now we have almost a round to study to see how Tom's going to approach this. But on Saturday afternoon, I went, fuck. Damn it, that'd been easier than I thought. I dropped the $30 million bet. That would have been way easier fight than everyone thinks. John's probably kicking himself on the back. God damn it. Could make $30 million and still fought Alex. As the champion, an even bigger fight would make more money. Drop the ball on that one. So we'll break it down, jump right back into this episode, breaking down UFC 321, Cyril Gane, Tom Aspinall shenanigans. All your favorite NBA players are back. Joe Kids for the Nuggets, baby, we back. And DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports industry part of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. New customers bet just $5 and get 3 months of an NBA League Pass, plus score $300 if your bet wins. Paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code SHOP SHOW. The code SHOP SHOW. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus 300 bonus bets if your bet wins. Partnership with DraftKings, the crowd is yours. Gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, ask through per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age. Eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until cancelled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. Now, when it comes to Cyril Gane and Tom getting poked in the eye and being a no contest, what I won't stand for, what drives me nuts, is you're gonna listen to other MMA shows and they say we gotta change the gloves. Shut the fuck up about changing the gloves. That's not the issue. The gloves ain't the issue. You gotta stop that narrative. That's not even a fucking option. UFC tried to switch the gloves. Knockouts went down. They're never doing it again. Shut the fuck up. They're not switching the gloves. That's not the answer to our problems. This is the only solution, and it's so obvious and so easy. If there is an eye poke, whether it's intentional or not, you're automatically disqualified and you lose the fight if he can't continue. If you groin strike, eye poke, fence grab, you're automatically deducted a point. If the fighter cannot continue because you did an illegal maneuver, you lose the fight. There has to be stern, severe consequences. Otherwise, this keeps continuing. That's the only way you stop this. The reason why guys like John and Cyril Gane have their hands out is to gauge distance. They also know, I don't think they're all doing it on purpose, they also know if by chance once they do poke in the eye, nothing happens. So there's no reason to switch or make a change. Because y'all ain't gonna do shit. Commission, meaning y'all. Dana, meaning y'all. They know that if they do grab the fence, they do kick the fucking nuts. If they do eye poke and compromise the fighter, the worst thing that happens is a warning these days. So for Cyril Khan, it's no contest, accidental eye poke. Not only did you poke the guy one eye, you put both fucking eyes in your knuckle. For this to be a no contest is insane. This should be an automatic DQ loss for Cyril Khan. If you make it a severe consequence and you take half their pay away and he has no chance to get this belt now, I will guarantee you guys stop using your fingers to gauge distance and poke in the eye. But right now, it's a slap on the wrist. Guys, like, why would I change? Who gives a fuck? What are they gonna do? What are they gonna warn me? And it's detrimental to the fight if you do hit him in the groin, if you do grab the fence. So they're like, it's worth the risk. It's worth it. If I can compromise this world-class fighter, and he's a little compromising right out of that left eye, I'm gonna land a head kick. If I do grab the fence and I don't get fucking reversed, okay, it's a warning, or you stand aside, okay, at least I'm not on bottom. But if you made it zero compromise, zero zero, if you do any of those, eye gouge, groin kick, or grab, you're disqualified and you lose the fight. It all stops. I can guarantee you it's not gloves. The majority of fighters do not poke, they don't have that issue. The majority do not have it. For the minority, yes, the main event stop. No contest because I poke. Like, oh my god, freak out, change your gloves. Shut the fuck up. It's not the gloves, it's the individuals. And because there's not severe consequences, they're going to keep doing it over and over until you force it not to. That's how this goes. The whole narrative on, Tom wanted out, he was losing the fight, he found a way out, he can continue. Again, shut the fuck up. It's such a casual take. Let me get this straight. Tom Aspinall, the guy who's undefeated in the UFC, the guy who fought fucking Sergey Pavlovich, is insane, scary Russian dude, and starched him in his hometown. Hold on. You're telling me that after a 450-some day layoff, that this guy was looking for a way out? When people say that, that's what you do. Anyone who say that is not made of the same DNA of Tom Aspinall. It's not. No, you're talking about the guy that brought his fucking just 2022 against Curtis Blades, and then recovered, and then starched Liberia in London, and then fought that fucking monster for a title. Sergey Pavlovich at the time was scary as fuck, starched him in 1 minute, and then rematches the guy that he blew his fucking knee out against, who, by all accounts, a bad matchup for him, and starts him in 1 minute. Hold on. That heavyweight monster who's favored in this fucking fight is looking for a way out. You know how stupid you sound? You know how ridiculous that is? Again, people that are saying that's what you would do. One who has been inside that octagon is saying that. Anthony Smith said that. Let's talk about that. I love Chael. Chael's a close friend. Absolutely adore Chael. But Chael was never at the level of Tom Aspinall. If you remember, Chael had quit in him. Chael looked for an out against Anderson Silva. Remember, he's won the entire puts himself in a triangle. So there's Quick and Chael. So that's Chael putting his own shit on Tom. Tom and Chael are not the same guy. Chael never had the belt. So whenever someone says that, it's like, well, you know what it's like. That's what you're saying. Don't put that on Tom. Evidence that shows that. There's zero evidence that shows Tom has any quitting. That's so stupid. Also, I love Chael. And Chael's on ESPN. I expect Chael to do this on his YouTube channel. Like, the internet's wild, right? The internet, people would be like, Tom's a complete pussy, he's a quitter, right? All this wild shit. It's the internet, that's expected. So I don't have an issue when any guy, whether he's UFC or not, when they go on their YouTube channels and do this, because I would say 99% they listen to, whether they fought the UFC like myself, or they're commenters, or they have some association with UFC, or MMA in general, or they're big farm, will say that Tom's not a quitter, this is ridiculous. So it's not a hot take, so I'm not confused with this standpoint. I'm not, it's the truth. There's no quick Tom. If I'm rage baiting, if I want a different take to get attraction, this is what you say. And on YouTube, on the internet, it's expected, and this is fine. Get your money, son. Get your bag. My issue is when you do it on ESPN. That's when you get my attention. Because the casuals now will say, and we all love Chael. Uncle Chael said he quit. Uncle Chael said he was here for a while. So now it just drives that narrative that Tom's probably not in well shape now. That's the issue I have. Now guys like my dad, my mom, my uncles, my friends, they're not looking on YouTube. They're not on Twitter. They're not on Instagram where you see all this rage baiting, all that shit. So I'm not worried about that. That's for younger kids, and that paints the narrative. But it's not real. And I can usually tell when people are doing it to get views. When you do it on ESPN, and then the casuals soak that in because Chael is a trusted source. He's probably one of the best speaking heads of all time. Chael is phenomenal. But when you paint this narrative, because you've been doing a YouTube channel and that gets views, bring it over to TV, that's what are you doing, channel? Because now my dad goes, how about Tom quitting? No. What? No. The fucking what? Well, when Anthony Smith said, fuck. Oh, man. Now it gives energy. It gives it has legs when it should never have legs outside of fucking the Twitterverse. And now Chael said on ESPN. So then the casuals repeat it because with their parents, or they don't know the game, they're just tuning in for this heavyweight fight, or they most likely watch the fight. All they did is watch the highlights of pumping out the guy. The issue I have. And it does so much damn Tom, who has no control. I get the fans booing inside the arena. I was pissed. I paid for this. The fuck? Give me my money back. So I get the fans that spent money, some British fans that flew out there, some French fans that flew out there. I'm pissed. I get it. And they're booing. And I'm not seeing too much hatred towards Cyril. There should be no hatred, should happen. But if you're going to throw hate anybody's way, this is Cyril God's fault. Not Tom's. But then there was Tom quit. Oh, he could have kept going. Hold on. One guy performed an illegal fucking move and poked the champ in both fucking eyes. And there's absolutely no history that shows Tom has quit. That's some bullshit narrative. You should be upset at the guy that caused the fight to stop. Well, Tom could have kept going. I want you to do me a favor. If you're listening to this right now at your desk, or you're watching your kids, or you're at a baseball game, I want you to take your finger. I want you to take your fucking index finger. I want you to stab yourself in the eye. And then I just want you to move around a little bit. Okay? I want you to move around and let me know how it goes. I want you to move around just a tad. I mean, really jam it in there. Now, remember, Cyril did both. We don't need to go that far. I just want you to take that index and just jam one of them in there. And whether you scratch your retina or detach your retina, that doesn't mean shit. Just the pain from the finger going to the eye. And then I want you to tell me how well he can gauge distance and how well he can see. Never mind the best striker who's 6'5", 240 pounds is in front of you. It's the narrative that Tom Aspinall somehow took the easy way out after 453 is so stupid that this is even a thing. Now, conspiracies, and I'm for it, I love them. But this isn't even a conspiracy. This is so stupid. And Jill knows better. But again, Jill, get your bag. Anthony, get your bag. I get what you guys are doing. Most guys in the space who aren't rage baiting, who aren't going for views, are going to have my take. Most people that don't give a fuck about that stuff are going to have, they're on my side here. To be the outlier, to get views, I'm talking about it. I'm sure all other shows are going to talk about it. In order to rage bait, in order to create a narrative, you have to take an outlander stance. That's what this is. I get it. Like, Jill, Anthony, I just wish you did it on your YouTube channels. Keep that shit off the casual channels. Keep that shit off of major network TV. We can't have it. Because now what you do is you're destroying the reputation of Tom Aspinall, who was actually the victim in this scenario. And you fucked him. And now he's going to spend the rest of his fucking career trying to get over this narrative that he's quitted him. Which there's no evidence of that. The guy couldn't fucking see. It's insane. This isn't good. It's not good. It's not good for the brand. It's good for the UFC. Sure as fuck not good for Tom. And it's a game of things. In the long run, it's not good for jail. It sucks, dude. You know better, Jim. But yet, love jail. Uncle Jail. We all love jail. All he's doing is putting his own shit on Tom Aspinall. Only one of them was an actual champ. It ain't Jail. Remember, Jail fought in a title fight against one of the greatest ever, Anderson Silva, and was whooping his ass, and then found a way to lose in the last 40 seconds by putting himself in a triangle. That's Jail shit. Jail's putting his baggage on Tom. Tommy Jail, this has nothing to do with you, dude. But now you paint that narrative, and Tom, poor fucking Tom, he has nothing to do with this, has to deal with this backlash. Oh, you quit, even Jail said so. And Jail, his word goes a long fucking ways, for good reason. He's one of the greats to never win the belt. He quit in his title fight. And you're just putting this on Tom now. That's fucked up. Keep that shit for YouTube, for Twitterverse, not for network TV, because the casuals are going to eat up whatever you fucking put out. It's like CNN and Fox News, what they say, fucking boomers go, yep. What Jail says, the casual goes, yep. Fucking poor Tom. It's not good for the UFC. And I just wish Dana in the press conference went, I got poked in the fucking eye. I wish they would have laid down the hammer on Cyril. He should have lost the fight. We can't have this. Hopefully Tom recovers, we'll book the fight. You don't go, yeah, Tom decided not to fight. Now you're just adding fuel to the fire, man. Tom's still favored in the rematch. Not as much, but he's still favored. And now Tom has more things to work on than Cyril. For Cyril, he's going, I can win this fight. Sure you can. Yeah, sure you can. And that might be your best opportunity. Because now Tom knows what you look like. Now Tom has one round to go, okay, I was a little too wild. Okay, that takedown didn't work. I'm going to switch my approach. Now you're fucked. I would bet almost any amount of money Tom beats the shit out of the second fight. This was, and I think it's that fight. Opportunity to win. This was your one opportunity. You fucked it up. That's how you fucked it up. Now we have evidence of how you're gonna fight. And Tom was off. Tom walked off. He ain't gonna be off this next one. And now he's a point to prove. You think he's a quitter? Watch this. I would almost double down. Now Tom's gonna make you pay. You got Tom on an off night. He looked a little off. The footwork, he just looked a little off. This was your best chance to beat him. And you caused it to discontinue because you poked him in the fucking eye. But now we have 4 minutes, whatever it is, of evidence to study and not make those same mistakes again, you're fucked. That was your best opportunity. You fucked it up. Not Tom. You. Good luck. Good fucking luck, my man. Time to beat the shit out of that rematch. Thank God Mackenzie Durham won, right? The UFC's like, yeah, fuck yeah. You won. It was a good fight. Probably the best fight in the main card. I'm just glad Mackenzie Durham, I like her on power. Since she's had a daughter, she can really turn things around, doesn't miss weight anymore. Definitely thought she won that fight. And if there's one good thing about this Abu Dhabi card is the judges are finally starting to get it right, aren't they? When I watch Volkov, Almeida, Kenzie Dern, Verana, you gotta realize if you're just getting takedowns and you're doing nothing with it, you're doing no damage to the person on the bottom's doing damage, you're losing the fight. The war was as long as you get the takedown, you're controlling them, you're gonna win the fight. Those days are gone. They're educated, they're really, you get the takedown, you're in control, but what's the number one thing right on? Damage. So even though you get the takedown, if I do anything with it, the person on the bottom's doing more damage, I actually win the fight. So you can't just lay prey anymore. You just can't. And this is a sign that goes, okay, they're trying to get it right. The Almeida fight Volkov was fucking terrible. Volkov, your takedown defense, what in the fuck you been doing, dude? I'm a Volkov fan, train with a dude. Volkov's a monster. A little slow, whatever, tall as fuck. His takedown defense was fucking atrocious. But he had an Almeida, and this was going to happen. Whether it was Volkov, the higher levels he gets, because he has to take down and there's no ground and pound, and he just searches for a submission, and he was charging all these guys, you get to a certain point where that doesn't work at a higher level, and this is what you see. You cannot be a representative of mixed martial arts, especially in the UFC, if that's your game plan. You're boring as fuck, dude. It's boring to watch. And finally caught up with you, it was just not a time. Will never be a champion. You're never going to give him a top shot. It's never happened. It's not happening. You can't be on his organization if that's what you do. That was fucking terrible. Volkov takedown defense is fucking atrocious. Atrocious. Glad to able to fight them. He's in a weird area, right? Boston, basketball. And then you want a boring fight. He had the split decision. He's really fun. He had the split decision. And so now we don't think he wants to go. You beat Almeida, get the pushing. But then Tom gets bumped in the eye, and so you're not waiting for Tom to come soon. He's going to fight one more. Make it exciting to get there. Fourth fight of that fight, he's in a weird position. Super weird position. Umar, Madoff, Mario Batista. Batista's a dog. He has plenty of some credit. Kid's fucking good. He's a dog. My only criticism of him is that second round, 27 wrong. It should be 29-28. Because the most damage, the only time the fight even came close to ending was in the second round. So I think you're giving that round. It doesn't matter. He lost 2-1. But it should be 29-28. If the only criticism I have is when you fight a guy like Umar Nurmagomedov, if you fight a guy like Murad Damashili, when you fight those guys, in the rare chance that you land something, which is so rare, in the rare chance you throw a knee when they're shooting in, you throw a head kick like Batista did, and you fucking land on them, and you have them hurt, you have to unload the gas tank. You're not going to beat them by decision. There's not a fucking prayer of it. Get 10 minutes of control. It's not happening. Your window of opportunity was right there, and you didn't go for broke. You fought him like everybody. You're like, okay, I landed one. And in your head, you're like, I don't want to rush in because take me down. But you kind of need to. It's your only chance of winning. There's such a small window to hurt guys like Umar and Marab because they're not grapplers. So when you do throw a Hail Mary and it lands, you have to go for broke because it's your only opportunity. And the chances of happening again are slim to none. But he treated like every other fighter was like, all right, I landed one, I'm going to sit back, that's going to come again. It's not. That was a fucking unicorn. You're gifted to it, and you didn't take advantage, and you ended up losing the fight by decision. You're going to absolutely controlled the entire fight, and you landed it, then you didn't go for broke. You should be exhausted after the exchange. You just get ruled out anyways to a decision. You fucked up. You had an opportunity, and you were given this opportunity, and you capitalized on it, and then you did nothing with it. You allowed him to recover, and you fucked up. That's your only way to win. You missed it. You missed it. That's what I was talking about, those Hail Marys that Corey said they got thrown. It never happened, right? It happened for Mario Batista. Racket, that's a tough one. How about Walker? Heel hook. He's done 4 in a row, which is unheard of, right? It's insane. For the most part, it's 4 cans, though. Don't get me wrong, it's fucking cool to see. But again, he's at heavyweight. You're going to get this. It's similar to Almeida. You're going to get to a certain point where that's not even going to be an option. I don't know his ceiling. I don't know how his striking is, how his other tools are. I know this for a fact. He's up to 4 guys that probably aren't the UFC in a year from now. Cool. And it's so impressive. And listen, that's exactly what you're fighting. But you're going to get to a point, I can guarantee, where this won't even be available to you. You're going to have to fight. Then we find out about Walker. Right now, it's in the air. It's just in the air. You can't pull off those heel hooks. You've done 4 in a row in the first fucking round. Against guys who probably aren't around in a year or 2. Once you fight actual guys, like UFC vets, they're like, heel hook? Yeah, not an issue. I gotta defend that. You're gonna have to fight, and then Walker. Fun prospect right now. I love watching all of these dudes. These big old Yankees. I love them. But again, now what? Now what? Because you're going to fight guys that are going to shut that down. Maybe not the next one, maybe not the next 2. But when you start getting top 10, those guys will shut it down. Then what? That's what. It's my criticism. What he's done is so impressive. Probably never be done again. Congrats, kudos him. Being somewhat negative here. Okay. What happens if that doesn't work out for you? What are we going to do? Southkill, that fucking head kick. I thought he killed the guy. God damn, that might be the cleanest head kick I've seen. It's up there. I heard he was also on the ground for 10 to 12 minutes. Oh, yeah. Did you want to fight? He was like in the background. Just like, yeah, that was smart. I said it at once. I just wanted to see that last fight. I fucking put it back. I know. Hopefully, something works out. It wasn't all complete hogwash because they already got the belt, so I was happy about that. But nothing will sour your mouth of bugs like your fucking eye poke. You're like, wait, what? I feel like they could do it in December. Because Tom has eyes checked out, they said they got you. Let's go. Hey, let's go. You know what's wild though? Like, everyone's talked about this. Like, the one that went, like, the other one seemed the problem. But it was crazy. It's a high, you just never know. Like, it could have scratched something. Now, they say there's no. The issue is Tom's almost too honest for his own good. Because when you're mic'd up, which I wish they wouldn't do it just to save these guys from all the backlash. First thing he says is, I can't see. First rule of Fight Club, even if you can't see, you gotta give it 5 minutes. Don't say you can't see. But and Tom looked at him. He was, I can't fucking see. I can't see. Those words, I can't see, you're screwed. You say that? Now, when you say I can't see, was it just Herzog was the ref? When you say I can't see, they're supposed to stop it right then. Herzog was like, calm down, give it 5 minutes, let's get this wet towel on it. Then he comes back 2 minutes later, he's like, I can't fucking see. Okay, that's the second time, they should have canceled right then. But he's like, alright, you have 2 minutes, Bubba, let's just calm down, see how it goes. Give him the wet towel, he goes, I still can't see. So, can't fucking see. What do you do? I mean, what do you do? It's a title fight. You can't see. You do exactly what I did. Because let's go through pros and cons. So let's say he goes, all right, I'm compromised, but I feel all this pressure I know the fans are that they think it's like me. I'm gonna continue to fight, and you're fighting Terrell Gallagher, who's a world-class striker, and he head kicked out you. Let me tell you how that goes. Drop the pressure for fans to come back, compromise with one eye. In 453 days of life, there's all this talk about you and John Stock. You fight Terrell Gallagher, who shouldn't have this matchup on the feet yet, and you're compromising with one eye, and you get head kick KO. This is what happens. UFC uses that highlight for the rest of your career, trust me. They use it for the rest of your career. You lose the belt, so your pay goes down. Then you have to fight one or two guys to get back to the title shot. And you're doing it because you feel pressure from the fans? Yeah, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. If you're compromised, which I believe it was, you leave another day. If he goes, oh, he has iPro, he has can't see, but I'll go out there and do it. People have such a short-term memory. If Cyril got a head kick, knock him out, that I can see out, for the most part, the casuals have no clue. They will not remember Cyril knocked you out. But you felt pressure from the fans and from the brass to compromise yourself, and now you get half your pay, and you're back in the queue. You gotta work your way back up. All those title glory fights with Alex Pereira, John Jones, that's gone. Now they don't want to fight. It's too much of a risk and a velocity resume. So that goes out the window. So you don't gain much. But the internet goes easy on you. Like, yeah, there's Tom, he's a real one. It's a smart thing to do. It is smart. It's very frustrating. I get it. But for anyone to say, no, dude, I would get fired. They would have. Dana said he could rematch, so yeah, like he's getting punished and not he's a champ, so you gotta give a guy at his level the benefit of the doubt that he can't fucking see. This was Cyril's opportunity. Tom did look like he was having a night. Bloody face, footwork wasn't great, takedown wasn't great. Oh shit, putting Russ. But now that rear Russ in the loft, because he made the walk to go through camps, he actually got a knocking on, and now you're fighting him. He's gonna be a better version of Tom. Cyril's kind of like, okay, I just gotta do what I did. No, you can't tell that. Now you're fighting Tom. Tom can prove Cyril can. Sick of a break, kids. If you're sick of the ads on this, head on over to patreon.com/TFATK. You get Fight to get ad-free and extended episodes. You get a monthly Q&A. Myself and Brian Callen. We have extra behind-the-scenes content. We have Fight at Barbecue, my favorite barbecue. We have a bunch of extra content in there. All this show ad-free, market ad-free, and extended episodes. All this is just $5 a month. Did your Starbucks for a day, and that's $5. You get this ad-free. Get you some. It's Patreon. Patreon.com/TFATK. Unless you ever dropped 150 on a bottle of cologne, only to realize you absolutely hate it. Oh, it's painful. You smell like a skunk. It doesn't be lit. It's definitely not. Micro perfumes make sure you never have to play fragrance roulette ever again. For just a few bucks, you can test drive the real deal. Dior, Tom Ford, Creed, my favorite authentic designer scents without the full bottle gamble. Here's how it works. Micro perfumes let you sample luxury fragrances.
It was phenomenal. It took me almost 3 days to actually bring home the show back from her. That was so good, though. Oh my gosh! Like, and it was fun. It was fun. We were getting to each other and different. I guess what's it called? Idiosyncrasies is the next one. Yeah. Yeah. want to participate in this cryptocurrency movement. We're not more than Maxis. No, we are men Maxis. No, I did it. Yeah, you weren't coffee. The money Maxi thing, that's the thing. That's why we're attracted. And you know what? I had a moment yesterday. I was going through a whole bunch of different emotions. Listen, it's day 4 of cycle time, so it is what it is. And I see the emotions, I observe, I do the thing, I go, yeah. I take necessary precautions. I am actually actively paying very close attention to my level of burnout risk. Like, it's really real. So I do what I need to do to prevent burnout and to, take care of my stuff. And I just realized because I was like, I don't understand this, I don't understand that. And I go, wait a second. I'm a money Maxi. That's what the fuck is up. Nothing's gonna get in my way. Nothing's gonna get in my way. I'm ruthless. When did I forget how ruthlessly I am ruthless? I forgot myself for a second there. I forgot myself. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Definitely not right now. Yeah, so good real is no blue check mark, no names. Especially with the redemption dog, starter dog on. So that's a good rule that will not change. Oh, don't do that one either. No, that's not a it actually has up to 7. Sorry, I love myself. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but yeah, I think we all are looking for mistakes, but I'm just looking. It's like, what the hell happened here? Yes, sickest, the sickest. Okay, I'm not gonna address that. Yeah, so I think maybe the more we talk about it, the more they will pop up, and that's pretty cool too. Bullish, very bullish. It's fun. It's great support. Yeah, I like it a lot. Oh my gosh, meeting people is really fun. Meeting people in person too, also very fun. And we get to do both as social dogs. Now, I think that V's a bit surprised at how many dogs. Like, V's a bit surprised at how quickly. I don't think that's retro. I'm surprised. Is that's true? But that doesn't. I don't think I'm shocked. Yeah, I'm surprised how many dojo dogs. Like a year ago, I didn't even think we would ever necessarily all meet at our own event. Like there were sort of teasings of that, but in the end, it always came back to marketing very higher on events. And that was the end of the story, and it was gone. It happens a few times.
Says pocket-sized vials. You get the dry experience, but on your terms. Okay? Think about it. You're sending your sheet before you even say a word. Okay? Everyone's like, oh my god, that dude smells great. Alright, we're talking real designer brands, just a few bucks per sample. No dupes, no knockoffs, the real deal, real fast shipping straight to your door. Over 500 fragrances, alright? And unlike subscription boxes or shady discount sites, Micro Perfumes gives you instant access to authentic in-stock fragrances, the real deal, affordable, and ready when you want. Alright? So, if you're into this, you want to try it out, man. Why commit to a random $200 bottles hoping you smell like you thought you would? Find your scent sorry.
Look at this me.
So late today, get up to 60% off at microperfumes.com/shop. SEJB. That's microperfumes.com/shop for up to 60% off. Micro Perfumes, real scents, no regrets. Smell great. Let's get back to the program. What else you got, Jim?
Pretty much covered the whole Dana White saying didn't want to continue. I mean, did you cover
It's crazy. It just adds more fuel to the fire of this fucking stupid conspiracy that jail started, and now you have UFC brass co-signing that. It's so dumb, dude. Again, he's your current heavyweight champ. Now the face of the UFC and one of the biggest voices in the UFC has somehow put the narrative that he's weak and that he quit. You're hurting your brand. The face of the division, the narrative now is that he's a quitter and he didn't want to fight. That's your champ. No matter DQ, no contest, that's your fucking heavyweight champ of the world. He's supposed to be the baddest man on the planet. Now the narrative for people that don't know shit about MMA is that he has quit in him. Why would you do that? You represent your fucking business. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And now some of the cows are like, I'm not watching him ever fight again. He quits. That hurts your bottom line. And for what? Why not just, again, dudes, there are 5. Why not give the number one heavyweight in the world the benefit of the doubt that he couldn't fucking see because he had evidence? We all saw it, Lord knows. They got poked in both fucking eyes. And you just go, terrible fucking circumstances. We're going to reimagine this Tom's ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it. You don't push this shitty narrative down the road and sabotage your heavyweight champ. It's so dumb. Very disappointing. I want to hear your thoughts on this. I'm sure you've seen this already, but the hot mic that Tom Aspinall saw, and then also UFC has their own mics as well. I'm not sure whose mics they were when part of the UFC broadcast, but then UFC didn't publish it. Tom published it on his own YouTube channel with the Army talking about secretly, I believe, very low level. I see it there. I see it. These matchups in this division, like what type of look up, you can read, and like change play. Yeah. How many is playing the third? Title that games. Here's what's going. You gotta keep the ball like today, so I walk in this thing all the time with things like that. Like, doesn't go wrong, right? It's like when I got to fight Logan. The building is broken over. I love DC. Hey, I see no lies there. It's just like it's tough because he's right, but that's honest. Like, I don't have an issue with it. I'm sure maybe some people have an issue with it. Anyone who knows sport, Almeida ain't shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, just explain everything already to it. Yeah, like this was bound to happen. Like, he's fun at these lower levels. It's similar to Walker. It's fun, but then they're gonna run into a fucking wall of veterans and they're gonna eat their fucking lunch. And all DC is saying is, it's like you have an opportunity to go on a special run because the division is so shitty. And that's all he's saying. Anybody that knows sport knows these are facts. It shows you how shitty the division is. When Almeida winning, DC's going, that guy? If you look at the division to Almeida in the top 10, buddy, Almeida's not sniffing the top 25. He's not even he's just a guy. He ain't shit. So for him to be in this position where he beats Volkov, he can get him out with DC, like, buddy, you're gonna beat the shit out of these guys. Yeah, I have no issue with it. He works for the promotion, but hey, man, DC just tell him like this. Here's the thing: DC has earned the right to talk about people that way. DC is one of the greatest combat sport athletes ever. So when he speaks, he's saying it from his perspective, which is rare air. So you better fucking listen. And he's right. Let me sum you up for what he said to Tom. Tom. Grab the mic. Oh, we got Ginsu. Grab the mic. This is Richard High School, right? Yep, up and to the right. That's what everybody wants. They don't want to know anything about anything. That's good. You are in the right place. You've been here a couple of years. You survived. In my trade circles, like especially the lever trade, we tell the new people to, you just need to survive 2 years. That's your goal, is to survive and not get liquidated or wrecked. Once you survive 2 years, you're good to go. But you're still here. You mean no, definitely. And I always wanted to change. So I was conscious. I would say I was conscious that I was doing everything. Hopefully that's not going to happen. But yeah, I know that's probably there because they just have When did you join? What year did you join? Yeah, definitely. A lot of being on stage is that time where people in the UK are waking up or in the afternoon. Abby, how are you today? I'm absolutely fabulous. I'm really happy right now. How are you doing, Ted, today? Oh, I have not slept. Annie, how are you doing? I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm really good. I love to do more, especially giving back. The market is not as well as I expected, but it's still better. Thanks you. One more time. It's like 7. Yeah, man. That's good. Then you need to steal it. I have no okay, good job, bro. Good job. Don't fail your family. Oh, my God. No, not my hands are locked away. Wait, you was doing that? You remember this time? last night. Yeah. Someone asked about quantum computing, and I crashed out, dude. It was the second time I had to explain to them. So you know what I do? I get my shotgun out. I threaten them. I'm gonna put them on stage. That's how I do it. You listen to me. It's like saying, so by doing this, she's on stage. Yeah, I'm definitely there. See, there you go. Yeah, we had 4 females. We had Shiny, we had Barbie, then some Kiwi, I guess that's what they are. New Zealand are, you reminded me of a meth addict in the United States. He just started talking and all the ladies left. And he was telling us, he was criticizing the ironic part was, he said we needed ladies on stage because women have emotional, what was it? Emotional intelligence. Yeah. But this guy scared them all away. Because I think we have all of that emotional intelligence. You should remember the word intelligence. Yeah. Vibes left, Shiny left, Barbie left, and terrible. So I'm just glad you're here. Here, reading off the room and vote for anything they do. So it's actually really actual so we're gonna put something in my box, not your box, but my box. And there's a community vote for Andy into the top. Do you see it? I do see it. I'm running for president. I don't know. Yes, sir. I need to have it. People can vote every day. Right? If you was going to become president, Gary Lafayette and Unidos, cryptocurrency for all the countries. Yes, free ice cream and karaoke. The karaoke every single weekend. Famous those dollars. I'm talking about it. It's not other. It's not part of my agenda. But I give that is to my parliament buddies. Get it? Okay. Okay. Well, you know what's on my agenda? And my agenda tells everyone here to go ahead and touch the arrow account. DM some friends, opposite every single one that you're trying to control or down to the house. So you can get right in the corner. You can use your fingers. You can use the thing that gets hard and that massage is up to your voice. But give it a tap. It's like a time. Let's come together, brother. Sisters. And look at that. We have vibes back. This is perfect. Yeah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
This division's so fucking weak. You have an opportunity to Rain King and collect all the cash and make tons of money just to keep defending it because they're terrible. Tom was, yeah, I know. Yeah, man, Almeida literally just does jiu-jitsu in 2025, and if he wins, that might be your next opponent. That's how shitty things have gotten since I left. Tom's like, I know, it's crazy. All right, man, have a good day. I mean, we don't know this. I love DC for that. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, how do you think about like the UFC now? Once again, I don't know whose mics they were, but UFC not putting it up with Tom, but still. Is that kind of like, what are you doing, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's cool. Let's go here. This is enjoying this thing, right? Yeah, as is avatar for Twitter. And then, people call him Tom Aspinall. So if you find out Tom Aspinall, didn't go through the fight, he put that little eye patch on the dog. Like right after. Yeah, listen, with Tom's performance, even though it was under 1 round, there's going to be some risk. Like, after seeing that, I'm like, Tom did a good job. Might be wrong, and I want to see the fight. But if I'm John too, I'm like, dude, I'd definitely be better guys. Oh, by the way, Alex Pineda, after had his thing, so let's make heavyweights great again. Yes, John's actually officially say that, I accept it. Let's do it in the White House. Yeah, this just puts that. Now the UFC's like, yo, it's never. Tom, you're not going to fight in December, so go into February. That's, spring card. All right, we do Alex John, and now the winner of that will fight the winner of Alex Cyril. That's a real thing.
Yeah. I really hope that happens.
Guarantee it happens.
Right. So this is Tom Masvidal's dad talking to a reporter about Tom potentially resigning or not resigning with UFC.
How about his dad?
Yeah. So we the third fight, the after he finished out the contract, he wants to going to boxing.
I don't blame him because let's go through Tom's fights. A perfect world. Tom fights Cyril, beats him. Tom fights the winner of Alex John, beats him. Yeah, Volham, Almeida, plays again. Survivalic been some wins. Like there's nothing for him. It's like he can be the king of shit, but okay. I guess it depends how much they're gonna pay, but I don't know how the pay structure is gonna work with Paramount, pay-per-view points. No one's really paying for those other contenders now because they're not big name. So his dad's like, fuck this. We have 3 fights. 2 of them will be massive. Well, 3. why I say, like, if we do this in the cannabis industry, like, the cannabis industry is so they just get ahead of the change. Most of the DNA patents look into it. What's not first to the whole thing. And it's huge. Freaking West Virginia, it's like one of the biggest money transferring systems in the world. And that's one of the cryptos, the transfer money stuff like that. And it felt like it got in my opinion, that money transfer started happening. So it like made it that. Now it has right back to the top. But now the transfer money over again. And they're doing it. It's still being for free. Damn near free. It's still, well, I'm sure it's just still, yeah, it's 496 and everything. It dipped down 75 or so, came back to about 530, get back to about 480. So it's real nice for the 500 range trying to come in for. Stuff like it's on the page or something. Yeah. I was gonna say, I shouldn't say that too fast on recorded space, right? What's up? What's up? Okay, let's go, DJ. You see my picture? Yeah, you see which picture? Any picture I put in the jungle. You're just posting those soup options as clickbait. You didn't actually go with what someone did go with. I thought I definitely got to do it. We should have it joints for the inside. You know, it's funny you should mention that. I asked for it. I was looking into it. Like, great soups, some of the things that they do. They're generations. It's been a decade, over 30 years. And they got big way in there, not like that. Yeah, when I go back to pick up, I go back to pick up his young ball, and I'm all for the fans. Did you watch this? That's how big it is. I can get some suits out there. Oh, yeah. Let me take away from this place. It's not play. How much everything is good, man. I saw the Spencer earlier and had them. The lady was like, that's 100 milligrams. It's about 100. And I'm like, okay, what do you mean about 100? Every test right here, they use it to get it. So I don't think she really knows. I didn't make up for it. Definitely to be on the safe side. And it's a good thing after I did was to say that very quiet in the station. These streets, not anywhere, but even in Miami, is super dangerous. I would say. But great, by the way, it was Silver Haze. I used to remind him of the stage. So I had a very nice conversation with him about, cannabis and about creations and Silver Haze. And they're like, really? Wow, they got to show your next page. Like, it was a full conversation. It was nice. This is your second year there, right? Yeah, so what's the difference between this year and last year? Now that they have all the forbidden air there, definitely. Too bad on our payments are with the air. I spend the extra $60 for the VIP service because they're so big. I got flight. Like, I'm just missing the flight. That's how big. Did you know that story? But, yeah. But that's the biggest thing there. Pretty bigger. I think that a lot of that has to do with all the different established business that's coming into the city, especially with Web3 and crypto and cannabis and all that stuff. And it seems like the government, officials here are open to having conversations about it. So, I have an opportunity to speak to some of the expo process. And so I'm looking forward to some very productive conversations because I think our industry and cannabis industry is really leading about using the drug blockchain. Whether it be for raising money or whether it be for testing. So, yeah, so we get to have those conversations and engage joints and how you can that fame platforms. The people that we work with and that work with us are going to be center stage of this conversation. So, yeah, man, it's a good time. Yeah, and I did ask them seriously, great. She fight and have to study the stomach. That's it, that's like, oh my God. But yeah, I talked to my tailor about getting one to get them available. And I found, the onboarding closures in my hotel. So when I go back to show my seven family, talk about some where to see great property. Get them a digit one or two, some music tracks, because I was explaining to them what you can do with the panel, like when it came time for me to pay for this. I can send you some on Ethereum.
Zero bound rematch, I should say massive, will be bigger than this first one. But then you fight John Alex. Then if you lose that, you fight the loser of that too. So you have two big paydays. And then Brad, he's a prize fighter. He's a dad. Keep your health. Let's go. We gotta make the UFC. He's not a bad player if you care about your son. To guarantee lose, fight that. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've two sons. Right down the same thing. Yeah, man, let's get this money, get free, do a rematch. If you get the big goose egg fights, and then not much in the division, let's get the fuck out. See if we can get a big one, if not, all good. Let's see if we can get a goose egg, see if we can get a Joshua, see if we can get a 30. Whatever, 40, 50 mil. You'll be a dad. You can coach their fucking cricket team when they do it. Yeah. Just even as fans, we're not gonna want to keep watching it be full power all day now. And then so maybe if you want one that be that amazing. Yeah, that's part of the best. Yeah, it's not bad advice. What do you think about this? I love this. I absolutely love this. So this is Umar Nurmagomedov said, he's talking about Khabib and why he's not on Khabib's level yet. So Khabib could come home from a tough trip, arrive at 12 at midnight, change clothes, and go for a run. If he didn't manage to get even one training session in the day, he would still hit pads at home at night. The difference between us is that he gave all of himself to this, and we don't. You have to be honest. At midnight, I can force myself to go for a run maybe 5 times out of 10 because I think he did it, he went, he worked. So I must, if I want to achieve something. He was fanatical about training, he's obsessed with it. Maybe also because already gave him his physical strength, his mindset from him. In the gym, everything works for me. I can control guys, I can go for submissions, but in the cage, Khabib is psychologically much stronger. And in the cage, I feel something is missing. I keep striving. Just experience for him. Get he's a fucking savage. I just like his honesty. Yeah, but the fact that he's cognizant about that and being very honest, I would not say that. That's what makes Khabib so fucking great. I thought this happened before the fight with Dean Thomas. He was saying how he's ignorant. Hey, also, I know, just tell him I think it's so cool. He actually said he's read the data. DC is also has not going anywhere, so I like the honesty is trying to see that. It's like, he goes, I'm trying to get through, but has there ever been a point incident of the title fight history? Not maybe in the last recent memory. You know where I'm coming from, right? No one seems to even care how bad I had this fight. You look at some of Mackenzie's performances, part of me thinks that she has a little Kevin Holland thing going on where she just hasn't reached her potential. That's true. I think she's better. It's hard to say this because she's fighting her title, but I think she's better than what she has shown. Her performance against Angela Hill, that had to have been a nightmare for Angela Hill trying to get through that fight. Against Dern, she punches as hard as he would division. She grabs as well as he made the division. She's got gas for days. She doesn't get tired. He's right about some of it. I think with Mackenzie Dern, one thing you should celebrate is remember she was famous before she came to UFC. Her dad, PJ legend, she was an ADCC champ, she's a Gaka champ, world jiu-jitsu champion. So she has fame in that aspect. It's very rare. Matter of fact, she's only the second ever to do it, to achieve that much jiu-jitsu and become a UFC champ. It's very hard to do because usually they don't just transition great. If you think about most jiu-jitsu practitioners that are straight jiu-jitsu, like Mackenzie Dern is, I mean straight jiu-jitsu, to come over to the UFC and become UFC champ, it's so rare. That should have been. Now, also the pressure is she's an attractive girl, which is super rare in the UFC women's division. She's attractive. She exceptionally better because Marillo. And she's had some ups and downs. She's missed some weight, but the chance of her becoming champ after coming from BJJ is like less than 1%. You have to celebrate the fact that she actually did it. Now, did she become champ because Riley became the bet? Yeah, she still became champ. And that was the expectations on her, and she achieved it. Super great. So, that. What's next for her? If Willie were to lose Shevchenko, she comes back down. I think she's the best female fighter on the planet right now. So I think she beats Shevchenko and stays there. Right? Again, I say this to others. I said this to DDP when he won. Just don't jump right back in. The UFC gonna want you to, and the fans gonna want you to. And you might go on this reign for the next 5 years, which is uncommon. Most people lose it. You work your entire life. You've dreamed of this moment for your entire life. We don't know what's going to happen in this fight. But we know you can't just wait out 2 years, a year and a half. You maybe have 8 months. Maybe have a year max. You don't have a year, but maybe 6 months. Who knows if this is ever going to happen again? I'm telling you from a guy who's made so many mistakes and never stops to smell the roses. Fucking stop and smell the roses. Fucking embrace this. My word, you're in elite company. We don't know if it's ever going to come back. Right now, go do marketing, do the show, come over to America, do all the podcasts, do all the shit, pay him up, get those endorsements, because of her looks and the way her personality. Soak it in, girl, because we don't know what's on the other side. And you've worked your entire life for this. Don't rush back. Not saying you're not going to win, but it's fucking tough. Once you're the king, once you're the queen, it's fucking tough. She's trying. Twice. Max. Let's go. Have you seen Conor McGregor talking recently? Pretty much the biggest of the fighting. I don't believe you. Hopefully he has, and he's calmed him down. So, yeah, that's probably the only thing that can. He looks really good. Not that means anything. If I hit rock bottom, man, how many times? Rivera says there's always wiggle room at rock bottom. So I think he's hit rock bottom a few times. And if finding, the church and finding JC, get you clear, power to him, and hopefully, if you care about power, hopefully, and I do, hopefully he's on the right track. Hopefully he's got all his demons out, he's done his part in, he's done all the devil's dancing for the world. He goes, okay, now we're done now. It's time to get my shit together, be present for my kids, be a good husband. You know my guys made a million fucking mistakes. I was a terrible husband. Okay, yeah, I was missing things, and then eventually just go, oh shit, I gotta stop. Whatever his rock bottom is, hopefully, and you should be rooting for this. Not here by chance. There's a higher power, a big God, that dictates my journey and all of our journeys. And I live my life by God's word. And since around the time that you mentioned at the last event, I've engaged on a spiritual journey. And I'm saved, I'm healed. The back of that, the world is in for a treat. Yep, the world is in for a treat. That's about it. My competitive spark that was once in my heart is now a roaring blaze. I'm eager to get back. And right now, I had to dial myself in and go inward. And now I don't. And I'm very, very excited. The people who benefit from this, obviously, but his kids, his wife, all the kids I care about. Like, if he actually gets to shoot the other now, it's not something that happens overnight. So when he's like, I'm thick, you have a lot of work to do and stay on the path, and that's how you get better. Okay, I believe it. Speaking of this, it came out of nowhere. 145 is discipline. That's him there. And he lost it with all the success and the money and the girls and all that shit. I get it, dude. But that discipline doesn't go away. You forget about it, you want out, you do all the shit, like, I can get rid of this. But eventually, that discipline, you can put back in for the good. That discipline fighter at 145, 55, that's in there. Those traits and that discipline doesn't go away. Bring that back in. That's what he's doing. I think he's probably the quickest rise to fame I've ever seen. He's just been whenever we got together. Alright, this is an interesting one. James recently retired, I think, a few months ago. And he cried discussing it about like his mental health, just all sorts of things. Even when he's working so much better, he's getting over it. Young kids are getting way better than him. Well, he's back in his retirement. He's fighting freaking Edson. There's going to be so much fight. But Edson's a freaking. It's going to be a really hard fight. It's going to fight for him. Edson's on the way out. It's crazy. And Doja, Joshua Van, Sheldon. Who's the fighter most interested on their card? Well, it's actually Doja, Joshua Van's fucking lit. And Joshua also another quick rise. Our boy Terrence McKinney's fighting on that card too. They gotta quit putting him on the prelims. That kid's must-see TV. What are we doing? I mean, he's so exciting that maybe they want to see like crazy. Either he gets knocked out or he knocks someone out. I mean, they're crazy knockouts too. Yeah, he's well, gas. Alright, this one's a weird one. I just saw this one about Allen. He's training, I think, at TriStar right now, so it's French Canadian. There's a lot of French speakers in there. He said before he did this broadcast, he's like, yeah, the reason why he has all these things on his face that grows his mark. He said he was on his training, so French people just backed this up because he was not French and jumped him. He doesn't go into it, he's developing 10. You're fucking Arnold now. That's what it was. Has to be, man. There's always this. I'm in Montreal current training stuff. I got beat up in the street because I wasn't using French. I got jumped because I didn't speak French. That's what the result was. Don't worry about it. And he just moves on. He's fighting MMA again, but not with the UFC. Yeah. That's going to be Victory Fighting League. December 12th, and he's fighting for a title there. Yeah. He's doing MMA, and he's just concentrating. Yeah. What's this one? Oh, this is dude. So apparently Vitor Belfort got hair transplants. Oh, yeah. And this is what it did to his face, though. Oh, this well. Yeah. He's dead. I didn't know I could do that. That side effect. He's just back in lockdown, but that opponent was the hair implant. Everyone's getting them now, too. You can see them. The Calvin should be next. I guess this because it's causing so much inflammation, it goes down your eyes. Like it's gonna float. I haven't seen that before, but this is the first time I've seen it. Well, if it sticks, though. It could be Calvin. And this is just a silly one. I heard there's rumors of Mackenzie dating Davidson. That's so stupid. Because Pete Davidson's girlfriend is pregnant. Sure. That's pretty much it with current events. Alright, bud. We have an amazing. It's Apex Paramount because they have to make pay-per-views, right? Because that's the contract, and especially the Middle East, like they have to give them. You can tell they're just saying a royal fuck you to the ESPN with these fight nights. These next two fight nights are so fucking terrible. And that's what here's the thing, there's the edge of this, because once Paramount starts, buddy, those first like 6 to 10 fights are gonna be so fucking lit. So just bear with me. You just got to get to November 15th when you have the big UFC 322. And then the next fight night's pretty fucking lit. Fucking Hooker. And then you get to December 6th with Rob and Yon 2. And then we're about Gabe. Those good. But for the next two fight nights, I want to apologize. That's how UFC. It's just what we had to. All right, it's just what we have to do. We're saving all the good stuff this is, so just bear with me. But they're dog shit. Dog shit. Okay, is that it? That's all right, kids. There's I don't know if this even matters. Sure doesn't. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching. I subscribe y'all things. If you want the show completely ad-free, Patreon, the thing is dropping. We should have done it years ago. It's patreon.com/TFATK. You get Friday Kids ad-free, and you get extended episodes. All the ad-free. Shop show ad-free. You get bonus content. You get 2 Q&As a month with me or Callan, at least both. Me and Jay do extra footage on there. I do some car stuff. I took you to my favorite barbecue spot. We got a bunch of fun stuff on there, so head on over right now. It's $5 freaking bucks, dude. So ditch Starbucks for a day, ditch your freaking Happy Meal for a day, and you get some fun stuff ad-free. It's patreon.com/TFATK. All right, kids, love you. Be nice to each other. If you see me at the baseball fields this weekend, come say what's up. Love you guys. Until next time, I'm out.
What is this bullshit?
Ones who get it done. So guys, I'm about to do a podcast. We get pretty intense on this podcast. Now, you guys, things get a little stressful. You gotta pay for, plane tickets. You gotta plan for stuff, and everything's crazy. You can't know what to get on. Yeah. Now you want to be sleeping, right? We got the sleep shot. I'm just gonna very quickly. This is science-based sleep formula. You got alpha. Lavender, you won't know, it doesn't matter, but you got magnesium glycinate, kava, all kinds of stuff. This stuff is magic. That's incredible. But I love you, and I love this. Look at that. This is the Magic Mind Max. And let's go through why it gives you energy, because I need a little energy, but I also need to stay calm. I want alert energy. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be jittery. You got lion's mane mushrooms for cognition. You got rhodiola, cordyceps, and matcha. All that stuff is antioxidants, gives you a lot of L-theanine, turmeric, vitamin B2, 3, 12, all sorts of good stuff. And these are mainly, let's be honest, caffeine. Time-release nano-encapsulation. You're not going to crash. Listen, kids, all the parents who have on the shelf, Magic Mind for yourself. Hey, how about that rhyme? That's on the shelf, Magic Mind. Hey, you know what I mean? What do you think? Are you 25% off? How about 58% off? Bro, are you Santa Claus? Oscar Santa. Santa Claus is still of the century. Right? You just got a lot better. You got freaking Cyber Monday. Black Fiber. Cyber, Black Fiber and Cyber. This is what happened for Cyber. That's exactly right. And I literally reached for it and I said, Chin, I want to do the ad now because I'm taking this before we do the podcast. I don't want to wait because I want a little, you know what I'm saying? They got holiday stress. That's it. Let them help you out. Go to Magic Mind's website. Go take a look at what they got. MagicMind.com. We don't use the Max here, but at night we're asleep. I love it. Come on, let's go. Maintain your energy for holiday parties, shopping days, whatever it is. This is what I swear by. This is really the fight of the kid. Hey, pal, sandals again. Same podcast, same sandals. My friend said you're wearing a nice shirt and jeans and the sandals. It's just not right. But I always figured that people can't see my feet. They kind of can. It's probably the number one comment I get my DMs. Everybody Is that right? No, I gotta start. It's just not your thing, dude. No, I gotta wear my shoes. Listen, we talked about this. You know, there are certain places I feel you should dress up. One is church. But it's not. One's church, one's a funeral. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, but it's not. A lot of people are where you gotta get, on this podcast, I gotta start wearing shoes. I like my toes to feel free though, because they're American. I got American toes. When I see sandal like that, I can't be doing it. You lose some energy in your body. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. Can't be too relaxed. No, man. It's like God and kids because I want to maintain my freedom. And the irony is,
Yo.
What I just did was terrible.
Okay, what happened?
Okay, so and there was like two people that joined and started like they were sleeping for some reason. Both of them in the call.
Okay.
And I started making noises, and then the girl and she had her shirt, and I saw her breasts completely.
Okay.
And I just got traumatized.
Okay. Let me ask, how old are you?
Do you know Connor? I'm 23.
Oh, okay. Yo, you're from Israel?
Yes.
Yes, you changed your name again.
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't really remember. I mean, now okay, so you went into a server, there were two people sleeping, some girl flashed your breasts, and you're traumatized.
Yes.
Okay, well, time heals all wounds.
Do you know Connor?
Who's Connor?
He gets here on the server, supposedly.
I mean, there are a bunch of Connors in here. There are 2,300 people.
Connor the Hot.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Well, that was here. That was in the same part with the Singapore.
Okay. Well, are you going to be okay?
No, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah. Don't talk like that. You know that's not good.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but that's not even funny. If you're gonna kid, do something that's funny.
If I have one.
If you're gonna kid, do kid in a funny way. That's funny. Okay, so what
is subjective?
Everything's subjective, but that okay. So, where was this in where you saw?
It's called Functor.
Okay, all right. Are you okay? You're not gonna survive?
I'm gonna survive. It's horrible.
I mean, you've seen breasts before. Come on.
Insane.
Okay, I mean, but still, like when you shout.
No, I don't have it. I had breast cancer. I had to get them removed.
You had a mastectomy at age 23.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I? Okay. Well, even before you had the mastectomy, you had breasts that you saw, right?
No.
No, you never looked down at your chest?
No.
All right. Well, have you ever seen a man with this?
Because I'm trans.
I know you're trans.
I'm a tranny.
No, but haven't you ever seen your own chest?
Men with always chests.
All right.
Like big boobs.
Absolutely. Then just imagine it was a girl. So You've seen it all now. I think you'll be okay. I think you're gonna be okay. How's your life been?
No, it's over, dude.
No, no, it's not over. No, I know. Okay, so how have things been in your life? Long time no speak.
Israel is Israel has tyrannical prime minister, and he needs to go to jail.
You aren't the only person on earth who feels this way. It's a common feeling in Israel. Okay,
He's a thief, a killer.
aside from politics, how's your life been? Aside from the boobs you saw.
Can't find a fucking job, and there are no fucking jobs in northern Israel because this is the slums and like where the citizens.
Okay. Why don't you work a company?
No.
What? Why don't you work as Why don't you work as a translator?
As what?
Translator. I know people who will pay you, I think like $60 an hour to translate Hebrew to English and English to Hebrew.
Really?
Yeah. It's called.
How do I find this?
Yeah. Sure. So, the website is called Data Annotation. So just a moment, and I'll get it for you. Okay, so go to data.tech. DATA.
Okay, found it.
Excellent. All right, so you can work from home, and they're looking for translators. Word. Don't worry about you. Make a lot of money doing that.
I'm a native skin.
I know you are. I know you are. That's why I thought of you. You're the perfect candidate, and you don't have to go anywhere. You sit home, translate.
Yo,
So we've taken care of your job issues. I can't control global politics. What else? How else can we help you? What other issues do you have?
dollars in an hour? Are you kidding me? In here we get $10 an hour minimum wage.
Okay, well that's not very good. There, it's something like the MIP is $20 an hour, but I believe for Hebrew translators it's $60. So what you do?
About how many employees does IKEA Corporation employ? What the fuck is that question? Okay,
Take some time to do the test.
it's easy.
I'm going to test you on things that are more difficult. And if you don't pass the test, then you can't get employed with them.
בחדרים שקטים בהם נחים היגונות לב בודד מנוקה מצייר, צללים רודפים ועוד צללים רוקדים תחת הירח.
Hey, calm down with the jibber jabber. Calm down with the jibber jabber. All right. So we took care of the.
Hebrew jabber?
Yeah. Hebrew, modern Hebrew is 145 years old. So calm down for right now. Let's talk other issues in your life. How else can we help you?
No, I have no issue.
Okay, well that's good. Friends.
I have no friends.
Go ahead.
very serious.
I'm ready for it.
Am I crazy?
No, no, you're
Is something.
no, you're not. You're just going through.
Let me finish.
Sure.
Finish. Does this? Let me give context.
Absolutely.
I just need a second. My mother has a tendency to hide everything for me. Yeah. So a few days ago, she told me to check my kids. She quoted, "What is? I'm going to check what is the slump." Okay, and I'm scared now because she's been suddenly very nice to me. It's not good.
Okay, that's her medical information, and if she wants to share that with you, that's her prerogative. You could just ask her, "Mom, how was the doctor the other day?" And if she chooses to tell you, then she does. You can ask her, "I know that you had a lump. It was it benign? Can you give me any updates on it? I've been worried about it." For you to be like, "Am I crazy?" No, not at all. No, you're being completely reasonable.
Don't think it's
Why not?
long story.
Not long story. Not long story. It's very simple. Mom, I know you went to the doctor the other day to have your lump looked at. Can you give me an update? And it would be important for you to share information that you feel necessary with me. You can do it. You have the courage.
Go try.
You can do it.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Come back. Israel, this is what you give me.
That's never good. I thought about you this weekend. I told you Callum would never go for this. I surprised Joanne went to New Orleans. There's like Carlton there. There's Four Seasons. There's the Omni. Hotels in New Orleans. She's like, I want to stay in a haunted hotel. I said, cool. So I just Googled the top 5 most haunted hotels. We find it, right? I booked this top freaking haunted hotel. The issue with that is very old. So when you stay in an old hotel that's haunted, so she didn't know what we're signing up for. We get there, I'm like, not haunted. Omni's not haunted. You want haunted, this haunted. So we hospital. They had a ton of disease. So this place was used as a shelter. So thousands of people died, and it was sold. And she was like, "What? I'm like, this is what you asked for, right? This is it. This is it." So we were in the hotel that much. She got no. I said, "Great, no support me out." I said, "Great," and then we, been making fun of it all the time. We hired a private tour guide to go into the old cemetery. So we're in the cemetery at 11 o'clock at night. He has all the devices and stuff. So I like the history. They have like everyone's dead in there from 1800s. And there's like family. There's this huge freaking, because they're above ground. So it's like pretty and stuff like that. So there's all that. He's going through like some famous people. There's some multiple people. He gives me a device. And you see, this is stuff that you never played. And then he takes us around to like this haunted house. Madame, I forget her name. She's an American Horror Story. But she took slaves. She had slaves, and the way she would discipline, she tortured them, experiment on them. Dude, if they act out, she would put human feces in their mouth until their mouth shut, and put them in cages. So, like, they call it House of Horrors. That's real, but who knows if it's on there? So we see that, and then between, because you're with them at the cemetery for a while, then between we go, he's like, I'm thinking of this beignets and coffee in New Orleans. It's not a tourist spot, so local spot. So we go there, best beignet I've ever had. We're sitting down talking to him, and he's like, he's exactly who you think is a ghost tour guide. He looks normal, everything like that. And we're talking, and he goes, yeah, my partner hates this stuff. Now, whenever someone says partner, it's, I assume, like, I've never told you I'm like, partner, right? As soon as someone uses the term partner in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, it's all good. That's the lingo. Very arrogant. So here's my partner's not into this stuff. And he starts going about how he made this dude. And I just go, man, I'm not, at this point, we have to each other, I'm not trying to fit in any fence. I said, I can't believe you're gay, dude. Because I get that all the time now. I'm like, I was like, maybe the gay people I know, just a very fine boy. I'm like, you don't give up. Yeah, I get that a lot. We go out the door. Next morning, he's like, I would take you to the best breakfast spot in New Orleans. It's kind of near us. It's about a 20-minute walk. Say less. So we're trying to walk in some That's weather. That's great. That's great. Yeah, no, we're walking. I started seeing all these gay pride flags like over in the gay district. He takes this place called Dad. It was in the gay district. The survey comes out just you would love just a beautiful plate full of bacon. Hey, this is what you're thinking. His partner showed up. It's me and a bunch of gay dudes. You're delicious. God, I forget things. I didn't get any vibe because Joanna's putting off some sort of mama bear energy, but I didn't get any action. I think so. Big guy, Jesus. Big guy, like a big hammer. Big guy. Oh, and I was telling Joanna, I said, listen, New Orleans haunted as shit. Don't worry about it. Like, it's number one most dangerous city in America. So, fuck the nose. Like, my head's on a swivel. I'm stressed out the whole time. I'm walking. Black people with people walking. You see him saying, like, walking right to each other. Walking. Just pulls out his pants. Hardest appearance you've ever seen in your life. And I just went, I get it. You know, I feel outside myself, I get it. Just, oh my God, I'm like, that's a fucking video of him. You don't get to point to get a door to ashy head. I want to go, hey, my man, clearly, money's an issue. Have you ever thought of OnlyFans? I want to get if we could just get some cash together for you to get a cell phone. You launch OnlyFans with that. Kind of a good-looking guy. I thought just kind of a rugged guy at least. That dick was so massive it would not matter. It wouldn't matter. There are plenty of men that would pay to see that heavy dog. Oh. Yeah. Oh, Jesus. with like a big flaccid heavy piece of piss like all over the street next to a pit bull. I mean, yeah, some guys real super. Yeah, some guys have. I enjoy it. I didn't feel any threat. No, I'm gonna take it in. I'm gonna take it in. Join us out because that's when I get it. I don't know if did I mention that Daddy got. I was a victim of some crime. Did I say this? Some boomer crime? Well, I'm supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast. I said about that. So I was supposed to do Amy Poehler's podcast in LA. Yeah, her assistant reached out. And, she was like, "Hey, we'd like to have you on Storytime with Amy." Yeah, Poehler. It's a podcast. Yeah, big podcast. Amy Poehler, and I know Amy from back. I love Amy. She's known for many years. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but I love her. I've been busy. She's been busy. She's been busy being super successful. She's busy counting money. You're busy doing whatever. So, but it's cool because I know her and we've always had a great rapport. So her assistant reached out and so we talk realistic questions and all that. Go through it, and I have to do it like a to do. I found out it was going to be somebody comes on the internet and then talks about the person there. And I was like, it's a surprise. It's probably like a friend of mine. So I was like, okay, great. So they have to make sure that your camera is all, And I was on my phone. He goes, we want to do it on a laptop. He wants to do it on a laptop. Of course, phone. I'm like, okay. So I schedule that, and I can get on. Now I'm on, and now I got to do it through Facebook Live. With you gotta. I don't know how to do any of that. So he's got me on Facebook, and I'm like, God, Jesus, I'm not doing this. And he's like, okay, do you see it? I'm like, I don't see anything. And he goes, you want us to help you with this? So now I'm screaming with the guy as he's trying to configure my Facebook thing so I can point where I'm there. And now 20 minutes in, as I'm clicking everything, I just and he's going up. So this is really good. Just make this. It's no problem. I help with this one. I'll take that. Right? I go. Wait. So when are we doing the podcast? He goes, this. And I go, this was just a test run. I go, that's right. All right. He goes, yeah. I go, how can I do that? So Amy, okay, so I'm in the same thing as, yes. I said, where are you looking? He goes, I'm in Los Angeles. I said, where in Los Angeles? He goes, you want my address? I was like, no, I'm not here. So I was like, okay. And I just, anyway, so we configured the thing, and I'm okay, Friday or something. Yeah, I'm waiting. Yeah, and I'm waiting. Podcast. I did it when after I started my podcast. And my producer calls me and goes, hey, do you have a podcast? It's a scam. He goes, they've been scamming me. I was waiting to do the podcast and it never happened. And I'm like, hey, I'm waiting. Like, what do I do? I'm so grateful for you. I've always wanted to meet somebody who got scammed by those podcasts. And when I say I got scammed, I got scammed so hard, I gave them all my information. I had to call a security expert, a dude who really knows his shit, who was like, oh yeah, and he saw it. So the good news is, I think these guys were just trying to get access to your followers so they can spam and do a lot of stuff. But they wanted to say they sell access. And he went out there too. He went on the dark web. They have all my passwords. They have all my fucking everything. Changed everything. I changed everything. But I was like, I was like, how do they know that? He goes, they sell all this stuff. You're just not. It's not like you're that influencer, But just know that you anything you have is a problem. Yeah. I mean, so what? You should probably make my travel like. So what? I blow you like what? Woman who contracted HPV in a motor vehicle was awarded $5.3 handsome. Yeah, just so you know. Right, and she contracted HPV. So he made it
You should walk in my truck. I'm like, so
I
like,
can blow you.
like, wait. Woman who contracted H. PV in a motor vehicle was aborted.
God damn, what I got, dude. I even texted Amy, and I was like, I DM'd Amy. I was like, hey, I'm supposed to do your podcast. I'm waiting, but nothing's going on here. She said, no, I didn't even hear. She didn't even get my shit. Meanwhile, but it's been going on, and somebody else who's a comic, I can't remember her name, she got taken too. Well, they probably knew your special came out. They're probably doing some PR. Exactly. Time to the way they did it was so good. Gave me like all the questions. Like, you know, Amy can't wait to talk to you. They know somehow that I know her. They do their research. It made sense. I was like, of course she'd have an assistant reach out to me. But, so you're on your phone, he was like, I need you on a laptop. He said, I need you on FaceTime. That was the red line. He needs my laptop, and he was trying to tell me how to do it. And I couldn't do it. And he goes, let's, do you want to screen share? Would you like to screen share? Like, now he's got 4-year-olds pointing out, can you hear him? Can you hear him? Oh, dude. Yeah. But then it turned out, I went, he sounded Russian. I go, where are you from? He goes, I'm Israeli. And I was like, you're not Israeli, you're Russian. Yeah, you fucked up with that. And then I said, I have it all recorded. So I sent it to my cybersecurity guys. They go, he's Russian, those are Russian. Yeah, I do. Did you show his face prior or not? No, of course. They got it in my Meta Business Suite. Damn, dude. I got hustled. Damn. And I was all bummed out, too. I was like, oh, I got blown off. He's like, no, you didn't get blown off. Going on there, too. And you know, I'm really good at that. Like, I had a guy, this sophisticated operation, this Jamaican guy was like, you know, the way they did it was interesting because they were like, you know, you won money. I was like, great. And they said, they had this whole thing, and they said, where can we send this? You know, and I was like, oh, because they tied it to some, like, subscription I had that showed me, like, how, and I was like, no, I didn't, I fall for it. I was like, I looked at it, and I was like, and they said, all we need is for you to pay the taxes on it, right? So I was like, oh, okay, perfect. How much? It was like $2,800. I go, $2,800? And how much do I get? Like $42,000. I was like, where do I send the money? Tied it to like a subscription I had that me like how, and so like, no, I didn't, I fall for it. I looked at it and I was like, and they said, they had this whole thing, and they said, where can we send this? You know, and I was like, going on there. And you know, I'm really good at that. Like, I had a guy, this sophisticated operation, this Jamaican guy was like, you know, the way they did it was interesting because they were like, you know, you won money. And I was like, great. And they said, they had this whole thing, and they said, where can we send this? And I was like, oh, because they tied it to some, like, a subscription I had that showed me, like, how, and so I was like, no, I didn't, I fall for it. I was like, I looked at it, and I was like, and they said, all we need is for you to pay the taxes on it, right? So I was like, oh, okay, perfect. How much? It was like $2,800. I go, $2,800? And how much do I get? Like $42,000. I was like, where do I send the money? Where do I send the money? And I had this guy going all over Kingston, Jamaica, on Western Union, and I made him chase it for 2 days. And finally I said, well, is it not there? He goes, no, he's getting so frustrated. I said, okay, I've been sending it to Constant. He goes, Constant? You must have both here. You guys talk now. I said, you check your blood for it. They got so. I guess you didn't tell them the lesson. But the cybersecurity, they look into the like personal stuff, pictures and all that stuff for you. Yeah, what he heard what the guy was saying. He saw it all, and he knows about this stuff. And he said, in your case, they didn't get into any banking stuff or money. I would never have what they were trying to do, what they did, was got access to my page, my Meta Business Suite. So they could hack. And they didn't do anything? No, Facebook is really good about that stuff. Facebook, and they shut everything down. They'll just shut it down when they see some irregular activity. Well, especially someone logs in from fucking they're like Russia. Coming home, that's it. They shut you down right away. Yeah, because Facebook, that's why they have that authentication. The problem is what they can do is sell access to your Facebook page, and then you can use that to post advertising. Spam people. Ain't that a bitch? Oh, it was so good. And 20 minutes in, I was like, I got this to feel like. That's a bummer. Yeah, because I'm going to get podcast. What's that? I said I'm going to get podcast. Son of a bitch. When did you start taking action? It's 5:45 now. Like 2 days. Oh, you waited a day. I waited 2 days. Definitely. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It's at that point they've got everything. Yeah, it's all. They've already sold to a third party broker. But it doesn't matter, right? Because they can't get back in. Let's take a little break here, B. Hey, if you guys want this show completely ad-free, you get freaking ad-free episodes, extended episodes, the shop show ad-free, get Q&As, get special content behind the scenes, all for only $5 on patreon.com/TFADK. Get your stomach just $5. This episode of Fire Kid is brought to you by G-Hit. The problems come. We're talking about that ED. We're talking about your kid. Lots of us deal with it at some point or another, but the excuses, they say, oh, it gets old, it's just from work, I'm tired, my winter doesn't work, sometimes it happens. Yeah. 30 million Americans, 30 million bros have winter problems. That's the first person to say these things, all right? Here's what's actually happening. Your body needs a little booster. G-Hit can help at RG.com. Yep. You can find fast-acting treatments prescribed by real doctors, so you can stop making excuses and start making moves in the bedroom. That's RUIET.com/spider to get 15% off your first order. That's G-Hit.com/spider. Use your code right now to put the show so G-Hit knows to listen. Rogan got his Twitter account hacked, and he said, oh, great God, my Twitter hacked. He said, you guys see somebody tweeting out Black Ops. Yeah, that happens. God dang, yeah, I'll tell you where you don't want to go is I see. Just a box for it. She's like, oh my God, it's like you went to 6th Street or you went to Times Square, like it's a tourist thing. She's like, oh God. Now I tried to go like the local study and see. Now you're going to make a job. Great restaurants, great recommendations. Bro, fish is fish. I just where was I? I was in New Orleans when they were drinking extra shots. Yeah, that's delicious. Yeah, oh, remember I just got caught. Remember have high-end sausages. That's all. It's all competition. I love that. So I'm talking to you about this great. No, the last night, tour guide this morning is there. He was like, if you want to try to get reservations, on Commanders something, Commanders, and it's where like people look like crazy houses. Basically, they're fucking LA. It's right, like, it looks like your neighborhood's there. There's just big signs, Commanders something. They've got reservations, and it was again, I fucked up at fishing. It's all the same. But you had a pork chop that was about the same. Yeah, fish is fish, dude. It's fucking with yeah, Joanna didn't sleep. That place is cool. She said, I said, why? Those ghosts wore me out. She kept hearing sounds and all this. She goes, She kept hearing sounds and the faucet was running. My thing is, all right, until one grabs me or some shit, I don't care, man. That's me right there. I found a ghost. Legit ghost hunter now. Turn it up, dog. That's not very hot. Oh, that's the airport. Hey, over. We got hustle on up. That's it. That's it. She's good at it. Yeah, she's good with it. She went old school hotel. It's nothing fancy. No. It's old hospital. Kids and everything out there. It smelled like straight bowl. Someone died in that courtyard. The hotel being raped was haunted. Oh, this is the oldest pharmacy in America? Yeah. Haunted as fuck. The guy was racking people in there, killing them. That's a wild day. That was the bed the patients were on where he tortured them. That's that old bar. That's the cemetery. That's the tour guide. That's the old ass cemetery. It's 11 o'clock at night. Those graves are cool though. Dude, I'm shit goes. That's me. Facts. That's proof. 100% agree. We find one. See the body? Yes. Just me. That gets up out of those. This is not like you to go for a weekend. What you guys? Day and a half. Also, it's a Wednesday and Thursday. You know me. I can't miss. I wasn't that scared in the cemetery. It was just cool. I thought it was cool on the history. And you can tell the rich families. Yeah, we survived, dude. Oh, that's that's American Horror Story. That's the company in the house. Which is wow. Yeah, that's cool. That Ryan Murphy, they shot. You should read a book called Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's good. You'd like it. It's real. She was scared. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, it looks terrifying. Not for you, dude. Plantation, one of those plantations, and I was told it was going to be a perspective from the slaves point of view, and it was super haunted, like doing stuff. I was straight like 8th grade, fucking, something you do in middle. Yeah, well, that's like in Charleston when I went to the slave market, and it was just very underwhelming. It was just a room with a bunch of posters on it. There was nothing. This was actual plantation, so it's kind of dope. Yeah. And there's everything like the slaves where they lived. A lot of stuff where they disciplined them. The actual master's house. And the family still owns it. And then the sugar cane, they're still working. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's like the farm in Angola. Is in Angola, Mississippi. You see in the farm, it's actually named farm, but oh yeah, farm in Angola. It's a prison. Yeah, there you go. Louisiana State Penitentiary. Yeah, largest maximum security prison, Louisiana State Penitentiary. Yeah, that stuff's heavy, man. You're out there. And Harry Connick Jr. grew a beard and went and spent a weekend for some TV show and got recognized. Now, here's the thing about Harry. His dad was the prosecutor. Oh. Yes, was the DA. They tried to get him. Well, they didn't. But one dude looked at him and said, I know who you are. Oh, wow. Dad put me up with his all. Oh, wow. He said it's all good. Yeah, he was on good. Jesus. Yeah, I believe he was there. Oh, okay. Maybe he was just there to shoot a fucking. Or maybe he shot a video. Do you think he made that up? Yeah. That's fine. I enjoyed it, man. While it lasted. Yeah, he was there. I kind of had my doubts, but. Yeah. He didn't live there. No. But of course not. Yeah, but of course not. But I enjoyed it, dude. I appreciate it. Sometimes you gotta just say something. I know. You have a foggy memory of it. Dude, I appreciate the effort. Now, can we talk about the fights? Did you watch them? They should give us a break. Well, the fight we're talking about really is, did you feel like... See, I don't think the fight went on long enough to see that boy Aspinall would have been dominant. Do you? No. It was under a round. Now, I do think you can watch it and go, okay, like that continues this way. Like I think Tom was having an off night. He was getting lit up. Like we've never seen him really hit like that. Cyril gone. Yeah. Definitely jab. Bloodied him up. His takedown, like Tom's takedown, didn't look great. Like Tom was gonna have some issues. Right now, it's crazy to say he would have done that all 5 rounds. Like who knows? Tom hit so hard he could have caught him, but yes, Cyril exactly. When you got a guy like Cyril who starts to feel himself, he's a big dude. He's a high-level striker. It looked like his striking was clearly as high level as Tom. Oh, yeah. Higher, right? And then it's also the first time Tom's faced a guy with better striking. And then to stuff the takedown, that's a long fucking day. The takeaways are, John would beat the shit out of both of them. And I think Tom had an off night. I think that was Cyril Gane's only chance. Because, he's owed 2 championship fights. Man, did he fuck up Okamai? Because now they get stopped. They got to do a rematch. Tom goes, okay, I think it's a lot more serious. This time he's going to fight me. I'm not going to have another off night. He's going to capitalize. Yeah, like Cyril Gane, that was your moment, dude. You fucked it up. Yeah, the Jim Miller thing was good. Because he said, just take the line away right away. Stop that shit. I've been saying that for years. I love Jim Miller. My thing is, so the issue with eye pokes, groin strikes, and fence grabs are, so they label it a no contest, accidental eye poke. How the fuck you say it's intentional? We don't know, right? No contest. It should be disqualification. There should be no gray. It should be very black and white. You should have extensive repercussions if you do any of them. So if the fighter came in, people would never, they'd reach out like this. They would never. They're doing it because they know, man, I'll get a warning, maybe a point away, but it's going to change that, like fight gets done. So fighters, they're not scared of getting a deduction or a warning. But if Cyril Gane and John Jones, if you went, hey, new rule, if you poke in the eye and they cannot continue, they automatically win the fight, you lose. I guarantee you, I hope this shit stops. All these people are like, oh, the gloves, shut the fuck up. Just make it fucking black and white. Yeah, you poke in the eye. Right away, we're at the point. But if he cannot continue, there's no more. You lose your first. You lose half your pay, and he wins the fight. Bang, go. Guarantee you. Because a lot of these guys are doing it to get distance. They're trying to feel for the range, or they're just acting. It's just natural like them. But if your coach goes in training camp goes, hey man, your fingers keep coming out, you get on the fight, we're gonna lose the fight. I can't guarantee you it's not. Literally, there's no. Okay, so Cyril Gane booked him out. Do the rematch. Sorry, Tom. It's so stupid. Yeah, so stupid. Yeah, man, I think so. And the narrative that Tom Aspinall's a quitter and all that shit, that's great. Yeah, that's just said that. Chet. What? Yeah. Really? Yeah. Chet said that. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that you know until you've been poked in the eye, right? You know whether you go or not. It's like, he's jail, but his own insecurities on top. You remember jail? He did? Yeah, he was telling me the fight got away. So I think he's put his own insecurities on top. Well, jail maybe just says things sometimes, He's doing for the impeachment. That's what he's doing. Because everyone's most people in the sport have like that. That's so cool. That's fucking stupid. Was he misquoted or? No. That's my friend. I talked all day yesterday. Like, I just want to see Tom have to overcome some adversity. I want to see what he does when his first plan of action doesn't work. What's he checked out to? Is he going to wrestle? Can he compete with Cyril Gane on his feet for 25 minutes? And I don't get any of those answers. And just like everybody at home, I'm just like, don't get the eyes in real friend. To fight with one eye is very common. And someone's trying to hit your eye. He's trying to bust up and make your nose bleed. So that part of it does have question for guys like Anthony and I. We're trying to be polite. We're trying to show grace. But in all fairness, you're the heavyweight champion of the world. You got to fight with one eye. So, don't. Yeah, but I just think an eye poke is an exception. It's pretty debilitating. What do you think? Both of them. both times. He got poked in both times. Yeah. There's like both. No, I think it was just one of them. The other one actually live in me. It's fucking both eyes. Bring it up. It's so bad. One's knuckle deep. It's both eyes. Now, I thought the other eye was the issue because it's knuckle deep. Like, knuckle deep. This one was bad. No, it's a huge problem. Oh, forget that. I didn't realize that. I did not. Yeah. You see that one? Oh, my God, dude. Oh, my Lord. And the one that was causing issues, it goes in and up. You cannot. For a guy like Tom, when the ref comes over and he goes, I can't see. You can't do that. You can't. No, it's stupid. It's also terrifying. It's your eyes. What the fuck? It's terrifying. That's awful. That's not right. Cyril Gunn, I think you should be disqualified for that. I think it's just consequences are too fucking dire for that. Yes, I really should lose the fight. That's my whole thing. Now for Tom, luckily they didn't see any damage. Henry said what he was saying. His eyes. The thing is that your eyes stay really sensitive. Yeah. So Henry said, like, if there's a little dust, my eyes get red. Yeah. And it took a year to get his eyes back. Yeah. And I think they have to fucking make the consequences grave. Of course. Like, what is that? What is going on when he's doing that? Trying to make distance. It's a bad habit. It's natural. But so you do that, I guarantee it stops. It has to stop. Because now people are going to do this. They're just getting the habit of that. You don't fucking do not shit in. Keep your hands. Put your fucking hands. Close your hands. That is yeah. Yeah, crazy. The only thing I can say is I think I would imagine Chael may have not. That was right after the fight, and I think sometimes people don't know the extent of that. You go knuckle deep like that, fuck off. Like, no, they all saw it. Yeah, listen, I love Chael. They all saw it. Chael's also a little bit of rage bait, right? Like, we're talking about it. This gets views. He knows. Well, Anthony seemed to say the same thing, right? They were both, kind of saying. I think that is. But to say that heavyweight champion of the world is scared to fight is insane. It's so stupid. Everybody's scared to fight when he's there. Would you say the same thing if he was winning the fight? Well, we'll have to wait now. It's not true. Heavyweight champion, you've got to fight with one eye at times. I've checked out fights before. I know what it looks like. I knew he was done. If you get booked eye, you can't see. That's just something you got to push through. He's just wrong. It's such a that way of thinking. That would be the equivalent of going, dude, you got your bell rung. Go back in the game, dude. You got your bell rung. Actually, there's signs now where it's like, no, don't do that. Because let's go through if he went back out there. Now remember, Tom's not a grappler. Tom's not a wrestler. He's not like Hamzat or Makachev who can force the takedown. His plan was to strike clearly, right? So if you're a grappler, I can see dealing with one eye because you just got to get the takedown. But when your goal is to win by striking, you need both eyes. But let's say Tom's like, fuck, too much pressure. Yeah, I can't see. Let me continue forward. He's out there, and the best striker he's ever competed against, who's having some success, head kicks him. It's him out. You time after pay, and then you go back in the queue, back to the ball quarters, and it's the next 5 years on the UFC shows. No one talks about that. Now remember, most of the casuals, no one's gonna be like, yeah, I got knocked out, but you have one eye. All that, we'll forget about this in 2 days. All that we're gonna know is Tom lost by head kick KO. That's the downside of it. There's no pros into being tough and doing what Chael's saying. It's so stupid. Now if you're a new guy, if this is your first or second fight in the UFC and you're on the border of getting cut, you gotta fight both fucking eye. If you're Tom Aspinall, the king of the heavyweight division, you've already proved yourself. You don't fight compromise, especially when you're the title holder. You play a different game. It's crazy. Chael's offense. It's gonna be interesting to see. Well, is there any talk of making that a fucking rule? No, not at all. it's like, it's really a problem. Really, really bad. So Anthony Smith said, I'm not saying it's Tom's fault. Fuck, definitely not. And I don't know how bad it is or it isn't. Let's assume that Tom's not bullshit. It's pretty bad. Michelle made a good point. You have to be willing to fight with one eye. I did in Singapore. Look up how that went for Anthony Smith in Singapore. Can you do that for Richard? You can also see, guys, like when somebody's knuckle deep in your eye, that is such a serious thing. Let's take a little break here, B, because NBA
Yo,
is back.
what up, Colin? Can you hear me? Yo, Colin, how old are you, big dog? How old are you? Not old enough to be here. Now you get banned. Peace, bitch. Yes.
Place to bet on all day long. Because we're bet just 5 buckaroos and get your bet wins paid in bonus bet. Love DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code FIGHTER. That's code FIGHTER. Bet $5, get free league pass plus 300 bonus bets if your bets. Gambling problem? Or in New York, call 877-8-OPEN-WIRE. Text HOPE-NY 467-377-7777 or visit cbg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas, ask through per wager tax may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass on renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer. And then the other eye gets both. I said, yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. The downside is way different. When you're champ, it's different. It's just different things. So the Singapore, you want to split this decision against Ryan Span. I think sometimes it gets mixed up with the judge. What do you say? I think sometimes it gets mixed up with Judge Clearly. Was it John Jones? Accidentally hit him with the knee. Yes. Like grounded opponent or whatever. Yeah. So then Anthony could have said, like, I can't continue. He would have won. Yeah. Anthony's a dog. But this is not going to. When you're not even a main event in Singapore and you've lost 2 out of your last 4, you probably should fight with one eye. If you're the number 1 heavyweight in the world and you're undefeated and you're a title holder, you probably shouldn't fight with a compromising eye. So Anthony's a fighter. I love him. He's one of the dogs of all dogs. He gets through it. But me, Anthony Smith, Jim are not title. That's not. They're not.
gather together. Zibura Abi. Now, why am I using first to gather together using square? Because I don't want them to harm me. So here my kavana is not looking for selling purposes. That's the word, right? But rather, again, my kavana over here is to avoid any type of damage and gather up. Being in this work, it's still awesome. It's still awesome because the act of using sorcery to go ahead and gather any kind of animals is going to be problematic. On night, going to keep us from us. So, I want to be myself. Sakima, so now going back to the second. So let's say one is according to his understanding of the Ravana. The act of prostration is a Maisa, yet the movement of lips is not a Maisa. Right? So prostration is a Maisa, movement of lips not a Maisa. What's the shot? Amarava, shiny Megadi, Holo Yesh nobody. I will say, Megadi is different. Megadi is different. Right? Blasphemy is different. Why? Because the most I of blasphemy in general is not even as much about what you're doing with your lips. But what's it? Look at Rashi, the last Rashi of that. Rashi says, Holo Yesh nobody. Iker Fiyah Haba love covering the lips. It's the blasphemy, right? The guilt is not even with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. Shemis having the body cutting, person has in mind, the person has in mind, Shati, the body cutting, Kawayon, the unbelievable body, my love, Elish, Shemas Hashem, the Davar Her, Netaneo Bishan, the color in the side. The most but in his heart does not have a so technically speaking, it's not also the issue of Magadi, because Magadi is only when you have this feelings and person has part in your heart, and then that feeling can manifest in verbal expression. The verbal expression is there without it being intense. That's not Magadi. That's not Magadi. So because Magadi is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the action of the act. All you need is like so the movement of the wrist is enough to make you excited. But in general, we say that a mindset really requires something more significant. So you look at that. The world of mindset, the world of nice action really has to be something significant. According to many opinions, not really a significant action. The guidance is the exception. Like transfer of what's happening is what? Is what's in my heart. And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a real mindfulness. This is what you need. Because this is tremendous most of us. Say, in general life, what do you need? Sometimes in life, all the time. Listen, what do you need? What do you need? You need a nice. You need a nice. You have to do something. You have to do something. What you think doesn't matter. What Doesn't matter what matters in life. What you do. And let's we have beautiful plans and goals and dreams and aspirations. Kabbalah. Never said to the dead. None of us. Unless things expression dynamic. A life goal, just goals, aspirations, all is very nice, but it's meaningless. Anything that we dream, that we aspire to have, is meaningful. It's not a fun, it's expression, and life fucking live is a life of time. Yet, something, and what you feel, and what you do is still fun. Because at the end of the day, that's the basis. That's the time. In other words, action doesn't just occur by itself. Action often is the result of what you can do. What you want, so that's the thing. The dreams, the goals, the aspirations have always another thing. They're dramatically important. Because also that's the laboratory. The dynamic life story. It's how you involve actions behind the black line by the dream, goal, Kabbalah, you know, you have to take what we dream, what we think of having to just during the past. But even in that traditional activity point of view, what's the definition? So it's got to be something from that. You see over here, we stack up a little bit of movement. It's not enough. A nice song requires something dramatic. A nice requires something dramatic. Something that was the world that I can see. You know, listen, you know, when you bow down to a little bit, to a lot, it might not even be that noticeable. The nice to be myself, gotta be something incredible. On the base, not zero. Você pelo Viper, se você vizier is the cash shop. Yacht even Solomon, find myself. So let me over here that King Solomon are part from carbon. The button carbon contest. Why? Because there's no myself. See, there's no myself. Ultimately, again, but remember, even Solomon was provide a how does the person come in Solomon? Guys, you speech. You speech, right? How can you say it's not a voice? So that must be the lake. Such a even Solomon with the cold. The cold will reveal for them love myself. It's just, again, through their speech. I have a heart each my affection, that cold, that whereas this custom of a cold is very interesting. So your animal is well Saxon sharp, right? So my animal is stretching, you have to allow the animal to eat while it's stretching. You know? So let's say my animal is Tony. Sometimes it gets we like the nice love we did this nice so nice so apparently I guess it's not enough. The animal gets scared and doesn't. That's called Kasma the call. I'm muzzling the animal with my voice. Or if I say for that matter, let's say I go ahead and I click to get these species of animals under one yoke. And I say move. I say move. Nice, so nice again, then they move. So either I muzzle the animal with my voice, or I use them together with my voice. That's Kilayim. How is the time? Or is that? I've only done an action with my voice. Yes. What is here? That again, that which you affect by your call.
Josh Barnett in his prime. Josh Barnett in his prime. If you
right, nice. So, right, have a voice activation. See that call. You see that call ultimately again. What's going on? call this is the Rabbi Yochanan Omer Chayiv Shabbos. Rabbi Yochanan Omer Chayiv Akimas Piv Habimaisa. Rabbi Yochanan says you're Chayiv. Why? The act of going ahead and pulling your lips, right? The lips is considered to be a Maisa. Reish Lakish on a part. Akimas Piv Habimaisa. Reish Lakish says the act of moving your lips is not a Maisa. Because interestingly enough, ageless in general, ageless is fascinating. Ageless in general is not really about what you say, or rather, what is ageless really about? What is ageless really about? What you see, right? And everyone agrees that seeing is passive. Seeing is passive. Right? There's no mice involved in the so it's fascinating. So when it comes to angels, the essence of it is really passivity. And therefore, there's no conflict. Also, in life, so often you see things, right? You see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that is passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? Passive inspiration, we all know this. Easy comes, easy goes. Right? Passive inspiration, it comes in. I think amazing. If you don't do something, it evaporates. Sometimes it's a beautiful says that when you see this, describing passive inspiration. When you see something like that inspires you, the Rebbe says you have to take that inspiration and plug it into something concrete. The point is that even if you just open up a page and you just read, Vaydaber Hashem al-Moshe Rabbeinu, at least two studies, you're taking passive inspiration. But when you've seen it, you see taking passive inspiration, you plug it into something concrete. So at least you now have that possible. You're taking something that was passive inspiration, plug it into something incredible. Let's go like this. Ella Amarava, Chinese good. How do you say it? Balol, supposed to dash over the door. It seems to be stuff. Balol, what's old? Zehamadaber Ben HaPrakim Sida Yada. The rice is like this. Old. Okay, all of this is not this is communicating with the dead. So how does the old communicate with the dead? So ultimately, again, it speaks to the dead. That is interesting. Prakim, so they're not plugged on the joints. So apparently, again, so the joints of the body, the knees, the elbows, the knuckles, that's where the spirits rest. Okay? Armpits, right? Armpits is always the right? So again, either through armpits or through, I was I'm trying to point out, we laugh at this. There was something. There was something, right? Because sorcery, at some point in the world, this Torah did exist in some way. Right? Yidoni, what's Yidoni? Zehamaniach at put some type of bone in his mouth and communicate with the dead through the bones. They said, "What is the cash? Bahayako, oh, my love in the face." Okay, so again, I say, you want to ask, isn't that the old people dead from the grave? In other words, the dead is talking from the grave, to which the Gemara says, "Oh, Jimmy Strike, my love, Jimmy Strike." No, this yesterday we're not talking about. No, we're talking about the dead the joints in the armpit and Hashmal. But Tomer will show, I will keep it only in all that. So remember again, exactly one of those stories. Show when one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi. By the way, it worked. It worked. So this necromancer shows the again Elohim right in the eyes. I saw the ability of Hashem to spirit of Shmuel rising up from the earth. My love the Mishpaiti are. Was she not communicating with Shmuel from the grave? No, the Yosef cannot trust the Mishpaiti. No, the spirit of Shmuel rests on the joints of this lady and communicating like this. Okay, so what's an interesting base? Hold on. How did Oath communicate? The Gemara says, Echad HaMahala B'Zichri, the Echad HaNishal B'Golas. All right, this is an interesting one, right? I'm not exactly getting to this line of work, right? But on my stuff, so apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead through the Zikri, through the Makamila, the male member, right? That's how you go ahead and communicate that. Everybody's got to find a set. So nice stuff, right? Again, you got to carve out your units, right? So nice stuff. So whether you go ahead and you communicate with the dead like this, I'm not sure how you discover that. Nice again. Good. Or when the skull, right? So you can communicate again. Go ahead and communicate with the dead through the skull. So the Gemara says, "Mapping zelos." What is a skull? What exactly is the difference between? Oh, the difference seems kind of obvious. But so the Gemara says, "Now let us see in the older kiddas." So again, if you raise the dead through your own body, the dead don't come up in the normal way. Right? They don't come up like that. They come up first. Or again, apparently it doesn't work Shabbos. Okay? Bishop will be less, but if you summon up the dead to your soul away, but all of the Shabbos. And ultimately again, and they said, well, you must all of us solid. What is talking about? Skulls right there, and the Ima only activity. So that what it means is ultimately and the dead entity in a normal way, also the community first. Okay? Once they must also the ark able to turn us with the activity. So once it Thursday was the right friends Russia. So when I had big channel, conversation with the people. What's Amaro? Uma Yom Yomayu, the Gemara said. British people was asking about the following side. What makes you Shabbos so bad? I mean, Shabbos is summer. What makes you worse than other people? Why you like asking why this is more special than other days? Because it's why you and what's other people? On the leg, Marty Sub. My ruler appointed me as a country of the country. So your ruler said that just us as the country, our Shabbos. I'm not how to come in the country. I'm asking myself, name as the high Shabbos. How do you know that you have to say this Shabbos? Maybe I eat tomorrow Shabbos. Maybe yesterday. You know, I'm on the rules. Listen to this. Now Sabbat Yom. So he says, Sabbat river cruise. The Sabbat river is a very turbulent river. Shabbos is a black and Shabbos is like Baal Odio. Yeah. You'll also be up to dead 6 days a week. But you also up to dead on Shabbos. See, bro. Shin Mala, Asham, the Shabbos, this is not your people, says Curtis Rufus. Her father's great Rufus. Why? His sister Rufus, 45 hours late, every year your father's great rate. Smoke, and then you become your father's great. Why? What? So Curtis Rufus' father was a big lad. So he's turning his head. So there was an album, you have to hand him, right? Those it's suffering Gehenna Sunday through Friday. But on Shabbos, I'm alone. He says, so, Baishko, you have embarrassed my life, you have degraded my father, you have embarrassed my father, you cursed my father. It wasn't so interesting, we have time to show this. We're offended by that. A lot of nice people back. Alright, Shoal is very common. You notice that. Isn't it the same thing? Shoal over the isn't it the same thing? Dorish is simply the same. The Dorish is incredible. What is Dorish? Yeah, Hamar is a whole different on the base Aquarius. It is a love someone who starts off and goes so why does in order that the spirits will rest upon it and will be able to get power of that people try to acquire powers of sorcery. What was that? Rabbi Akiva Pasuk Gedorisha Anisim Hayabocha. And he was there as follows: Ma Hamarit Atzmo Kedisha Shalom Shalom Shalom. If someone who goes ahead and deprives himself of and in the cemetery can have these access to these apes who are power. Marriage Atzmo. Marriage Atzmo Ishalov Tara. Allah has come of it sucks right now. Deprivation allows one all kinds and imagine what deprivation does to allow us to access it. Right? But what are we going to do? But Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? Because at the end of our ideals, the distance between ourselves and the qualification and our Imavonosechan Hayumajinim Binis Latania. This is incredibly powerful one. So okay, how do you access the book regarding deprive yourself of some food? First thing, right, deprive yourself of a comfortable bed, go to sleep in the cemetery. So the variables like cloud gogo. Ever is true to is always true. So the Akiva says observation allows you to access the focus of Allah has come with a little deprivation allows us to access the focus of power as well. How can we do it? Because it's so distant from us and powerful that somehow we feel like what it looks like. There's one thing we need more to access to, and that is you can't have ethics. You can't have ethics. So what am I giving up? This is true on every single level, right? I can't have Tila B'tzibor unless I give up sleep. Right? I can't have fear unless I'm willing to give up from there. Anything you want to know, so that is everything you do, was going to be right. Why? Because you know, it's like you can't have your steak and have ice cream for it. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. The greatest disservice that we give ourselves, a lot of us kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options. Sometimes you think about it, our great challenge are this production as well. Let's say, what do you say, right? If you don't look at the conversation you have to have, how does it go? Something very much. But I'm ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other. Like, in other words, I'm just not ready to commit to. Why? Because committing to it comes with the whole series of sacrifices. That's very funny. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. I'm not willing to sacrifice. I'm not willing to give up certain things. I'm going to be unable to advance my life again. Just like become the people we are truly capable of becoming. And yet, Rabbi Akiva says, this just be a bit more courageous. Be a little bit braver. If you just be able to identify the things that I know I need to act. And what required the producer that is created no telling truth. And what?
Oh, is that the heavy belt? Oh, cool. Looks like my other. Thank you.
The ability to sacrifice.
It's that
And
quick.
the
It was
benefits of
such an easy fight, and then you watch
the
Tom
opportunity
Shaw
that
and
brings
the bag of 30 mil. That would
sacrifice the ability.
quite
Sacrifice
the greatest
sacrifices.
great master plan. And our thing
It wasn't a travel
John
for
gets on
today.
top of
Everyone, tremendous stuff.
you ain't taking John down. Yeah, John and his brothers, both brothers soul here, but I think that they're part of what makes them so special, especially John. What makes John such a special? A little bit of sociopath fear is not a thing for him. Yeah. So he's like, fighting. And Tom has was a big risk, big, but not the name. The Hera, who's a high Hera, is a fucking problem. Well, until John grabs him. Yes, John. Tell me the guy who seen his run and broke him. Dude, he took down a now, you think Al takes you? No, I know. He be trained with fucking levels, bro. It doesn't matter. Some just have a thing, you know. My son, my 14-year-old son, great, much to my great delight. That kid is such a natural comic. It's so crazy. And he just has an instinct for it. He said the most inappropriate thing. We were a friend of mine's, people at their house, and Finn was going to go fishing with their son. He's a little younger. And they said, I forgot I have bait. So what are we going to use for bait? Finn went. It's so inappropriate. He goes, you have a dog? Lady of the house, the dog goes, yeah. He goes, mince it. But he held it. He's like a psycho. He just held it like this. I was like, and he's sophisticated enough to know people, the way he did it with the timing. I was like, he goes like this. He goes, mince it. And then I'm standing like that. I know to hold it. He looks at me. He goes, hey. I was like, you're good, dude. You're good. He goes, catch fish. I mean, what are you going to do? What am I going to say? You know, that teach that. Come around. Well, I can't teach that. I can look at this kid now, and I go,
That's creepy.
I know what you're doing, and you have such a sophisticated sense of humor. That's not something I taught him. I did not, and I can see him doing it.
That's creepy.
It's like Tom Jones. John Jones is going to be able to. Tom Jones is going to be able to sing so well in the house.
So stupid. These guys suck.
I tell you, that's like Tom Jones. I told his son that I weaved it into the Tom Jones thing. It's a stretch. Yeah, it's a stretch. Yeah. I can see what you're saying. He's definitely learned John Jones stuff, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, Tom Jones was able to sing at the age of 14, and John Jones could take you down at the age of 14. You see where I went with that?
So bring them home, the shalom and the color, and it's supposed to be soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yiddish. So we got to let us begin, but right in the
It's this mountain bike competition.
All right, let's begin. Today's daf. It's on the Dal. Right? Yeah. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we thought, I don't know, when was the last daf we did about a week ago? All right. You're right, Baruch Hashem on into it. So it says we're picking up on the bottom time of the days 63. We left off. I'm going to do the Umarat. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. We'll say some Gemara's ahead of us today. I'm going to do the Umarat. I'm ready to rock. Yotin how you Klal Yisrael always knew. So always knew. The Avodah Zarah, there wasn't really anything to it. But it's such a profound Gemara because a lot of times when we use Sukkis and Sukkis Gemaras about Avodah Zarah, we wonder to ourselves like, what is going on? How could it be that Klal Yisrael is worshiping Avodah Zarah? So these are is Klal Yisrael knew that Avodah Zarah there's nothing really to it. Very good. So why do they worship it? So why do they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was a matter. Avodah Zarah was what able to say had in this case engaged in morality. But it's still a little bit different. The church reform between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Zarah. Where is the idolatry and the service of the Ribbon Shalom? And the church reform says something amazing. He says Yiddishkeit, the Avodah is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah is God in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life and create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So say that's a lot of hurry, a lot of how all of this is by people deciding that they want a different code of morality. They want to engage in a whole bunch of different things. So they create a system. They create a system. Which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole essence of Avodas Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I should borrow from. The Ramchal says in his Ramchal says that there's a fundamental shayla to ask. What's the fundamental? What is my obligation in this world? Not what I want to do when I grow up. Not what makes me happy. I feel like what do I want? What is my obligation? Because I have a very simple obligation. Serve the Ribbon Shalom. Fit myself into his box. Not to go ahead and fit him in his box. A fundamental source of Rav, the entire Avodah Zarah was justified a whole system. Master Mishnah. So those says here is the Rav. The whole fact is he didn't never really believe in Avodah Zarah. Everybody wanted Avodah Zarah. That's one thing. Right? At the end of the day, what we wanted was our rights. We needed a system which would allow for them to go and do what they want. Now comes the Master Mishashia. So Mishashia, he's scrubbing wholesome. Remember, I'm doing how to know. So here's the issues. Yet again, the process describes the Jews' connection to Avodah Zarah. And the way is love Avodah Zarah like a father loves his son. So that seems to be a pretty intense connection to Avodah Zarah. So what he right? Says, no. What's that? Right. In the beginning, when we first started worshiping Avodah Zarah, Avodah Zarah was only a mechanism to allow us to do what we really wanted. Oh, we really didn't believe it. We didn't believe it. It was just what happened. Spend enough time doing anything. You want to curse? Because so Basar Da'at means after we became attached to Avodah Zarah, fortunately, again, we really have to begin. That's how you begin from the great. I'm going to go outside and just, if you're outside,
Take care, big man.
So we'll say, if you're outside,
Dennis.
that's direction.
Peace out, Dennis. Big dog.
If you're outside, was going ahead
Peace out, big dog.
helping out those voted by standards. Again, straight by them and swim on the seat. So Eliyahu was going and helping out those who were One time he came across a child. The child never exploded, mostly hunger, and like laying like Stein. And he says to the child, tell me, child, what family are you from? I'm a mom. The child said, I'm from a particular family. And I'm a law, so he knows that my entire family had died out. I'm a love. And the child said, I am the last remaining member of this family. I'm a law. And I even on death of Davar Sha'ata Chayvo. So Eliyahu says to the boy, if I'm willing to teach you something, it's like that will save your life to learn it. So I say, I'm going to say, of course, he doesn't want to leave. The whole, so Amar the whole yom, so Eliyahu Navi says to the boy, he says, all you need to do is every single day, say just say that every day in your list. I'm a little has. So the boy said to Eliyahu Navi, listen to this. The boy said to Eliyahu Navi, shh, be quiet. The boy didn't want Eliyahu Navi to say the name of Hashem. The boy didn't have all these thoughts. He didn't want anything other than about Bizarre. So the Haskell, the shape of this so ultimately again, so can you imagine what's like if you're not telling this point, it's kind of right? I mean, teacher says it's going to save your life. The same God, you do worship a different God. What do we do? We have to see us in the case of the Chachom Menash. The little cow Shabbat Bizarre from his kismet and hugged, and she lifted up herself enough for you rest of the earth. Enough of the ultimately again, he died from cancer, his stomach exploded, like his Abodazar fell to the ground, and he beat the great one up to Jake to do that again, the Jews were very connected to Abodazar. It's happening so that we worship Abodazar, we go there, he says, do you believe in it? Verse 3 says, no, but as we said, originally when we first was on, it was only to justify an errant lifestyle. Once we got into it, and ultimately we that's something very interesting. If you notice, by the way, it's referred to Eliyahu. The first one is Eliyahu. It's not the normal apple. Normally it's Eliyahu or not. So that's the pshat. We'll say, I'm calling someone that's Sadi is a higher level than no. What's the pshat? Because what is Eliyahu helping another Jew? So it's great to be a Navi, but it's even greater to be when you help a Jew. People think that sickness means to work out, sickness means to achieve. That is the truth. Every person has what they know. But Eliyahu Hanavi becomes Eliyahu when he sees the child being distressed, stops everything, and he learns to help him have personal piety. Have righteous sickness is not one that is paid by working on oneself. Right there. The path to sickness is you take the time to help out the others. Incredible. Tashma. Now, exactly as a called Gardo Sharokea. My armor. So what's it? What's it? It'll cry, call out in a great voice after the spark of your God. What is it? So, die. Was it? This is reveals the most. Listen to this. The Quran itself pulled out after the spark. And he said, die. What is die? Die is oil. Us, known to us. They were limited to the music. And they were saying that it's the heart of the travel is so incredibly overwhelming. So overwhelming. It's almost as if you don't really have the ability to combat it. The after the day, so it's this things are destroy the base on the push. The Kayale, the people that said you gave, that said you give, back here we saw the I exalt from our land, but I died in the back. And still, our mamish is dancing between us. یا 20 سالان کلام کبیر الله مجنون lo agripa. So Chazal that or said the only reason you gave it's hard for Zara to get sad. So you know, make your deal. Make your deal. You keep the it's hard and we're waiting to fuck all this time. This is the way you see this. We saw like more like this club, remember again. We're ultimately again where it's a weekend wrestling. And they said it's probably the only reason you visit suffering the virus is to give us a star. Let's keep the suffering. You gave us the Sahara for Abu Zara. Thank you to that star. Why don't you keep it? Because again, we're happy to forego the star. So you must bust it down. Bust out the day. Just it's the time you saw. Boy, enough when you kiss the appear to have a constant bar on us. What's the second one? So Chazal, now that the Sahara for Abu Zara, it just becomes too distracting. So we fasted for 3 days. And after the fast, note came down from Shana. And what did it say on the note? What did it say on the note? MS. Which was a way of saying all of these things to rabbis. I heard your request, which will remove the Sahara from Israel. I'm not saying, Shmani, no. See the year old again, the city again. So I'm not going to is MS. So again, most of these MS sends down the shit from MS. Okay. What you're saying is good. What you're saying now at the end of the minute responding to give into their request. So this is what happened. Here we go. Victoria is Kachak Emotion. The Sahara Kadara came running out of the Holy of Holies. So let us understand this was based on the base of the Kash. So first of all, just in general, having a Gemara about the base of when we sit here just a few steps away from where the dying is a she's going to listen. If you just had another couple of hours of sleep, you'd be falling off your chair right? So also, it seemed like, so to understand like what it means to be very hard together in each other. You understand what this means, to understand what Jews throughout the millennium were given. How many tears were cried throughout the ages just for a glimpse of Mishnah just and you're not only on scene, not only are we staying in it, but not only told you. So I can not give us what happens if we got into you. Rabbi Bizarre, so the Bizarre Rabbi Bizarre to this. The Bizarre all this Bizarre, that's going to be more surprising. So what happens? He took on the form of a fiery lion. Fiery lion. And that fiery lion ran out from the collision of the it ran out from the Holy of Holies. I'm going to say, I'm that's it. That's it. You know what it says? As you're wrestling, you have all the Zara. The Zara, the fire line comes. So what happened? The hair came off of the line. Also, color of Adam person. And again, the line comes crying. Amru. So now the Hazal said, what should we do? Because again, the Torah is asking about everything. Maybe after the Torah was going to take compassion on the Makab. Because it's in pain, like one of the terrorists fell out, and the Torah was going to take compassion on it. And we said, Amalei Navi, Shajua Begula the Agra, Kisua the Agra the Shkola. Grab it, put it in a cauldron of it, cover it with a covering of it. So that prize of what the lion said. The other thing actually also called Haifa, they actually has to have an affair. So, possibly just a second. it. You know what you're going to see. It's okay. It's not a lot. We always make it. So once they say stuff, understand. Where needs a hara, or the sara, where does it live? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh Hadash. Because once at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have desires, right? We all have our desires, our abilities, our loss, our inclinations, and we think that those things are coming. We think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh Hadash. They come from the Holy of Holies. Kodesh Baruch Hu gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to work on ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your loss, your proclivities, your yetzaharas, those are Kodesh Kadash, because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called death. Right? You're dead. You're dead. If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead, right? Or just totally asleep at the wheel of life. Like, oh, say, like, Lemaisa will say, our Yitzhar is Kodesh Kadosh. The Yitzhar part of the Zara, it doesn't live in here, right? It doesn't live in the it lives in the Kodesh Kadosh. The holiest of the holy, because of the Yitzhar of the Zara. They see the challenge of our Yitzharas is that we're honest. Yeah, to be honest, fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just give in. We just give in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We're so much stronger than we give ourselves credit. So we Yitzhara, like every single other Yitzhara that we possess. It doesn't really get ahead of them. It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. We have a Torah who gives them us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub of Yavodazara, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about having Rahmanis because the emotional loves the Yitzhara. Sounds strange. The Yitzhara is the ownership of Olam's greatest creation because it is the Yitzhara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment, the Yitzhara is being wrestled, and it lets it cry in pain. It's almost as if Chazal are concerned and allow it to come back to its full glory. That will say the things we can working against us and for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us great. All we need to do is get ourselves together, work a little bit harder, and recognize that Yitzhara is my best friend in the world. He's really my best friend. He kind of gives me a wink because more often than not, he gets me that I shouldn't be doing. But he's just in the world because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. We'll say incredible Divan. Incredible Divan. Listen. Just take it in. Just take it in. You know, all of us are fighters. Feel it a little bit. It's a little bit, it's going to be a little bit of a week. It feels like there are overwhelming circumstances that are about to drop apart. And let's say that's why we have to learn how to ourselves. It's not just the Yitzhar that seeks to derail us. It's our enemies. It's sad. Rabbi Nachman says, as the greatest challenge in life that we face sadness. Because when you feel sad, that's like you lose yourself in you lose yourself in the despair. And that's what he told them, Yos is and whatever it is, it's Yeshua's in the Chamas, or whether it's Levayos, Chas Shalom, whatever it is, got it. Or whatever it is, the power of the Yid, always the ability to utilize our circumstances to always become something greater. And we are here in Eretz at this incredible time. We said yesterday at the airport, it means we have something to receive, we have something to get, but we also have something tremendous to give. Let's go back. It says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. What happens? Good. So the Gemara said, good. Omri. So Chazal said like this. So now that we see that this is an Esratz, now what does it mean it's an Esratz? And now that we see that Chazal said like this, now we recognize that obviously it's an auspicious time. Right? Why is it an auspicious time? Because let's say, I showed a point. Does everyone understand what just happened over here? What just happened in this story? The Yitzhahara Rabbi Zara was just removed. That's what happened. So that's why, by the way, when we look at these Gemaras and we're like, what's wrong with these people? Why are they running to worship them? We can't relate with it because the Yitzhahara of this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's the whole concept, was removed. Relate to it in the same way. So now Chazal said, okay, we're on a roll, we got this. We removed the Avodah Zarah, we hold the Israel. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's remove immorality. Right? Why not? We're on a roll. And let's remove the entire part of immorality from us as well. So they did so. So we'll say, what happens? They did it. They were successful. They removed the entire part of immorality from the world. Problem. So the Gemara says, so here was the issue. The problem is, once they removed the desire for immorality of Mosaic, that took out all kinds of desire, just big desire also for just reproduction, procreation. They couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. So that's why he said, remember again, all of these pushes and pulls, and all of these, like, I will say, understand, immorality is a corruption of a natural desire, intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, it's true. You take away the negative, but you also remove all of the positive as well. So they could not find egg. I was like, how can you imagine companies going to breakfast and you can't find eggs? So nice again, they couldn't find an egg. So they get so what should we do? So the said, so what should we do? Have half of the eights removed, so that's gonna work, right? That's not gonna work again. It doesn't remove half of it. That was just can do whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. Okay, he doesn't remove half of the eights, or whatever. We'll come back to this. So the Gemara says, look at so what they literally again, they blinded the eye of the Tzara for morality, and at least it had a partial benefit. There was saying that the person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful, right? Or so nice. In other words, this is one of the big desires in Yom Kippur, right? And one of the great things about trying to on Yom Kippur afternoon is to realize something. See that Kippur, know ourselves. I feel like I got this one down, right? I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not that. So why is that? Zal was successful to remove at least that base of the basis level of immorality. That a person desires, that's not something that he desires. Incredible. All right, myself is Akos. So we'll say, so back to about desires. So this is the and this goes back to what we were saying before, has the ability to derail many positive uses and applications as well. So they couldn't go ahead and remove desire for immorality because embedded in that is the natural and healthy, proper, and kaddish desire for intimacy. But they took the one thing in some way that these remove basis urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, sorry, we go over my second of all of you said, so there was a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very ill. Amra, in Kamara, someone says, what did she do? And this is incredible. What did you? She made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. And I will say, by the way, it's not incredible this is. You see from here on down, to make a Kabbalah. So she made a Kabbalah. And she said, now, interesting Kabbalah. She says, if I get better, if I heal, I promise I will worship every single avodah zarah in the world. Now, wrong kind of Kabbalah, right? But definitely good intentions. Good intentions. So what happens? So the Gemara says, Baruch Hashem, so she healed, and she ended up worshiping every single avodah zarah in the world. Even she gave a Ba'ar, when she got the Ba'ar, so got the Ba'ar, right? So she's around, but she had her food, and she says to the Avodah, tell me, how do you eat this idol? So what happens? So this Amrullah said to her, open the shows in Sheikhar, so you eat beets and you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible kind of thing, right? Right when you do that, it's make coming here, of course they gotta make out. So the mice again, beets and beets do not cause the bowels to move or mass using different. So it's interesting, we talk about how many times. So apparently Alcohol was that one very that worship like definitely counter so there's definitely but like Hebrew mitzvah for Alcohol was like like right when it's like can't see labor thing like when you like when it's like a shtickle eruption, right? That's like apparently that's the Hebrew mitzvah. So again, if you couldn't walk in there after eating beets and drinking beer and you mamish like they're in front of the idol, that's like that's Hebrew mitzvah. So this lady hears this, and after all of her avodah zarah, she says, "Mutav shetatzai isha l'chol tama v'lo tama l'avodah bekach." So she said, "You know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on this one. I'm gonna get sick again, right? And have to worship avodah zarah like this." So the Gemara says, so again, the ultimate answer. I just want to point out, just thinking about this, where does a form of worship come from? Right? In other words, avodah zarah, you can hear it. Okay, we can't really do it because the Yitzhar was just now, but nice part of all the avodah zarahs we've encountered, where do you get this? Once I want to point out a Soloveitchik, the observation of a Soloveitchik says it's not so crazy. Like we say bracha after we use the bathroom because we recognize the godness in the ability for them to work the right way. The Baruch Shemazin uses the bathroom. Again, if something that's open closes up, right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up, right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something's supposed to be open and it's closed, something that's closed and open, all kind of breaks, right? So the nice again, we also make a bracha. So again, avodah zarah, by the way, every single avodah zarah really is a nuanced corruption of actually something within the soul that we have in Yiddish. Right? At the end of the day, the woman says like, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, they saw came and it's not about more. It's seven possible. The atem taking my shell lokechem. The tomorrow so again, the body's not like that. Rather, even though you worship avodah zarah, We worship Avodah Zarah. Ultimately, again, we weren't so attached, right? We were just generally attached to Baal Par. And at that time, like my show, okay, steht mal, dass du bist sowieso. Again, at the time I'm taking, we cling to HaKadosh Baruch Hu like 2 dates, Shiva Samim, like 2 dates that cling to each other as well. Nisa Tanal had it spoken about Kitzamid Ayidei Isha. I'm thinking about Shemol Kechem, we came at Mama. Shabbat said, what he was trying to show us like this. Even when Klal Yisrael worship idolatry, we were never fully bought in. There's a bracelet, so the bracelet is on wrist. It's on her, right? But it's not firmly attached. So that was like Klal Yisrael and all the Zara. In other words, we're there, when we're doing it. Even when a Yid worships Avodah Zarah, and even when a Yid goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, we're doing, we're kind of only doing it. Our tzedekos, meaning our connection to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is always the primary of our relationship. Maisa Savta Ben Ilan is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Saf Shehiskir Chamorona. He rented out his donkey to a non-Jewish woman. So what happens? When she gets the Bible, staying safe. I'm actually going to stay safe. So she says, you know what, I want to be good. I want to worship someone far on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay, I'm a lot. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy, he's reading it down. He says, I check on his day. So he says to her, you know what, you went to the bar, you know, let me quick take stuff. My part also. Right? What happened? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, honestly, you? She says, you make me go for my house. Well, you got our here. How you worship in our bar? He says, I'm a law. But he says, my bar is married to you. Nips was Nichnas, part of our was this what happened. That's his business, right? Bob for art defecate from the idol. Listen to this. Close. The keynote, the focus. Then I was like, okay. He wiped himself on those of the Avodah. Right? So again, it's a little bit of it over here. I was saying, now the punch he was actually trying to do something disrespectful to the idol. How you trying to have all the time, the council of a woman. A piece of art, like, oh, look at this guy. He's never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such sweezels, such close, right? Such a sweezels. He wiped himself on those of the Pakistani resident. Right? But I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So what's now facing this is that so apparently this Jew was actually trying to debase about art. The Gemara says it doesn't work. You defecate on art because of your intention to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, the Chayav Zara. So you can't do that. Somebody again, I saw it in the Marcellus. For example, say the Marcellus. How do you worship Marcellus? You throw a stone at it. So if you throw a stone at Marcellus, which your intention is to debase the idol, so nice, again, you're still passionate for that because that is the mode of worship. Still a day for yourself. So what happened? Rabbi Menashe one time went to ourselves. He told him, oh, there's an authority here. So what did he shut up? He said, shut up. He took the cloud of earth and he threw it at the idol. So they said to Rabbi Menashe, you just stole it Marcellus now again. Rabbi Menashe had what to debase the idol. But it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it. And not intentionally, but he worshipped it. As right out of the back. It's not also Shabbat Mitzvah. I'm not sure if they check it. I'm Ezra, was done. I forgot from the today. The national civil trouble over here. Because then your intention was to debase, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. I'm a little ease of Ishmael. He said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone right through. So I'm going to I know it's the Chayiv. No. You can't remove stones to martyrs either. If you remove stones to martyrs, then what? Then the mice, again, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently, both the stone. And then again, at this point, the stones, so removal of the stones is also part of the Avodah. So they can't do that as well. So what is the most hospital? Say, the same way. Video, what is video called? Video is called video as tzaddik. Why is it called tzaddik? Because the greatest sin is when you reach out to your fellowship. You can't want to throw stones. Because what's at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you can't take them back. Once stones, like, I picked up my answer and invite a bunch of lights. Again, Kirby has this feeling that, certain segments of the happening perhaps having right trajectory for the hostages for the soldiers of the war. I will say, but in general, you have to be careful about the stones that result. Whether because once you throw it, and once you say it's virtually impossible to walk back. Like Shana 8 first question present 8. I guess it's the Shlach I want to believe it's the exact question. Shana has a question as well. Most stones use time to collect stones. Be careful how you throw the stones. Whether actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. I know some things out of the moment. So let's go back just for 2 more minutes. I know some things out of the moment. So we'll say things now again. You have all these on. You have all these on mobile. All this is child sacrifice. So now again, we're going to get into it over here. I know some things out of the moment. The person is over children. Eno Chai, Hashim Shalom, Yavir Barish. The only Chai, until a person gives their children over to the priest of Molech and walks them in the fire. Must look about Herod. If a person gives their child over to Molech, but a child wasn't there, or have your age for a month to the priest. So that's not in order to be a violation of what you need 3 things. Number 1, Molech will come the children. Number 2, you have to give over to the priests of Molech. And number 3, it has to be walked through the fire. Exact process we'll see in the Gemara. I'm talking about the Zara because it's interesting about saying, because when we talked about the Zara, Molech is being singled twice. That Amar says, Amar Molech Zara. And we can teach us that Molech is Zara. That was say now. Now what is that mean? So what's the interesting now? So whether a person gives child over to that Molech, this one have all the Zara, it's going to be Chayiv. The Molech Chayiv, Shemon, Molech Potter. So what's say, the Mishnah is really highlighting it like this. The only time that gives over one child is in form of a Zara, is that of the Molech. So giving over one child over, let's say, to Baal Pa'or, that's not called a Zara because that is the idol's worship. I was Shimon, I knew that I think this, I'm Zara. So those are Shimon that's what again. Molech is unique. Molech is unique about Zara that is worshipped through giving over one's children. When a person gives over their child to any other idol, like what the mice that's not about Zara. Any of that Antigonus, sign of the Antigonus Omer, they not up to call Russian Molech. That's why he's Russian Molech. What is Molech? What does Molech mean? Calls Shemitu Aleh, Sar, Afidu Kisa. The one that violates Molech by going and accepting anything upon them as a deity. So I'll say this is a different understanding that Antigonus has a different understanding of Molech. His understanding of Molech is Melech. Upon you is the apple, the sorrow of even a surah, even a place. Rava Omar Molech alive to the one. Rava says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as called a temporary or episodic molest is the point of contention between the Omer base. When it comes to one is only chayiv, he gives his child the actual attendance, right, to the priest. There's a process. So a person just gives their kid over some stuff to Avodah. It's kid over to the priest of molech forever. Shneimar Mizar Dositein Lachla. Hang on, Yochanan says, support this. Yochanan had everyone passed his child through the fire, but didn't actually give over to the priests of Molech. He would be excited. But Dositein Masar Molech. You have to give over. Go ahead. Over your child, but he didn't actually pass him through the fire. Maybe you think that he's one of the happier. Master better shalom the most. Yahoy. You might have thought that Allah if you give over your child to the priest, he passes through the fire, but not the Molech. I tell him about Master to have your Molech. What happens if you give your child to the priest? But he passed through, but not through fire. Yahoy. I never come out here. Never alone. Never what's it come out here? No people. Malaran Baish, Abstan Baish, Makon Molech, Abstan more. So bottom line, is in order to be kind, for giving you need three components. Number one, have to give over to the priests of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately there has to be fire involved. And number three, the check you have to be walking through fire. Now what they're actually walking through fire, actually, in there Hashem will see what I can do. Let's say, why? Shenemar Nisar. Because that's what the person is ultimately again the child of all. From months your offspring, not all of your offspring. Below comes our fire, Rashi said, what happens ultimately again? If a man has a child who's blind, and they pass your child who's blind through the fire of Molech. What's that? Or gushing mouth. What happens if the child is asleep? So once the child is not aware of what is blind, they're asleep from the left mouth. Then from mouth. What happens if you transfer the children to the Molech? What's that? So teach us the Kado. We can answer the son of Mizaro the Molech. The pasuk says you give up your ox to the Molech. Not come along. I'm also letting you know from this. The Ishnema very much not give to know the Amy, I love to know Vito. I don't even know son and daughter. Ben to know. Be nice. I didn't really be grandson or granddaughter. I'm going to see from here. Any of this, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, or I say, bring your child. No. He's Mizaro. Joshua, says it begins with Zaro, and if you give the Sito Mizaro, different Joshua was Zaro. Zaro Kosher. So the Pasuk tells me Zaro, you know that you're chayiv for Kosher offspring. Zaro Pasuk, even if a person passes his Zaro offspring through Molech, that he's still going to be chayiv. I'm not the Sito. Okay, I'm going to do that. Enochai actually at the end of Gareth Havar. So we said like this. You only can say is what? If you go ahead and you pass children through Gareth Havar, actually we're going to do is we'll start here for today. So this next sugya, we'll say this next sugya ultimately again teaches us how Mola was actually done. Went ahead and it was cast in fire. So we'll say next time again, hopefully tomorrow night we'll have a little bit more time to be able to go through that. We'll also go a little more day. We're not finished. So also if you want to think and practice, we're getting some tzidkas at Tzaddik today. So we'll do that hopefully in the video. A little bit in Israel saying, and again, use this time. Usually when it comes to that you usually don't have a lot of time to be able to chazir. But now that we're in Yaakov Tavis, the chazir daf, especially tremendous from today's daf, even more than years, and we'll get to the further same breakfast. And is that here? That's what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast is here, so
Let's stand up, for a while. And your family. Keep an eye on Chris. Make sure you have like actually know him. If you're gonna say, if you're gonna sign Chris. He's like, there'd be so much to say. I like it. There's only 10 seconds left to this. There'd be so much more shit to
talk. Hashem to be able. So when we're back together in Yerushalayim Kodesh, begin by thanking our worship for this morning. Here, our annual commentary part for the 12 years. As is plus, for the also on the show, how I use Hashem that have been the strength, and there's Hashem that's how. We are picking up on some of the days or and we left off. I'm not you, which is about from the bottom. Right over that. Right across the coast levels. So you see I close this on the right, towards the left, and you'll see exactly where we are. I'm not going to read up. Ain't no chayv actually, again, it was Derech Habar. So we're going to speak about so we're speaking about Molech. So remember again, we have all the Molech. So this whole Molech is all about going ahead and taking chopping one's child and passing it. Now we're going to see keeping my focus exact. The Avodah Zarah was performed. The Gemara says, take it on it. How exactly and what does the Avodah Zarah act look like? So we went to Abaye, shrugging and see. He said, it's like this. There would be a fire on the ice and a actually made of bricks. And the idea was that a parent, their child, they would remember as the son yesterday, Dr. Shiva, to the Avodah Zarah, and the Chomer, the priest of the Avodah Zarah, would lead the child through the pathway between the pits. So a brick path, fire on both sides. That was the Avodah Zarah. Rava says, no. Rava says, no. Molech looks like literally again, the way people on Torahs. What does that mean? You think of it, Rashi says that Rava Kimisharki before he about 5 minutes before he gets why. Enoma Avila Baraglov and a close faith Baraglov Fidar Shaki Knuckles. Kovtzin in the Afroish, Shaisa Hafira the Boerbo, who copies the Safon. It's interesting, Rava says Molech wasn't walking through two fires. Instead, what Molech was also over a pit. There was a pit with fire, jump over the pit. And if you made it, you made it. If you didn't. See, so Rava compares it to what people suffer. What happens on, I guess, one of the Purim pastimes. Maybe introduce this. Like one of the Purim pastimes was jumping over a pit, or jumping over, to see how far you could jump. So Abaye, so Rava compares this. That's a month. So it's never fun enough to look at exactly what Molech looked like. So Abaye, really again, a brick path into fires. Rava over a fire. Tanya Gavasi the Rava. That's the first Rava. Actually, at the end of Derech Abara. So Derech Abara. Have you ever said that? Price is the first. Then again, you're not tied until you go ahead. Have you ever interestingly enough, if you go ahead, parents carry a child. So let's say again, parent carries a child to the ultimately again potter. So again, it was because we saw that is in a very specific way, giving it over to the priest, causing the child to go through. The parent carries the child through Molech, then ultimately, again, one is pater, meaning that that's not the form of avodah zarah. So let's say, there's an interesting aspect of if you think about it, that Molech, if you carry a child through, in other words, the child walks on their own. There's tremendous lesson learned from avodah zarah. The my side, only if the child walks on it. If you're going to carry the child through life, they're not going to be successful. It's only called avodah zarah on their own. Whatever is true for avodah zarah, true for our children. We actually want to do for our children. We actually want to do it for our children. And that's beautiful. But at a certain point in time, it is incredible that we teach our children to walk on their own. That our children are able to move forward on their own. Because if we're always supporting them, and we're always holding them, and at the end of the day, sometimes we're enabling their non-growth. A child always has to know that the parent is there, but a child also has to learn to walk on their own and to be successful on their own. So you know, like saying, okay, Ella, and ultimately again, one is only chayiv, one is interesting enough. Molech is only done with one's children. The Gemara is talking about the Ubito chayiv. If a parent then brings his son or his daughter through Molech, the chayiv of the v'imo of the acham. But ultimately, again, if you bring your parents, you bring your siblings to Molech, then you're pater. Have your small pater. Similarly, again, if you take yourself through Molech, you're also pater. Again, it's not in order to transgress the avodah, there's a specific and a scripted way in which transgress. Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon Mechai. Elazar B'Shimon says, no, if you walk yourself through Molech, ultimately again you are Chayiv as well. So the Gemara says, Echa the Molech, the Echa Shana Zara, Chayiv. So ultimately again, interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and pass your own through Molech or any other Avodah Zarah, Elazar B'Shimon own. The Molech Chayiv, Shimon Molech Pater. Elazar B'Shimon says, no, the result of bringing up one's child is only in Molech, not any Avodah, not anything Avodah Zarah. Amar Ula, Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon, what's up showing Rabbi Elazar? Amar Krav, Lo Yimad B'Cha, B'Cha B'Atzmecha. Rabbi, so we'll say what Elazar B'Shimon is like. And others that even if one himself up to Molech, so that one is Chayiv, but you know, B'Cha, and you don't dash in B'Cha. They don't dash in B'Cha, what about the They don't interestingly enough, let's say if I lost something and my father lost something, the halacha is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I seek out my lost object before I look for my father's lost object. What days? FS, the Torah said there should not be anyone who is anyone impoverished in you. Shall call on them. Ultimately, we'll say this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. This will say. So again, it happens to see this. First, let's look at the halacha. So the halacha could sell something, and my father would do something. So whose object should I try to seek out first? So the kind of thing to say, after all, again, people die by aging parents. The Torah says, FS, do not be anyone or There shouldn't be anyone impoverished in you, which means ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, if it's a question of my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if that someone else is my work object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, awesome, that's because they use lotion of FS. I'm Rabbi Yossi. So again, I just want to point out something quite interesting over here. This idea of so we spoke about this, I think, in our opening right of the Akava, that we all have things inside of us broken. And we all have things inside of us but there are other people around us also that have things that are broken and things that are lost. The Gemara is telling us that halacha l'maisa, first repair that which is lost and broken inside us. Do that first. If we deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's going to be much harder to repair the things that are breaking all around me. But if I fix that, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately again I have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me and to help find that which is lost in me as well. But if I never take the time for myself, I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself, it's very hard to affect change all around me. It's like this. There's this incredible tension to be Jew, but being there for other people as well. And on one hand, sometimes the best way to yourself is through helping others, but sometimes there's this recognition that as long as I made up this repair, because I have not yet found my ability, what's missing from me, it's very hard to affect change. So there's this dialogue. You can't just be there for yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. But yet, I really can't be there for other people until I think that which is broken and that which is lost inside of you needs to be repaired and announced. Incredible Gemara. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Say, why is grace mentioned 3 times in the context of Avodah Zarah? Answers Achas the Achas is Shloka, the Achas the Mola. So one is teaching to worship Avodah Zarah in this fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Avodah Zarah even in an abnormal fashion. Again, even if it's not external worship. And the third is from Mola. So we'll say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Mola is Avodah Zarah, but even not Mola is almost total category of Avodah Zarah. Okay. But according to the Gemara, says that Mola is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Courage from Mola Lamari. Why do I need that third courage by Mola? The Maghrib Bino Shaloti Darka. Ultimately, they're going to teach me that myself, if I offer up my back to another Avodah Zarah, even besides Mola. Okay, there's still going to be something Avodah Zarah. Courage to Megadi for me, and according to the one who says that, Megadi. Lastly, person is the Avodah Zarah. So why do I need courage? If you decide your courage for all the Mazar, courage of the Hakbar, give it people. So he gives us again that for Avodah Zarah, there can be courage in 2 worlds, in this world and courage in the world to come. So I'm going to be unassertive, you know, so I'm going to go to the Benefis. So if he shows Sha'ol Lamanish, I understand what does the third Benefis come for? Or is it he's already courage in this world, already carries to the next world. He carries for Elon, first of all, Mazar, he's all on Haba, he carries for Kalasham. So nothing that one carries is for this world, for the world to come, and ultimately, the third version of carries is because the Torah speaks is a vernacular of man. Incredible. All right, the most top of Sam's Hey, Mishnah 65a. Says the Mishnah, Baal Ov. So what's now we're moving on to a new form of Avodah Zarah. Right, we've done most. Now we're moving on to Ov and Yidoni. Says the Mishnah. So Baal Ov. So what Ov? What is Ov? So we'll say, in English, we use the word as the members to communicating with the dead. So these are all different sorcery that are designed to communicate with the dead. So about all that people. So I'll say, so old refers to someone ultimately again communicates with the dead through armpits. Through his armpits. Take it, Rashi. פתאום שינה מחשק, המדבר משך יום, מעלה אסן הארץ, ומשה בו בשז לא עושה, ומדבר משך. So this is the spirit of the dead, so of flesh, and the dead would speak armpit of the individual. Alright, that's all. The Yidoni, what's Yidoni? This is someone who summons up the dead, and the dead speaks to the music. Now, there's a little bit more involved than that. She says over here, Yidoni Medaber David, Achos, Ma Yodua, Umakis Mimena, and someone so good. In fact, what's happening over here is the Yidoni with his mouth, and ultimately again, the dead would communicate through the bone. Okay. So again, all the Yidoni are both sorcered by Skila. If you can Sophie over Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only the sorcerer himself, but ultimately one who is allowed as well. Alright, says the Gemara. So my Shnoach at the 20 Pal Yidoni, or my Shabe Krisos, the 20 Pal, the Shire of the Yidoni. That's an interesting question. So here in our Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both over Yidoni. Even though in reality, the earth is the same thing. They're both communicating with the dead. That's the prohibition over here. You have this big and Ov doesn't with both Ov and Yidoni. But you're going to say in another brisa, like Krisos, right, it only mentions Ov. What's the pshat? What's the pshat? Yomar, Holish name, Alav, and Emerald. The Yochanan says, look, it's the same law. So you don't really need both, you just need to mention, and the other one is automatically Tisha Mar. Yidoni lifts the bone myself. It's interesting. So again, the Ov is mentioned. He's not mentioned. Why? Because he has no myself. There's no myself that's there. You look at Rashi, like Yishama Yidoni, the Hafnina, the Hasan, Yishun, the Ba'api Nafshe, Bar Karbanu, the Fishin Bo Mice. So this is interesting. So level one, this is wants to suggest that Yidoni doesn't have any action. Since the again it's just Gibor, just speech, not to myself. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Maishna Bal Ov Dinakit. So ultimately, Rabbi Yochanan, why is Ov is mentioned in that second Mishnah by Krisos and Yidoni not? You shouldn't have passed that because it's mentioned first in the pasuk. They shall I know low Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't they shall Yochanan? Because ultimately, again, they are distinguished, they are separated in terms of their Chiyuv Misa. Yochanan, Chalukah, the Misa Mishmukah. Rabbi Yochanan will say ultimately again when they are distinguished by Allah, the distinction, but a distinction by Misa is not called the sun. My time of Amar Lakish. Why does Rabbi Yochanan say Lakish Lakish? Amar Lachama Rabbi Akiva, he the Amar Loba in myself. Ultimately, again, by Krisos reflects the view of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds that even without an action, there is no ability. Very shlokish, Hitalo boy, Rabbi Akiva, myself, Maisa Zuta boy. Even according to Rabbi Akiva, maybe Rabbi Akiva holds you don't need a grand myself. You don't need a significant myself, but you still need some type of myself. So the Gemara says, Megad my myseika. One second. If that's the case that you need a myself, you need an action, then how are you chayiv by Megadev? Right? Megadev is the blasphemer. The one who curses the Kadosh Baruch Hu. What is cursing involved? What is cursing involved? Dibor. Right? So what's the myself? What's the action by Megadev? So Ika Akimas, I'm sorry, my Ika, most Akimas Sasa means articulate lips. The activation of the lips, that is the myself. Bal of my Ika. So most say Ov. What mice? Remember again, the old is the guy who's summoning up the dead. So what mice is there by Ov? Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms a little bit, right? I guess like to get like armpit warmed up, So right, so the mice, right? Oh, right. Sorry. That's an excellent question. I'm going to get back to that one. So the mice, it's probably better if you do both, right? Like, so the mice, so that's the action. That's the action. In other words, the arms, that's the action. Yeah, the most the Bryce says as follows. One is only chai if you do a real action. For example, slaughtering an animal, incense, libation, prostration. It says mantanable. Who is the opinion that says prostration? That Rabbi Akiva he double button on Maisa. About prostration itself is not even such a Maisa. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The act of bending your posture, in other words, prostration, that's considered to be a Maisa. So now, according to Reish Lakish's understanding of the Rabbanon, even being down, right, prostration is not considered to be a Maisa. Kashas is also the Ba'ov Habi Maisa. And flapping your arms for a Ba'ov be a Maisa. Reish Lakish Rabbi Akiva, you're right, because Rabbi Akiva seems to say really you only need just a very minimal Maisa. The Rabbanon, no. For the Rabbanon, ultimately, again, one does not need any kind of Maisa at all. I'm sorry, according to the Rabbanon, you need a greater Maisa. Yatsa Megadek Ubal, right? Yatsa Megadek Ubal Chol Mibaile, La Amar Ula, Bimek to the Sheikh. Okay, so Ula says, what's the case over here? The case is where you're actually offering incense to a shade. That's the case. This is myself. I'm offering up incense to a shade. Versus 1 second. I'm really about the catch of the shade all the Davolas Kohavinu is worshiping, is offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered to be Avodah Zarah? Or as well, it's actually interesting. We've never really seen this before about serving shading, right? Offering up incense shade. Is that considered a Turkina? Considered to be Avodah Zarah? So ultimately, what's happening over here? You're going ahead and you're offering up incense in order to conjure up something. I was saying, if you look at Rashi over here for just a moment, Rashi says, it is 6 lines up from the bottom. So we'll say, interestingly enough, what's happening over here is as follows. One is offering incense in order to go ahead and a group of shading. Apparently, again, that is to be problematic. I'm really Abaye. Hamekater lechaber. Another thing, interestingly enough, in the section of Ov and Yidoni, is also chover chaver. Right? So what we have over is Ov is summoning up the dead through the armpit. Yidoni, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it. Chaver is summoning up groups of shading. Okay, so the Gemara says, so the chover in. So the Gemara says, the Torah Amra chover tu beskilo. So again, this act of a group of shading. So chover. So what is a chover? Echad chover gadol, ve'echad chover katan. So I said this is now the Bryce understands a little bit different. So what is chover? So this refers to chover go. What's a chover gadol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up groups of animals, right? Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals through some type of This is chaver gadol, bechad chaver katon. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, vafil nechashim vakravim. Even if you're summoning snakes and scorpions. Amrabai. Hilchah, man did summon zika va'akrava, agav the someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery ahead and gather together zebra a bee and beings. Now, why is to gather together bees and scorpions? You don't want them to harm me. So here, my kavana is not really for sorceric purpose. I don't know if that's the word, right? Right? But rather, again, my kavana over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorcery to go ahead up the bee and the scorpion. It's still us. So using sorcery to go ahead and get any kind of animals. He's going to Rabbi Yochanan Maishna the Kfifas Komaso Havi Maisa Bakimas Sfas going back just a second. According to Rabbi Yochanan. So according to his understanding of the Rabbanon, of prostration is a Maisa, but yet the movement of lips is not a Maisa. Prostration is a Maisa, of lips not a Maisa. Amarava Kaini Megadev Hoil Viesh Nobeliba. We'll say Megadef is different. Megadef is different, right? Blasphemy is different. Why? Because we'll say the ikar of blasphemy in general is not even as much about what you're doing with your lips, but the ikar of blasphemy is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi. The last time, Rashi says, "Hol v'yesh no belibo ikar chiyuv haba love." But when it comes to blasphemy, right, the real issue over here is not even what you say with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. Shemiskavim levarei Hashem, person in mind to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu chas v'shalom, shafilu levarei Hashem kolayom ve'im belibo klapi ma'ilo ela shelas Hashem ledavar acher u'mechaneu b'shem v'kalo inu meschayev. It's actually very interesting. The only way Magad is usher, let's say Chas person goes ahead and curses the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but in his heart wanted to do so. Technically speaking, Gemara is suggesting it's not usher. It's not usher. The ikar of Magadev is only when you have this ill intent to curse HaKadosh Baruch Hu in your heart, manifests itself in some verbal expression. But if the verbal is there without the intent, that's not Megadev. That's not Megadev. So because the of Megadev is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the actualization of the act, all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement is enough to make you chayiv. But in general, we say that a Maisa really requires something more significant. So we'll say, so look what's happening. In the world of Maisa, really has to be something significant. To the point that even prostration, according to many opinions, is not really a significant action. Megami exception. Because blasphemy, the real ikar of what's happening is what? Is what's happening inside of my heart. And the expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a real Maisa. We'll say, there's a tremendous, pause here for just a second, because there's a tremendous Moshe skill in all of this. What's the tremendous Moshe skill? I would say, in general in life, what do you need? Or as someone said, sometimes in life, right? Or all the time, like, let's say, what do you need? What do you need in order to affect change? What do you need? What do you need? You need a Maisa. You need a Maisa. You have to do something. What you think doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. What matters in life, what you do. And we'll say this is such a thing because we go through and we have beautiful and goals and dreams and aspirations, Kabbalahs. But I must say, at the end of the day, none of it matters unless it finds expression in dynamic activity. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and talk is very nice, but it's meaningless. In order for anything that we dream, that we aspire, that we think about, the word makabel, to be meaningful, it's got to find its expression in dynamic activity. Life of Yid is a life of action, is a life of dynamic activity. But yet, what you think, what you feel, what you dream, is still because at the end of the day, that's the basis. That's the thing. In other words, action doesn't just occur by itself. Action is the result of what you think in your heart, what you want to accomplish. So lest you think that the dreams, the goals, the aspirations, the goals are not important. They're dramatically important because we'll say that's the laboratory for dynamic life. The problem is all too often kind of flatline by the dream, goal, Kabbalah, we have to take what we dream, what we think, what's from the Kabbalah, we have to bring it to the Olam HaAsiya. But even in that world of dynamic activity, what's the definition of activity for a year? What's the definition? So it's got to be something dramatic. You see over here that a little bit of movement is not enough. A Maisa requires something dramatic. A Maisa requires something incredible. Something about say that the world can see, that I can see. We'll say, when you bow down just a little bit, you bow down a lot. It might not even be that noticeable. Maisa to be real Maisa, it's gotta be something secret, incredible. I'm a base. So let's go a little bit weiter. So my raises the kasha. So min she'in behind Maisa. So remember again, the Gemara points out over here that Edom Solomon are parted from carbon. Right? They're parted from carbon factors. Why? Because so the Gemara says, no mice, am I how less new, right? Ultimately again, but remember Edom Solomon. We'll say, how does a person provide aid? Right? How does it come and aid Solomon? How does it do it ultimately again? Through speech. Through speech, right? Well, a mice, again, how say that it's not that? How can you say that a mice? About my how less delay? Edom Solomon. The call Yochanan love mice. So also because the essence of Edom is the call is just again with your speech of Yochanan. Speech is not a that call, that a voice is not supposed to listen to this. And where it says Chasma call, then he goes call. Very interesting. Is that when your animal is flashing, you're not allowed to kill it. Well, some sharp right? So my animal is my animal flashing. Animal while it's flashing. So let's say my animal is flashing, and I yell at it. Don't eat. So sometimes it goes. Right, so apparently, I guess if you yell enough, the animal gets scared and doesn't. That's called chasma b'kol. I'm muzzled with my voice, or I will say for that matter again. Say I go ahead and I two different species of animals under yoke, and I say move. Right, so the mice again, then they move. I muzzle the animal with my voice, or I move them together with my voice. That's kilayim. Well, second, I take action with my voice, nothing else. Yet see that you're still chayiv. What from here? What do you see from here? Again, that which you affect.
See what you're saying, and I agree, but
right, the mice say so we might have a voice action. So what's going on over here? The first level call the Yochanan Rabbi Yochanan Chayiv Akimas did Habi Maisa. Rabbi Yochanan Chayiv why? The act of going ahead and pulling your leg. right movement of your lips is considered to be a Maisa. Because Reish Lakish says the act of moving your lips is not a Maisa. Amarava shiny all the Yeshman the so no, that'll be the 18 zone is different, right? Because interestingly enough, ages in general, ages is fascinating. Ages in general is not, or rather, what is ages really about? What is ages really about? What you see, right? And everyone agrees that seeing is past. Seeing is past, right? There's no mice involved in Rikya, so it's fascinating that when it comes to Eidos, really passivity, and therefore Allah there's no carbon chatos by even It will say also another tremendous Moshe right? In life, so often we see things, right? We see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, it's passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? What happens to passive inspiration? We all know this. Easy come, easy go. Right? Passive inspiration is something amazing. If you don't do something with it, because it's a beautiful idea, but it's like a bit where it says that when you see this, he's essentially describing passive inspiration. When you see something like the guy that says you have to take that inspiration and something constant. This one says even if you just open up a page and you just read Vaidaber Hashem al Moshe Leimar, at least what you've done is you've taken that passive inspiration that when you've seen it, you've seen that it's taken passive inspiration and you plugged it in. So at least now you have something that was passive into something incredible. That's what I thought. Chinese obviously Balo, supposed to back to all the new it's interesting stuff. Balo, what's old? Zehamet Daber Bein HaTruk, and maintain Aksiva Yoga. So the Bryce says like this, what's old? So again, all of this is necromancy, right? Communicating with the dead. So how does the old communicate with the dead? So old, again, it speaks with the dead. It's interesting. Bein HaTruk, so Bein HaTruk means on the joints. So apparently knuckles, that's where the spirit's rest. Okay? Or armpits, right? Armpits is always the safe way to go. Right, but the nice is again, either through armpits, I try to point out, we laugh at this. There was something. There was something. Because again, the Torah goes out of its way to prohibit this type of kishur, this type of sorcery, which means that at some point in the world, this did exist in some way. Right? What's Yidoni? Zehamania Exem Yadwabativ, who Yidoni puts a bone in his mouth and communicates with the dead through Nezor is the Kasha. I love the mistake you are. So again, you must ask the pasuk, isn't that the old communicates with the dead from the in other words, that the dead is talking which says, "Lo the mistake, the mistake are. Hey, lo the solid just again." Running over the dead rest in the armpit and so forth like that. But somewhere you show only in the audience was remember again, this is actually what fascinating story is. King Shaul went to one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel Hanavi. And by the way, it worked. So this necromancer was a woman, says to Shaul, I literally literally Hashem, the spirit of Shmuel rising up from the earth. My love in the Shaitan, was she not communicating Shmuel from the grave? Well, the Yosef and Aklakim will become the joints of this lady and do like this. Okay, so what's an interesting Vaisa? Come out with all communicate. So the Gemara says, Echad ma'ala bizichuro, ve'echad anishal bizogolas. Alright, so interesting one, right? I'm not sure exactly how this line will work, right? But Lamaisa, there was the ability to go and raise the dead through the Shekusa, through the Makomila, through the mailman. That's how you go ahead and it communicates like that. As such. Everybody's got on the talent, right? So nice stuff. Again, you got to cut out your niche, right? So whether you go ahead and communicate with the dead like this, that's how you discover that talent, right? But when I say again, so the or whether you speak, right? So again, you can communicate again through the muscle, through the number, or you could go ahead and communicate through the skull. So the Gemara is mapping what is a skull, right? What exactly is the difference between the differences that are right? But myself, so the Gemara says not. The Gemara says that's different. Not in there. Now this is Ura in the Omer Kedato, Omer the Shabbos. So if you raise the dead through your own body, the dead doesn't come up. Spirits don't come up. They don't come up like head first. They come up first. Furthermore, again, it doesn't work on Shabbos. Okay? Nishal will Bizolas, you summon up the dead to a skull, Ola Kizako, not in the normal way, Ola the Shabbos. And ultimately, again, and they come up on Shabbos. The Gemara says, Ola, what are you talking about? If you're talking to a skull, what are you talking about? So what it means is, if you raise to a skull, it means that ultimately, and the dead that communicate in a normal way, and also communicate by Shabbos. Okay? So what says, an incredible story there. The Av She'ilozu, Shaul Turnus Rufus, as Rabbi Akiva. We'll say Turnus Rufus. Turnus Rufus was a tremendous. Also went ahead, Greek general, had this conversation with Rabbi Akiva. He said, Amalo, Ma Yom Mi Yomayim. So the Gemara says, this was asking Rabbi Akiva the following Shaila. He says, you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? So Shabbos says, Amrlo, Uma Gever Mikuf. So he keeps it to Turnus Rufus. What makes you more special than other people? Like why you you're asking what this is more special than other days. I'm asking you, Turnus Rufus, why is it that you are more special than other people? Amrle, the Marit Savi. Turnus Rufus says because the seat, right, or the ruler appointed me as a fresh of a person. That's what makes Rabbi Akiva responded. It's not Nami. Okay, so ruler said that you're chashuv. That said that Shabbos is chashuv. Because ruler said that Shabbos is chashuv. That's why Shabbos is going to be chashuv. I'm really hot. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking. You have the right calculations. How do you know that the day you say is Shabbos? Maybe you got your count, and maybe Shabbos. Yesterday. How do you know? I'm on the rules. Listen, Rabbi Akiva said like this. Rabbi Akiva. Nar Sabbat Yom Yochiach. So he says the Sabbat River proves it. Because apparently that's out over here. The Sabbat Yom River was a very, very turbulent river. And Shabbos is tranquil. It's incredible. And Shabbos was tranquil. Right? Baal Ol Yochiach. The Ov also proves this. Why? Because the Ov could summon up the dead 6 days a week, but the Ov can't summon up the dead on Shabbos. Give Roshal Aviv Yochiach. Shen Ma La'ashon B'Shabbos. To this, further Rabbi Akiva says, Turnus Rufus, your father's grave will prove this. Why? He says, Turnus Rufus, go to your father's grave every day of the week. Your father's grave, there's smoke emanating from your father's grave. Why? His Rufus, his father was a big Rasha, and he was burning in Gehenna. You know what? So the halacha is that Gehenna, right? Those who are in Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna straight through Friday. But on Shabbos, everyone gets split from Gehenna. So he says, Ernest Rufus, go to your father's grave on Shabbos, and you'll see the smoke is not coming up. The smoke is not coming grave. Amar lo, so Ernest Rufus was very offended by this. He says, Biziso, shto, you have embarrassed my right, you have degraded my father, you have embarrassed my father, and you've cursed my father. So as I say, interesting enough, apparently Turnus Rufus was very offended by Rabbi Akiva's statement. Very offended by Akiva's statement, and Hafalamaisa, Allah was taken aback by that. Alright, Shoel Ov, Hainu Dari Shalom Mason, Ayadagim says, isn't it the same thing? Shoel Ov and Dari Shalom Mason, the pasuk is repetitive. Isn't it the same thing? Dari Shalom Mason Kibisanya. The Dari Shalom Mason, Shabbos is incredible. What is Dari Shalom Mason? Zeh Hamarif Atzmo, Baholet Shalom Beis HaKvaris, Kadesha Tishra Allah Ruach Tama. Shabbos says, so Dari Shalom Mason is who starves himself and goes to sleep in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirit be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a power of kishuf. So this is apparently how people try to acquire power. What was this? When Rabbi Akiva would get to this passage with Dorai, and he would say as follows: if someone who goes ahead deprives himself of full enjoyment of eating, goes to sleep in the cemetery, could have this access to these impure power. So married atzmo. First by line. Married atzmo kedisha kishalav ruachtara achas kama v'kamer. Rabbi Akiva says, what's this? What Rabbi Akiva is saying? If deprivation allows one to access all of these kochos of tumah, then imagine what deprivation does to allow us to access to Kedusha. Right? But what are we going to do? Rabbi Akiva said, what should I do? Because at the end of the day, our averos create a distance between ourselves and our Kodesh Baruch Hu. So it's like, this is a profound demand. So I mean, people like this. Like, I would say, how do you access the prophos of Tumah? You deprive yourself. You go to sleep, right? Deprive yourself of a comfortable bed. Go to sleep in the cemetery, and suddenly you're able to access all of these prophos of Tumah. So the Akiva says, whatever is true for Tumah is always true for Torah. So the Akiva says a little deprivation allows you to add prophos of Tumah. Alam of a little deprivation allows us to act the prophos of Torah as well. And what can we do? Because we're so distant from our Kodesh Baruch Hu that somehow Kedusha becomes so inaccessible to us. We'll say that the Akiva is teaching us something incredible. If you want to keep life, that's one thing you need in order to access the, and that is sacrifice. You can't have everything. You can't have everything. So, am I willing to give up for the service of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? I will say, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have tefillah b'tzibur unless I'm willing to give up sleep, right? I can't have fear unless I'm willing to time from work. Anything you want, is just any other phrase like I want my cake and eat it too. Or cake and eat it too. That was coined by a guy. Why? Because you don't believe in it. Have your cake. You can have your cake. You always say it's like in life. You can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice we talk about says, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Sometimes if you think about it, our greatest challenge in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say, what do we look at the conversation we have with God? It goes something like this: I love you, but I'm not ready to settle down. See other people. Right? No, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit. Why? Because living to HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to. If you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no contribution. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life agenda. That's how Rabbi Akiva cried. If we only realized the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people we are truly capable of becoming. Yet Rabbi Akiva says, I'm going to make the sacrifices. And he cried. Because if we would just be a bit more courageous, if we would just be a little braver, if we would just be willing to identify the things that I need to offload in order to acquire the kedusha that is truly waiting for me, there is no telling who. Rabbi Akiva cried. The ability to success and reap the benefits of sacrifices is that everyone is waiting for us each and every day. Just have to find the courage, just have to find the ability. Identify the sacrifices, make the sacrifices, and be ready to embrace the future that is waiting for each of us. So what's going to stop over here for today? Shkoyach everyone, tremendous stuff.
That was like the end of the episode. That was supposed to. There you go. Do you think they were kind of conscious of?
I will say good morning, good morning, good morning. Such a slow smile.
Okay, they know lots of you. Honestly, like audio's king, dude. Oh yeah, audio.
Oh, that's absolutely incredible and beautiful. And by thanking all of our annual Talmud sponsor for Top Shin Pay. It's perfect. Thank you so much. Toast Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Shuman Rosh shows this year as a special Besoros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Ira Miriam Grossman, in honor of the excellent that let us give a choice to always get our learning. This is our conscious hostage. Bring them home. Shalom and Bekarov, and it's supposed to be these soldiers may be successful. The fall not say you. It was that let us begin, but it's not Let's begin. Today's daf. Today's daf is Samach Dalit, right? Yeah. So, correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, but when was the last time we did? It feels like, all right, here we go. Okay. All right, so we're picking up on the bottom 63b. We left off. I'm ready to Amarav, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 months up on the bottom. We'll say some really incredible Gemaras out of us today. I'm going to do them around. Here we go. I'm going to do them around. Yotin how you Yisrael, Bavonos Kochavim, Shein Bamamish. God always knew that Avodah Zarah, there wasn't even anything to it. But it's always such a profound Gemara because a lot of times when you see these sukkahs, when you see these Gemaras, Avodah Zarah, and we wonder for ourselves, like, what is going on? Could it be that Klal Yisrael worshiping Avodah Zarah? So the name about the truth is, Klal Yisrael that Avodah Zarah is nothing really to it. Nothing really to it. So why do they worship it? So why do they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was what enabled Klal Yisrael to go ahead and, in this case, engage in immorality. Like you said, he says, what is the fundamental difference? Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem. Where am I between idolatry and the service of the Rebbe versus something amazing? He said, Yiddishkeit, the Avodah, is to make ourselves in Hashem's Avodah Zarah is making in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is what you want to do in life, and then create a threat which justifies what you want. So it's like that's a lot of how contemporarily, a lot of how all of these isms begin. All these isms begin by people deciding that they're different code of morality. They want to engage in a whole bunch of things. So they create a system. They create a system. They create a system which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want. The whole concept of Avodah Hashem, deciding what do I want, begins by deciding what I want. The Ramchal says introduction. The Ramchal says a fundamental shaila that he asks himself. What's the fundamental shaila? Ma chovaso ba'olamo. What is my obligation in this world? Not what I want to do when I grow up. Not what makes me happy. Not how do I feel like what of life. What is my obligation? Because as a yid, I have a better obligation, which is to serve Moshe Olam and to put myself into his box, not to go ahead and fit into my box. A fundamental of Avodah Zarah was the whole system of errant behaviors. Incredible. Master Sharshia. So I will say, the whole fact is, you didn't never really believe in Avodah Zarah. Everybody wanted Avodah Zarah. That's not what they wanted. Right? At the end of the day, what they simply wanted was a rise. The system which would allow for them to go out and do what they want. It comes from Master Misharshia. Misharshia is the Kasha. Schor b'neihem is b'chosam. Zer ka'adam shishlo gad kuno. Yet again, the describes the Jews to Avodah Zarah, and the way is the part the name of saying. Rabbi Lazar says that the Jews loved Avodah Zarah like a father loved the intense connection to Avodah Zarah. What are you talking about? The Gemara says, no, that would be good. Right. See, in the beginning, when we worked with Avodah Zarah was only created to allow us to do what we wanted to do. But we didn't believe it. We didn't believe magic, so that has to do it. We didn't spend enough time doing anything for what it did. So Basar Da'aviku means after we became Avodah Zarah, then unfortunately, we really actually began to believe in Tashma, and aside we could make them up and make them. Amar Yod, listen to this. Amar, Evat Tzadik, Mechazer, Al Tzrucha, Rav so say Eliyahu Tzadik. This is actually very interesting. See Eliyahu Tzadik, which is also Eliyahu Tzadik, helping out those voted by families in Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim again was helping out all of those families. One time he came across a child, and the child was like laying in a garbage dump. I'm a child. What mishpacha flonis? And the child said, "I'm not from the family." I'm a low klum also mishpacha. So he said, "I'm surprised that had died out." I'm a tzutzim men, and the child, the last remaining member of this family. Eliyahu says to the boy, he says, "Tell me, right? That will save your life. Are you willing to it?" So of course, he doesn't believe. Amar b'chol Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu says to the boy, he says, all you need to do every single day, say Shema Hashem Echad. Just say that every day and you'll live. So the boy said to Eliyahu, listen to this. asked him to be quiet. The boy wanted Eliyahu Hanavi to say the name of Hashem. The boy, he believed in Avodah Zarah. He didn't want anything other than Avodah Zarah. So ultimately, can you imagine what it was like? Eliyahu Hanavi is telling this boy he's dying of hunger. Right? Child, I'm going to teach you something that's going to save your life. Just say after me, Shema Yisrael Hashem. And the boy was so conditioned to worship idolatry from his parents that when Eliyahu Hanavi said Hashem, the boy didn't recognize the name. He's like, that's not our God. We worship a different God. And he silenced Eliyahu. What did he do? The little boy took out the Avodah Zarah from his shirt, and he go ahead and kiss it and hug it. I got crazy of enough for you, enough of what the help. Until again, he died from that. And literally translated, his stomach exploded. Right, his Avodah Zarah fell to the ground. And he fell on top of his Avodah Zarah. The Kaim Hashanah. So let's say, so again, we see from here that again, the Jews were very connected to Avodah Zarah. So how can we say that we just worship that Avodah Zarah? These guys are any purposes. To which the Gemara says, no. As we said before, originally when we first started with Avodah Zarah, it was only to justify an errant lifestyle. But once we got into it, and ultimately again, and we clung to it, we clinged to it. And actually began to believe it. What's absolutely interesting? If you know the way, how does it refer to Eliyahu over here? The first name Eliyahu, that's Tzaddik. That's not the normal appellation. Maybe it's Eliyahu Hanavi. Eliyahu Hanavi. So that's the chapter. We'll say, obviously, calling someone at some level of another. So what's the shot? Because what is Eliyahu doing here? What is he doing here? He's helping another. So it's great to be, but it's even greater at tzaddik. And how do you become a tzaddik? That's where you get tzaddik. People often think that sickness means to work on yourself. This means to go ahead and work on your own weakness, which is actually the truth. Everybody's own weakness. But Eliyahu becomes Eliyahu tzaddik when he sees extreme distress, he sees everything. And he lends a helping hand. The path to piety, the path to goodness, the path sit is not one that is paved by working on oneself. I care. Take the time to help out the other. Tashma. My armor. So what's the pasuk says? Cry, call out in a great voice to God. What is this? Son. Die. Well, this is a ridiculous Gemara. Listen to this. Probably called out to HaKadosh. He said, die. What's die? Die is oi. Woe to us. They were lamenting the Sahara. And they were saying that the Sahara, is so incredibly overwhelming. And it's almost as if we don't really have any ability to. It's this Yitzhara for Abel destroy the Beis Hamikdash. The Kaya Lehechale, the Katilo Tzaddik, caused the death of Tzaddik. Bag literally Yishome Arayu, have been exiled from our land. And this Sahara Mamish is dancing between us. Klum Yavisalan Ela Kabule Agura Lo Ihu Ba'inan Lo Agre Ba'inan. So let's listen to this. So Chazal David and said Baruch Hu, the reason you gave us the Yitzhara for Avodah Zarah, I'll make you a deal. Make it you keep the Yitzhara and we're willing to forego the schar. Examples of this we saw like this prophets. Remember again, ultimately again, they were weak and were suffering, and they said the only reason you visit yourself is to give us schar. You know what? You keep the suffering, you keep the schar also. You can say Sahara for Avodah Zarah. To get schar, why keep the Yitzhara and that you're happy to forego the schar? Boy Rachami, Binalu Piska Milikia have a concept for X was a second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Tzahara Travel Zara had just become too destructive and too gotten too out of hand. So they fasted 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a patak, a little note came from Shamayim. And what did it say on the little patak? What did it say on the note? MS, truth, which was a way of saying HaKadosh Baruch Hu saying to happening. I heard your request. What you're saying is good, and I understand that it is time to remove the Tzahara for Avodah Zarah. I'm not saying, Shmani, for someone HaKadosh Baruch Hu MS. See from here ultimately again, the signature of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is MS. No Shalom again, no Shalom is MS. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is down from Sheman MS. Meaning, okay, what you're saying is right, and now at the end of the day, Baruch Hu is going to give in to their request. So says what happened. Here we go. Keduria V'nu Mibeis Kachya Kadosh. The Tzahara for Avodah Zarah. The Tzahara for Avodah Zarah is running out of the whole. Remember again, just understand, this was doing kinds of the Beis HaMikdash. So we'll say again, so first of all, just in general, what is it? To learn the Gemara about the Beis HaMikdash, when we sit here together in Yerushalayim, we are just a few steps away from where the Bayis Shlishi is. And if you just had another couple of hours of sleep, you'd be falling off the chair. But right? I say it seems like to understand what it means to be learning Torah together with Jews throughout the millennia. What has given it to be a Shuv Chavitzim Racham? How many tears were cried throughout the ages for Judaism, just for a glimpse of Yerushalayim? It's just to see it. And here, not only are we seeing it, not only in it, but we're learning Torah here. So now again, the Tzahara for the Zara to be removed. So the Yitzhar for the Yitzhar of Zara is going to be removed from Pais. So what happens? It's on the form of a fiery lion cub. Fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out of the Shakadosh. It ran out from the Holy of Holies. So Amar Lahu Navi, Amar Lahu Navi Yisrael, Hainu Yitzhara. That's it. Right over there. That fiery lion cub. That is the Tzahara of Avodah Zarah. That's it. Grab it. Does Adi the Katav Sila, as they were wrestling. As they are wrestling the Avodah Zarah, the Yitzhar of Avodah Zarah. The fiery lion cub. So a hair came off of the cub, but also and again the lion cub began to cry out. So Chazal said, what should we do? Because again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu has rachamim on everything. Dilma Maya Merachame Aleh. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to take compassion on the cub because it's in pain, right? One of its hairs fell out. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu did. Amalei Nadi Shajua Bedua Davro Vikisua Ba'ayev Kala. Quick, grab it in a cauldron of lead, cover it with a covering of lead, because that'll meet the cross of the lion cub. It said, "Vayomer Zos Harasha B'Yashek Osal Tov Haifa B'Yashek Hedra Feres Hapiyah." So we'll say so. Just a second. Well, I said there's absolutely no way we're getting this entire down. It doesn't matter. That's okay. It's not a rush. We always do. So we'll say where does the Tzahara reside? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh. Because we'll say at the end of the day, all of us have our Yitzhar, right? We all have our wants, our desires, our abilities, our loss, our inclinations, and we feel that those things are coming. And we think that those things come from an infinite place. They don't. They call it Shakadosh. They come from the Holy of Holies. So the Baruch Hu gives us our struggle not to bring us down, but just the opposite, the opportunity to work on ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your desires, your love, your proclivities, your Yitzhahara, those are Kodesh Kadash, because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things. That's us. Do you know what life is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Right? You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, you're dead. Or totally asleep at the wheel. Like, oh, same thing. Right, yeah, either way. Right? Lemais will say, our Yitzhahara live in Gehenna, right? But it lives in the Kodesh because it is the holy, because the Yitzhahara that gave us the opportunity. See, the challenge of our Yitzhaharas is that we'll say, for honest, we have to constantly try to be honest. We don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight enough. We just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We're so stronger than we give ourselves credit for. Like every single other doesn't really get him. There isn't a Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenges we have, a Torah who gives them to us only to allow us the best version of ourselves. And that's why when they're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub of the Torah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about Kashmach having Rahman because the emotional loves the Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love the Sahara? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. Because it was like Sahara is the Rebbe of Olam's greatest creation. Because Sahara is the engine of growth. So in that moment when Sahara is being wrestled and it lets out a cry of pain, so it's almost as if Chazal and allow it to come back to its former. I will say the things you can take, they're not working against us. They're working for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is stuff together, work a little bit harder, and recognize that Yitzhahara is my best friend. He's really my best friend. He gives me a wink because more than not, he gets me to do something I shouldn't be doing. But he's really my best friend in the world because if I could count, that's counting my greatest self. What's an incredible Gemara? Incredible. Person where we are. You know, all of us, it feels like a little bit, it's going to be a little bit of a week of country. It feels like there are overwhelming circumstances. There are gowns to drop upon. And I must say, that's what we have to look at ourselves. It's not just the Sahara that seeks to do. So, anyways, it's sad that the Rabbi Nachman says, the greatest in life that we face is sadness. You lose yourself in the despair. And that's what the Nachman says, mitzvah gidol rios b'simcha tamid. And whatever it is, whether it's Yeshua in the Chalas, or whether it's Levias, whether it's Besolos Tovos, or whether Chas V'Shalom, it is, whatever it is, got it. And whatever it is, we're going to get through it. And whatever it is, the power of the always ability to utilize our circumstances to always become something greater. And if we are here in Eretz Yisrael at the ultimate tumultuous time, like we said yesterday at the airport, it means we have something to receive, we have something to get, but we also have something tremendous to give. Let's go back. So says the Gemara. What happens? So the Gemara said, go Omri. So like this. So now that we see that this is an Esrat, now what does it mean is Esrat? So now that we see that Chazal said like this, now we recognize that obviously time, right? Why is it not just time? Because I'll say, I don't know if I will say, does anyone understand what just happened over here? What just happened in this story? The Yitzhahara for Avodah Zarah was just removed. That's what happens. That's why, by the way, when we look at these Avodah Zarah, we're like, what's wrong with these people? Why are they running for worship of everything? We can't relate to it because this avodah zarah was removed from us. That's the whole was removed. So that's why we can't relate to it in the same way. So now it's okay. Run, we got this. So I say now that we removed the avodah zarah, on the whole base, let's go. Let's remove immorality. Right? Why not? Turn and roll. Right? Let's remove immorality from us as well. So what happens? The Gemara says so. Plus a young so they did it, and they were successful. They won the world. Only one problem. The Gemara says so. Plus a yomi. He brought the asabas yoma. The problem is once they remove the desire for immorality, it was like they took out this basic desire also for just reproduction, procreation. They couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. See what I say? That's what he said. When all of the holes, and all these like again, I will say, understand morality is a corruption, a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for production. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negatives, but you also remove all of the positive. So they could not find an egg. I will say, if I have the, can you imagine a couple minutes going to breakfast and you can't find eggs? It's falling. Sky's falling out. I don't say so nice again. So the Gemara says, so what should you do? What should we do? The Gemara says, so we do. To have half of it removed from us, that's not going to work. Right? That's not going to work because again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't have a Yetzer. That was interesting. He can do whatever he wants. Whatever he wants. Okay, he doesn't remove half of a Yetzer. Whatever. We'll come back to this in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, look at Abi. So what they blinded the eye, morality, and at least it had a partial. What was a partial benefit? I was saying that a person had a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful, right? So nice, right? That's so good. In other words, this is one of those things, right? We read these ayahs on Yom Kippur, right? And one is on Yom Kippur. Is most of us can see that ourselves. I feel like I got this one down, right? Like in other words, Baruch Hashem, I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not that. Base of the basis of immorality. That a person desires such a stuff. That at least when it comes to incest, it's something that we desire. Incredible. People are so let's say back to Abu This is incredible. So just to understand, interestingly enough, and this was like what we were saying before, every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail, but also has many positive uses and as well. So they couldn't go ahead and design immorality because embedded in that, natural and healthy and proper and published desire for intimacy. But they wanted in some urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, sorry to go up. So there was a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very ill. So we'll say she do, and this is incredible. But he made a Kabbalah. That will say, by the way, it's not quite how incredible this is. You see from here again, important making a Kabbalah. So she made a Kabbalah. Interesting Kabbalah. She says, if I get better, if I know, I worship every Zara in the world. Now, wrong kind of Kabbalah, right? But definitely good intentions. Good intentions. So what happens? So the Gemara says, Baruch Hashem, so she was healed. Worshiping every single avodah zarah in the world. Even she the Pa'ar, when she got to Baal Pa'ar, Shalom Aleichem, so they got to Baal Pa'ar, right? So she's making her rounds, making her rounds, and she says to me, please tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? And Amrullah, so Amrullah said to her, "Oh, Shadin, the shows in Sheikhar, so you eat beets and you drink beer." So apparently that's a combustion. I mean, right? When you do that, they come in handy for some. Nice again, beets and beer, and that's gonna cause the bowels to move. Reason now. So it's interesting that so many times. So apparently, Apar that you worship by defecation. So apparently, so there's defecation, but Hidr mitzvah, Apar was like when it's like that's corruption, like that's like apparently that's the Hidr mitzvah. So again, it's like that's Hidr mitzvah. So Amra, so this lady hears this, and as she says, Mutav shekachsa. Right? So you know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna have the Zara like this. So the Gemara says. So we'll talk about the Zara because Atam Besi saw Inon came. I'm gonna find out. This is the thing about this. Where does in other words, Avot the Zara? You can. Okay, we can't really do it because the Zara is removed to us now. All the Avot the Zara need to counter. Where do you get? So put out the Salvation. The Salvation says. So crazy. They'll say, you say a bracha after you use the bathroom. Right? God's doing this. And the person goes and uses the bathroom. We recognize if something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes like that. If something's supposed to be open, it's closed. Something that's closed, open, all Gehenna breaks, right? So the nice again, we also make a bracha. Okay, Avodah Zarah will say, every single Avodah Zarah really is very nuanced, corrupt of actually son and person so at the end of the day, the Gemara says, Atan they saw in okay, but the Labapar, the Atan taking my show, okay, the state tomorrow. So what says, so again, you probably try not like that. Rather, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, and you weren't so attached, right? You're just generally at the car, and I drive like my okay from the state tomorrow. But when it comes to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, I'm not taking we cling to like two dates that cling to each other as well. Bapar, summit, I de Isha. Taking my shul okay from shows like this. When Cloud Israel worship idolatry, we were never born. We were attached, like a woman wears a bracelet, so the bracelet. It's on her wrist, it's on her, right? But it's not totally attached. So that is what I'm also Zara. So that we come to Baruch but vacant, he's clean cut up. He's ever saying, he worships that Zara. And even when he goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else, we're kind of only dabbling in it. Our vacant, our clean, our connection to our Kodesh is always the primary part of our relationship. Incredible. Tell me about on myself, the Savka is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Savka Ben Ilam. He rented out his donkey to a non-Jewish woman. Gave it she so he went down his donkey. So what happened? When she gets to Baal Pa'ar, she said to him, how much a current state say? So she says, you know what, I want to make a detour. I want to worship some Pa'ar on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay. So she goes in, she comes out. The Jewish guy who's leading the donkey, he says, he says to her, you know what, you want to make a quick stop also. Right? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, are you a Yid? She will say, sometimes we need other people to remind you. Are you a Yid? You're worshiping Baal Pa'ar. So he says to Amrullah, what does it matter to you? So we'll say, watch this. So what happened? The Jew goes in, he does business, right? Baal Pa'ar, defecation. I don't listen to this. Get interesting. The kinoch bechotmo. Then I will say, right? So again, a little hidden mitzvah over here. Be trying to do something disrespectful. The idol. V'hayim misharzar mekalsel of omrim. Me olam lo haya adam she'avdalo. what happens? The priests of Pa'ar are there. It's like, oh, mamish. Look at this guy. He's never seen someone the idol with such zrizos, such right, such Islavos. He wiped himself on the nose of Yekistan residents over here, right? Right. When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of them. Incredible. What about Par Haris also? So once now, based on this, Gemara says that so apparently this Jew is actually trying to debase the Par. The Gemara says it doesn't work because again, defecate on Par, even though you're just to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're chayiv for avodah zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik Ibn Markelis, Haresa Avodaso, Afakav Mechavi in the Megillah. For example, say the Markelis. How do you Markelis? You throw a stone. So if you throw a stone at Markelis, it's to debase the idol, so Lamaisa, because that is the mode of worship. Rav Meshava Ka'azil and Beitor. So Avodah Zarah would be Chayhafa. That's what happened. Rabbi Nash one time went to Bar Tarsa. They told him, "Oh, there's Zara here." So what did he do? He took a curve and he threw it at the idol. Armalo Martu. They said to Rabbi Nash, "You just threw it at Marcellus." Now again, Nash's intention was what? To debase the idol. He actually worshipped it unintentionally, but he worshipped it. Armalo Hazorik Ibn Marcellus. So also Shabbat Midrasha. From Nash writes and says, "What should I do?" I'm going to ask, "I'm going to listen to none." After Gabriel Mirgamay, but Nash, you're like taking trouble over here because when I say we understand your info, but when I say at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped this. I'm a little ishkale. He said, "Okay, no problem. I'll go back. I'll remove the stone." You can't remove stones either. Because if you remove Marcellus, then what? Then the mice, again, if you remove them more. So part of the avodah of Marcellus was roll the stone, and then again, the stones accumulate. So remove stones is also part of the avodah zara. So you can't do the Moshe. Be careful when you throw stones. Because sometimes they'll say, this kind of began and how we ended was the same. The was called the Elio at Tzaddik. Why is it called the Tzaddik? Because the greatest tzidkos, when you reach out to your fellow, how does the sugya end? When you throw stones, at the end of the day, you actually can't take them back. What's wrong? So let's say, everyone picks up on the Israeli Bible, again, clearly feelings about, certain segments of Israel not saying to them after perhaps having empathy for the hostages or for the soldiers or for the war. But you have to be careful about the stones you throw, whether they be actual stones or stones. Because once you throw it, and once you say it's impossible to back. Noah says, I guess Ace the Shloch have on a relation exact question in the house, which has this question as well. Because those stones means you can't collect those. Be careful with how you stones. They're actual or verbal, because once you throw I know some is out of the molach. Suppose let's go by 3 minutes. I know some is out of the molach. Now again, new about the zara. New about the child sacrifice. So now again, we're going to get into it over here. I'm some is out of the molach. The person who's no children from molach. Enoch choose from the molach. The yagir ba'ich. Until a person gives children liberally over to the priests of molach and walks them in the fire. Muscle and if a person gave a child over to Molech, but the child wasn't walked through the fire, or had near the Ish or was given over through fire, but wasn't given over to the priests. So what's that? So apparently, in order to be in violation of Molech, you need 3 things: the children, then you have to give over to the priests of Molech, and number 3, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, the exact we'll see in the Gemara. So it's interesting about that. Because on one hand, we talked about that, and now Molech is being singled out. So why is that? So the Gemara says, Amr Avin Tanai Command Amar Molech Avodah Zarah. coming to teach us that Molech is not avodah zarah. That was now what does that mean? Disanya echel Molech ve'echel l'shar avodah zarah chayiv. So what's interesting enough. So whether a child over got Molech and avodah zarah, he's chayiv. But Rabbi Shimon Omer the Molech gift. Shelo the Molech. So we'll say what the Mishnah is really highlighting is like this. The only kind of giving over one child is a form of avodah zarah. Is dafka from Molech. Giving over one child over, let's say, or that's not called double. That's not the way that particular Aisha. I'm Rabbi. Rabbi Shimon and taking this. I'm not Rabbi Echad. Rabbi Shimon how to So Molech is unique. Molech is unique avodah zarah that is worshipped through giving over one's children. If a person gives over their child to any other idol, certainly not good. But that's not avodah zarah. Antigonus, the sign of Antigonus, Omer, they mat hafsator lashon. What is Molech? What does it mean? So the Gemara says, "Kol shemidi snor v'afisim." I will say someone that violates Molech if by going and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So we'll say it's different understanding. Even Antigonus has a different understanding of Molech. His understanding of Molech is you accept any object as a god, like Melech, on you, that is the avodah zarah of Molech. Even a pebble, even a twig. Rav Amar Molech says whether or not there's such a thing as what we call temporary or episodic Molech is the point of contention between days. When it comes to Molech, only chayiv if he gives his child over to the actual repentance, right, to the peace of Molech. There's a process. So let's say if a person just gives their kid over to Molech, that's not the avodah zarah. Giving your kid over to the peace of for avodah zarah. Mizaraha Bositain Lahab supports this. You might have thought that ultimately one child through the fires of Molech, but didn't actually give his child over to the peace of Molech that he would be carried. Bositain Masa the Molech. You have to give over your teaching. What happens if you gave over your child but he didn't actually pass him through the fire? Maybe you think that he'd be tired. You might have thought that I'll give over your child to the priest and he passed him through the fire. What happens if you gave over your child to the priest but not through fire? You'd be chayiv. So I'll say, so bottom line, in order to be chayiv for giving your child over to Molech, you need three components. Number one, have to give the priest. That's one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has number three, the child actually has to be walked through the fire. Now, what that actually walking through fire actually looks like, in Yeretz Hashem, we'll see in a little bit. However, called Zaro Potter. Like if you pass all of your children through Molech, Shneimar Nisa, the Russian of the pasuk means all you pass your child or from amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. What happens ultimately again? If a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they passed their child who's blind the fires of Molech. What's that? Or gushing, what happens if the child is asleep? So let's explain again. In these situations, they're blind, they're asleep. Are you chayiv from Molech? Now, your grandchildren from Molech. What's halacha? But you showed me out kadal. What's it from Nadir B'no Vita Ba'in? Amy Ella B'no Vita Lomar Bisito Mizaro. So what we see from here? If you give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, Allah Kalamai said chayiv from Molech. No. If he's Mizaro, he's solid Bisito Mizaro. So also it begins with Mizaro and it begins ultimately Bisito Mizaro. Different Joshua was see Zaro. Amy and Zarakosha. So also the pasuk tells Mizaro. How do we know that you're chayiv for kasha off? I don't know that even if a person passes his invalid offspring left. that he's still going to fight. I'm not going to actually what if you go ahead and you pass your children through? Actually, we're going to do is we'll stop over here for today. So we'll say this next sugya ultimately teaches us how that was actually, how we went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say, and again, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a little bit, learn more today. We're not finished. So also, if you can take your packets with you as well, and there's a little bit into we'll say, and again, usually when it comes to Daf Yomi, we usually don't have that where you actually come as the Daf, especially tremendous old those from today's more than a minute, so we'll get to them further. And I guess is that that's okay. But I think our goal in here today. So breakfast, Meretz Hashem, stay tuned.
So a lot of it I didn't understand what he was saying. The words not making sense. But by the end of it, I was able to get. You hate when someone spoils the show or supporting dumbest guy you know. It's like it's an evidence. His of course brain didn't ruin it from it.
We're pretty much there. Pretty much. Good after. Such a smart Ayakikala with the little around the Daf Yomi watching today. Today's Daf is in the Gimel. Son of Gimel. Like the Shalom just said. And Rabbi Nachman says that when he closes his eyes and he knows the Eretz Yisrael, only the body is defined by physical limitations. Who's not? So when it's shut anywhere you want to be. So if a person closes his eyes and he says, I want to be in a Eretz Yisrael. So Arakas come to the we've begun our trip. The Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. And one way to begin the journey, Ashrei Yoshidei Beisach, please worthy of those who sit on the Kosh Baruch Hu. Then we're going to sit for a bit in this Tomageri Bono Shalom. We're going to be sitting for a very long time. After Meretz Hashem in different mediums. But all of it on our way to Eretz Yisrael and Meretz Hashem. And again, we begin this beautiful journey with the mother, with Torah. With the devotion. So let's do that. Let us begin. Today's Daf is Samach Gimel. Well, tomorrow, Daf Tuesday Daf is Samach Gimel. We left off today on the bottom of Samach Gimel, 62 b'ayda. We left off like 2 lines from before the actual end of the sugya. So we're picking up 4 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yochanan Tamei. Rabbi Yochanan, according to his reason, Rabbi Yochanan says the same time, the Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a Raisa reflecting 2 different opinions. So Rabbi Yochanan says, whoever can interpret for me the Raisa, I should say, of Chovis. Now we're not going to get into this, but Rashi said in case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel for Ruben, and Ruben goes ahead and moves it. So what happens is, and during the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel. What's the level of liability? Well, it depends. Is Ruben moving it for his own purpose? Is he moving it for the barrel's purposes? So there's a whole lot of questions we're not going to get into. But the point is that Rabbi Yochanan, establishing of rights accordingly to it. Yochanan said, whoever couldn't for me, the entire Mishnah of, and according to one opinion, will carry his items to that house. Now, carrying someone's out of that house is like a shepherd, like a form of service. Right? So that's like, saying, so now if you go ahead and you answer this up in your butler, okay, so let's go back there. Gufa, because Gufa, Amar Kamkila, 63a. Amar Yan, it's an interesting case here. He's going to keep that and he says, so this is Adiyani. Adiyani says that Havakla myself, serve up on the Zara, go ahead and do the following. Now listen to this. So busy day. You offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all of this. So multiple acts of service about the Zara, but all the Halamach. So this is the Shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says, this committed the Halamach, you're only going to be chayiv once. I'm going to buy advice. I'm Rabbi Ami, what Rabbi Ami like? I'm afraid that the pasuk says, "Lo sate." So it says, "Don't serve Zara." Hakos of us, the Achos. So the Torah makes all of Avodah Zarah into one Avodah. So Lo sate means don't serve Zara. So whatever you do for Avodah, in other words, everything involved service of Avodah Zarah, by definition, is umbrella. And if you do multiple acts of Avodah Zarah, one acts of awareness, you only need Michael voice. So the Gemara says, okay, Shalosh Yishtachavos Ba'avodas Kovavim Rama. So the Torah mention of prostration, of bowing down to Avodah Zarah, 3 times. Why 3 times? So the Gemara says, Achos l'Kedarka. So one ultimate means Kedarka. Also, what does Kedarka mean? Kedarka means I'm not allowed to bow down to an idol when that is normal way to worship. That's called Kedarka. Shalom Kedarka. What's Shalom? So let's say interestingly enough forms of idol worship that are even if it is not the right way to worship idols. So for example, let's say I'm taking and the way to worship the Avodah Zarah, let's say is to defecate on it. After all, that's Malpar. Halach l'maisa, if you had hands, and let's say you bow down to it, it's still going to be chayiv. Why? Because bowing down is considered to be a normative act of worship. But that's called Shalom Kedarka. So if you bow down to an idol, that's not the way to go ahead and so you're still going to be chayiv. The Avos, and one is to create yesterday. In Mandak we saw this, right? That even if you go ahead and you worship each type of worship. Okay, that's I disagree with Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami covered a later. No, Abai was espousing his idea, and the court is not told in this way. So most I say, so you want to point that it's the most. Rabbi Ami is of the opinion if you perform multiple acts of Avodah Zarah service in one act, you'll chayiv once. Rabbi Abba, on the other hand, holds that you're chayiv for each individual act. Okay, this is my focus. So my Gufa says, so why does this mention the prohibition of prostration findings when it comes to Avodah Zarah? Which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why I said that. One is about the prohibition when that is the normal way it's to prohibit the prostration even when it's not the normal way to worship the Avodah Zarah. And one thing which creates this thing so we learn out the idea that you're not allowed to work without down to an idol when that is the normal form of worship out from a particular source of I feel like I feel like else. So that Yakikala, all you do is amazing and rigorous. I gotta tell you, there's too like a lot of word expressions. Is this it? Is this what we're doing for the next week together? So first of all, you know what's great about being with the demons you love and the people that you love? It doesn't matter what you're doing. As long as you're doing it together, the rest of it makes absolutely no difference. But that being said, I also want to tell you, there's significant Gemara ahead of. But again, to read the Naruto, you have to put in the time going to the Shakti time. You see as follows. The Gemara says, "But you don't have the buzzer." Rather again, the Gemara says about it says, one mention of Ishtachava prostration. It's a teaching me. Now that's about that's the normal way to work. I'm sorry, what is the teaching about the prohibition to bow down to an idol? That's the form of worship, and even if it's not the normal, don't say this in between. What does that mean? So there's like three buckets. Idol where the only way to worship it is where you never bow down to it, and idol where sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. So the Gemara says that one drasha. The achas the shalom, the achas the chalik. The bottom line, by the way, what we begin to see over here is like Shabbos is individuated obligational liability for different halachas. So again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's also going to be individual law for multiple forms of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. It says so remember when the Gemara says, if a person goes ahead and how does he worship it? He says, accept Avodah Zarah as my God, right? Or you're my God. So the Mishnah said, you're chayiv for love. Not chayiv means you're chayiv for love. So the Gemara says, you're my God. So the Gemara says, chayiv. What are you chayiv for? Even if toxicity, so it can't be for death. Why? Because what did the Mishnah say? Well, you pretend your allegiance to an idol. It's a love. So can you so much it must be talking about a case of it accidentally, right? You did this, right? You know, you thought it was mutter. So you went to Avodah Zarah, you're my God. So the Chayv Carbon, Dafi Rabbi, according to Rabbana, that Chayv also says this. Eino Chayv al Davar Sheish Bo Ma'aseh Avodah Zarah. You're only Chayv if you perform an act. If you do myself, for example, Zibua, the example of actions, slaughtering, incense, libation, or bowing down. Rabbi Shlokish says, Man Tanei Shtachavan. Now, that's very interesting. If you look at that list, right, which one? Kitor, Miskaba, what doesn't belong? What does belong? Bowing down, why not? It's a shtick myself, right? Patronizing, you know, is a emphasizing, is a nice, right? All of these things are actually bowing down. The Pashtus is nicer. So who says that ishtachava? Who says this? Rabbi Akiva, it's Rabbi Akiva Amar, lo ba'in al mal. Not Rabbi Akiva. The truth is Rabbi Akiva holds that you're chayiv, but you know that you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah. Tremendous, because if you hold it for Avodah Zarah, then what does that mean? That means even if a person says, I have the liability for that, it's a this. So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant, and doesn't get but Rabbanan must be quiet about myself. The Gemara says, no, Kika Amarav, Nami Rabbi Akiva Kamar. Rabbi Akiva, Hainu Megadi. So from Rabbi Akiva, so we'll say, from Megadi. What's Megadi? Megadi is blasphemer. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech, right? And halach liability. The Gemara says, mouth came off, mouth came off. So I'm at a thought ultimately again Rabbi Akiva would only be Mechayraban in the case of Megadi. Sidbei Kares. Megadi is different. Why is Megadi? Because Megadi itself has Kares written into it. So you must have to look Sidbei Kares. But both over here where it doesn't say Kares, right, by where a person says, Emo, no, I'm not Avodah Zarah liability for action. Kamash Malon, the Iskushi, Iskush, so we'll say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva, and this is really dramatic. What is Chai for Avodah Zarah even without a Maisa? Even without a Maisa. Person goes over to an Avodah Zarah and says, Eli God, Halach Rabbi Akiva says, that's tremendous, because that's the conscious distinction to the Avodah Zarah. Right? Because Rabbi will say that you need a Maisa. What's the point of that? How incredible that is. Of course, it's Rabbi Akiva that Avodah Zarah is Chai on a Maisa. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is the one who holds that even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality has the most dramatic impact. Right? Rabbi Akiva is the ignorant you see. What turned Rabbi Akiva? We should go, we're not going to the camera Rabbi Akiva. Chaval, all right, maybe Erev Shabbos. I say so that was Kodesh Kadoshim. So let's remember again what turned Rabbi Akiva around. What turned him around? Right? Is the droplets. Rabbi Akiva was one to discover that the smaller drop makes an impact. So Rabbi say, remember, whatever is true in the positivity is also true in the realm of negative. If a drop of Kidra could fundamentally form a person, drop of Avodah Zarah could chas v'shalom fundamentally transform a person. In other words, energy is energy, and it means that a drop in the smallest can have the most dramatic impact. So if a drop of water could transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a hadar, and unfortunately, again, even a verbal statement of Avodah Zarah to take the highest v'shalom to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. So, okay, transitioning over here to the Kete Ego. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they built the Ego, interestingly enough, Ha'alu is plural, right? They brought you up. So the Yochanan says something very interesting to this. So you read this phrase, right? Translated, these brought you up on the side. I'm not saying now, what over here. Essentially, what the Yidden are saying is, Klal Yisrael was Hashem and the angel that brought you up. And the Yochanan essentially says, Baruch Hashem, They made it plural. Had they not made it plural, it would have been destroyed. What does that mean? As much as they are worshipping Avodah Zarah, at least what did they do? They included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation. Right? In other words, they could have said it was the eagle that brought us out, but at least they include Shem, and they said again, Klav Yisrael, it was HaKadosh Baruch and this eagle that crossed us. So at least if they included that, was at least a saving grace for Klav Yisrael. Rashbi says, what? If a person goes and includes that HaKadosh Baruch together with Avodah Zarah, it'll be again they're uprooted from the world. In other words, it's even worse. It's even worse. To include, let's say here's what's incredible. What is the upside of the Avodah Zarah? I know it sounds like it's precious, but what is the upside of being an Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Right? Cast your lot with someone. The worst thing, like the worst review that the Navi Ideal did is Mosai Aken Postim Ashtei Asifim. How long are you going to straddle the if you straddle the fence? You can't do anything, right? If it's like, you know, like it's like the big fallacy of being like, you know, like tent. Everybody wants to be the big tent. The big tent. Everything for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. You can't make everyone happy. I'm loving you. By the way, I want to make that something incredible, right? I'm loving it. Was the tent open on all four sides? And it's incredible. I'm loving it with unique personality, right? Everyone else, if you something, it can't be everything for everyone. It's just not the way someone. But you gotta represent something. You gotta represent something. So incredible. Again, Reb Shir Bar Yochai says, no. Essentially, polytheism into the 12th of Avodah Zarah, that's disaster. At least Avodah Zarah, you've chosen a team. You've chosen to come back afterwards. So ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? They desire to worship any God. So again, they didn't actually worship any God, they desire to worship any God. Okay, so let's say first I just want to open up and Rashbi. That's praising Klav Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned it. Fully abandon HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Again, Reb Shir Bar Yochai, this is incredible. Reb Shir Bar Yochai says, if you're going to be an Avodah Zarah, do it. And be wholly committed. Because in life, also, you know what the worst needs in life is? A non-committal person. We lack commitment. By definition, you never do it in your life. Better be committed. It's going to sound strange, so just let it swirl around your mind a little bit. Better, here it is. Better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed to nothing. Because if you're committed to nothing, it means you lack the need of commitment. You lack the need of commitment, you're zero. You're zero. You're not living your life. At least if you're committed to the wrong thing, you're committed to something, and you're cultivating the need of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, on my way to go ahead and get on the right path. The Sefer HaChinuch brings down on the mitzvah of soul. Get ready for this. Sefer HaChinuch says, it is better to have a bad king than no king. Okay, you hear that? Why was that? Because some leadership is better. Like, no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's doing anything. Bad leadership, okay, we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement, even the wrong direction, is better than no movement. That's why we know for ourselves. Let's say, what's better? What's better? To sin or to ultimately, again, flat hard and apathetic? What's better? Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's going to sound strange. I think it's better. I don't put on the blank. I calm down. Because at least if a person, they're in a direction. Now again, don't use that halacha and so we're speaking of theoretics. But at least I'm moving something. The worst thing in life is stagnation. All right, let's go back there. You know, like, I'm the back, I'm the fighter, I'm ready. So again, a person always in two levels is right, that's a lot. That's like the Gemara. He also that the Akulam Moke, Kain Bishmo. So the Gemara says this. Rabbi said it's following Rabbi Lazar. For these things you get malchus, with the exception of right, making a neder in game. God, if you need to cover, then there's she's not take it back. It's yeah, if anyone needs to give over here. So the Gemara says. It says, Al Kulam, Loke puts me another Bishmo of a kind Bishmo. So ultimately, again, so we can get Malchus, with the ultimately again of making a in the name of the Avodah Zarah, or ultimately again making a Mekaki. So the Gemara says, why? Interestingly enough, because taking an O-ring is a lav she'im b'maisa, right? It's a lav without associated with it. So the Gemara says, Hani nami lav, and in general, you don't get much. We'll say a lav she'beklavus is a lav that is learned out from a general statements. The general diplomas, the sign of is Minayin Sha'Allah from Minasitatin Achal, Shubalo Sansa, Hadi, but it's still, what's the word? Flail, and you're over the Losas. The Tamalomar will Soku ala, like the Shachted already, but when it's moving halfway, don't eat it. Dabra, will Soku ala, will Soku, don't eat on the blood of them. You don't eat. When ultimately it has been sprinkled. But he don't say, he says, Minayin Sha'Allah, the days of his how do you know that we don't have a special medicine?
Come in my Discord.
Die, even come back and they have it. So that's how it from the community. So how do I know that I was prosecuted by Bezdin? There is no Tamaloma will so ahead and have a Suda after the blood has been stilled by Bezdin. Okay, but the Kiva says, Minayin Sanhedrin Shahadra Shea Tommy Punkos. So how do we know that it's Sanhedrin keeping someone that they don't eat for the rest of that phase? Incredible. So Yochanan says, as far as Ben Solomon, from where do you know a lot about Ben Solomon? Rosoklu al Hadam. The pasuk says Rosoklu Adam. We'll take a look at Rashi. Rashi Ben Solomon, that's last line. So on came his share, the hate from his. So Rosoklu Akila Shetalav. Seems to be Ben Solomon. He protected that should be executed about. But then I remember. Then someone, remember again, steals money to purchase meat or to drink wine. Allah is executed. So Adam, okay, fine. So the Gemara goes right there. The Gemara goes right there. Okay. Good. I'm going to be out here about you're not really looking at any of these things because it's a general right. You're only going to get malchus if what? You take an oath by the name of the Avodah Zarah or you swear by the name of the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, why are you not? Why don't you get for these other items? The holiday love should have realized love. And he love shame of myself. To which the Gemara says, how would love shame of myself? You the whole that it doesn't have a myself, you still point that you sign your about Simon on Dolcar, Torah is cover Pesach. Gemara says, Bar Kotel Wiki Torah comes to give a positive case. On the days, Lomar Shane Lokin, I love the red off. The beach don't get malchus for this. Yaakov says, Roman Hashem Yisrael, Yishim the Havli Lav Shem. So again, Rabbi Shimon says, Yaakov says, the first one says, love without an action, and any love without an action, you don't get malchus. And if you the seven looking on love, but it's your review the whole that you do this for Lav Shem Amais. It's most fundamental machlok. You get malchus for Lav Shem Amais for machlokes, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yehuda. Say first of all, we just finished that first on the Danyach Kalo. It deserves l'chaim, you know. L'chaim. To really, this is such an opportunity, not just like to learn distracted, to lose ourselves distracted is not a schedule. It's a schedule, but we're not going to stick to it. You know, and there's going to be so many different things that are happening over here. Just literally, again, it's being the shema in charge. The body's always in charge, your mind is always in charge, and the phone is always in charge. And the schedule is always in charge. And everything else is always in charge. And the Shema is never in charge. For the next couple of days, it is the neshama that is in charge. And when the neshama is in charge, everything always finds it. I mean, the name more moving over to come with a another okay, let's go back there. Says I know the smoke, but the kind of process. All right, for those watching this tomorrow morning, this was not a morning shift. I want to be there. Maybe it's 5 o'clock somewhere, but okay, good. The person makes a nether. If anybody not this is my private stash over here. So the Gemara says the person makes a nether of Avodah Zarah, makes a shua of the Avodah Zarah. It's a lot. So the Gemara says another time to show me no one to really sign the shame of the machir lo tazkiru. So what's exactly very important? Jonah says you are not to mention the name of another God. Can't mention it. Can't mention it. Samuel, the shame of the machir lo tazkiru. Do not mention it. Listen to this. So a person shouldn't say like, I want to meet my friend. I shouldn't say, let's meet up by Avodah Zarah so-and-so. Right? Let's meet by, let's go ahead and let's meet up there. You shouldn't even use Avodah Zarah as a landmark. As a landmark, you heard of it. I'm sorry. So again, you shouldn't make with Avodah Zarah, you shouldn't make you shouldn't cause the name of Avodah Zarah to be people as well. What does this mean? It should be named out. This is a Christian, makes it about someone who encourages other people towards Avodah Zarah, and Madiach is someone who gets an entire city. So you should be rather again the problem Madiach. Someone tries to get an entire to worship Avodah Zarah. Below Yigrom Nachmo, the Sheikh kind of Bishmo, and you shouldn't cause other people to make out with Avodah Zarah or to make out with Avodah Zarah. But say Avodah Shmo, the Avodah Shmo, what's very interesting. Also, get ready for this. Also, the Adam Shiasa should focus in Obi Kohabim. A person should not go into business with an Obi Kohabim and Akko. Why not? Shemin Yischayi Vo Shuva of Nishba can happen. If you have a business dispute, what's going to happen? Your business, your Akko business partner is going to say, okay, you say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my idol that you don't owe any money. And you never need to a complicated situation because halacha l'maisa. So again, now you have a head and swear by his abo. Okay, so we'll say an interesting story over here. Ki also and he stayed in the city of Colombo. I was saying, we're going to see the name of the city from the name of the Avodah Zarah. So what happened? He was how can you say not even allowed to mention the name of Avodah Zarah?
Yo, come in my Discord.
So we will answer any Avodah Zarah whose
Yo, come in my Discord, dog.
in the Torah, you're allowed to say it. You're allowed to say it. So you might say, 1 second, where's Colombo mentioned? I thought Sid, Kara, Keres, or Kabal, Keres, Nevo. So we'll say, okay, so interestingly enough, so it's a contraction. Kara, Bal, Keres, Nevo. So Colombo. Yeah, it's actually two different Zarah. There's an Avodah Zarah, and Nevo, which is an Avodah Zarah. Now, literally translate crouches, and Nevo splashes. That was like both a reference to diarrhea, right? So again, what this is, the pasuk is mocking Avodah Zarah. If the Avodah Zarah, right, is like cancer control his bowels. The Gemara says, do you know below? Is that true? If the avodah zarah is not mentioned in the Torah, you can't mention it. So the Gemara says, "Maser Moshe, Shiarei Achos Meruba Kishalosh Right Kishihi Kimigidyon Mishilo Shem Shtei Tvilos Shem Zav." And then Yaakov Kala without a Zav. Right again. So it says, now we've got we don't say that you got Zav. So it says, now what happens? Again. It's not a party without Zav, right? I'm just saying. So nice again. So nice. What happens? So remember again, a guy becomes a Zav Gadol if he has 3 eos. What happens if he has 1 eo that lasts 3 eos? Right, not a good day, right? So what happens now? How long is 3 eos? So the Gemara says, "Kimigyon l'shilo." The amount of time it takes to go from Megidyon. Now Megidyon doesn't have all the Zara. The amount of time it takes to go from Megidyon to Shiloh, which is the amount of time Shtei Tvilos V'Shnei Sikudim, and dry off twice. So the Gemara says, "Harei Zav Gama." That's the first one. So Chazal and the Shir are mentioning avodah zarah. No, this avodah zarah in the video, right, is also mentioning in the Torah. In Tanakh, Ha'orakim Lagad. Okay, some of the guys, Oram Nachman, Kolitzim Yisas Sira, Meksanis is answer. Meksanis is answer. Now what is this? Meksanis? It's just English word for Meksanis. Foolhardy, right? Mattenkeit, right? Like a criminal foolishness in Mattenkeit, right? So essentially what Meksanis is really is, Meksanis is the ability to take anything that is serious and make it not serious. Now that is a very serious thing. That's a very significant question, and a significant flaw. Why? Okay, is there a room in life for Joseph? Of course. If there are room even for levity or for a little lightheadedness, please. And if a person, so a rat is someone who could take anything that is serious and meaningful and important and totally just like make it into foolishness. So that's a problem. That's a problem because a person like that and doesn't have a respect. The Gemara says you can't do anything like tell us except for avodah zarah. You want to make fun of avodah, you can do whatever you want. Except you might go to this kara about kara neval. Kara yakdov lo yakim nas. Except dibur la'agamos is amen. Nothing shomos ki ava. Alabimo, Kamarat, Alab Yakim, Kigama Mimeni. I'll keep you 12 months today, though. I see what this brings this guy over here that you find many Pesukim that tell us by all this all. So I come up, you talk, my book said, the Alta Yosef for last talk, the Yatu Ahead, Maseka Mitzvah, Kisvunasam Atzavim. So I said, not Kisvunasam Atzavim. Literally, again, I both say, so again, Kisvunasam means in your Atzavim are idols. The last time in Shakol Echad, but Echad also the so my niece of the Kisa, let's say, do you appreciate how much people love Zara? Now, every person who works at idolatry, you make a little idol, you make like a little pestle. Right, you make a little pestle, you make a little idol, because you don't want to have just like, the one in the front door, like that, like a big zap. You want to have something that you could take with you, and they made a little idol, and they would keep it inside of their pocket. And what happened? Well, then everyone. They take it out, and they would cut it, and they would kiss it. I was like, like the Mishnah Abba says, right? Two is one was able to talk about individual. One said there's something to be learned even from Obi Avodah Zarah. Even from Obi Avodah Zarah. That you see how much an Obi Avodah Zarah loves his Avodah Zarah. We have to love our Kadosh Baruch Hu at least as much, if not more. So to take out, right, they take your idol, and they hug it and they kiss it, that's probably mostly this basically. I actually don't know that, but we're going to do it. Said, what time are you leaving? Yeah, okay, excellent. All right, good, we're almost there. So the Gemara says again, that's how much they would love, right? Yaakov Kala is one malam in Asman. Let me know. It's very present. So there's no traffic. All right, we're fine. What? No, this is your first time. This is your first time. So Gemara says, so we'll say, the Gemara says like this. My kiss is not something good. Gemara says about Mishash, Zoka, Mital, Mital, good. So Gemara says, my Zoka, Adam Agal, my Zoka, Adam Agal. What does it mean again? Those Zoka, Adam Agal, those who will be again. Now, it seems we'll see how to read this passage. Zoka, Adam, men who serve or men who offer up the agalim, like calves, kiss them. What does this mean? I'm going to discuss the people, the Avodah Zarah clergy were very smart. They will say, like, everybody has to follow this. It doesn't matter what denomination of clergy you are. Everybody has. So the Avodah Zarah clergy, they had this great idea. Look what they did. No thing they name about a moment. So they would go ahead and they'd identify who are the Gvirim. Who's the Gvirim? Who's the rich guys? Right? Community, listen to this. They would starve the calves. They wouldn't feed the calves. The also the most outside so what would happen? Then they would make a picture of the beef and they would put it by the trough that the cat, right? So they would give the calves a little bit to eat. And when the calves, they would come to the trough. And in the trough, all the calves see a picture of the gevir. So they associated a picture of the gevir with food. Okay? And then what would happen? The clergy, like the Avodah Zarah, would then let the calves loose. So it happened that when the calves were set free, who they run to? They run to the Gvirim, to the rich guys. Only know all, and then what happened? Like the priests of the Avodah would take to the Gvirim, only know Avodah called and by the way, the calf to the Avodah Zarah. So what would the priest say? They say, oh, you see, the Avodah Zarah loves you. The Avodah Zarah loves you. So look, he's coming up to you. He's nestling, snuggling. Okay, right, nestling, right? Nestling and nuzzling, right next to you. So you see Mamas, the Avodah Zarah loves you. Avodah Zarah loves you, right? And when the Avodah Zarah, there's only one thing you should do, which is walk up to the Avodah Zarah. Now, of course, what happens after the age of self-sacrifice? Who owns their property? The Avodah Zarah. So they could get the Avodah Zarah very sneaky in this way. There's no way that they appropriated the assets of rich people. Okay, incredible. But then it shouldn't say people who serve will kiss the calves. Rather, it should say calves will kiss the people who will offer themselves up. Rather, the highest level of worship was to offer up one's child. If you would be willing to offer up your child to the Avodah Zarah, that was like Kodesh Kadosh. Like that ultimately against we committed to the Avodah Zarah. So if you're willing to offer up your child, so the priests of the Avodah Zarah would say to you, come, you can now come and kiss Allah. It's such a warped sense of things. I'm going to do that. The answer is supposed to have we're going to end off this piece. The Gemara ends up by talking about the different types of Avodah Zarah. The answer is also as Sukkot Spinos. Their Avodah Zarah was called Sukkot Spinos or Sukkot Spinos. Remind you, what was it? Tarnagolas, the chicken. What was the chicken? That was the Avodah Zarah. The Anshe Kus, Oslas Nargal. What was Nargal? Mind you, Tarnagol, a rooster. Okay? The Anshe Kamas, Oslas Ashima. So Anshe Kamas, they worship Ashima. What was Ashima? Or mind you, Baruch HaKarfa, a goat. So the audience also is not called that Tartek, what they worship, Manu, Keleb, the Chamar, a dog and a donkey. Right? The Hasafrodin, such a respect for the same age, La Adar Melech, the An Melech. And the Safrodin, they would bring their children, they would offer up their children as sacrifices to Adar Melech and Melech and An-Melech, what is that? Elohei, Sakra, Pered Vasos. So this refers to the donkey or the mule and the horse. Adam Melech, so we'll say, by the way, so ultimately again, why is the donkey called Adam Melech? The other Leila, because it ingratiates itself to its master. Because it carries stuff. Melech, what's An-Melech? The Ani Leila Malay, the Kirba. Ultimately again, that it's it's helpful to its master. Ultimately, again, you kill because ultimately it goes ahead and it's incredible. Yeah, because those actions, the other Mare, Mahadra Chabdo, Shemash Bichala Masal, Shai Torah Savaro, Adonat Mahadra Malko Klomas Adonat. Of course, interestingly enough, a donkey appreciates itself ultimately to its master, Adam Nara. Why? Because it carries enough the only regular the call of its master only because it carries the master. Akiskia, Nara Fibu, the speech of the last came. Again, so long ago, like again was one of the righteous kings of Klal Yisrael, but his father Achaz was a tremendous Russian of Achaz was such a Russian. Just to understand, Achaz was ready to offer this as a carbon. But you have to understand, you could all he was, but when I said the ability to be so other than about this that literally again you're willing to go ahead and offer up your son as a carbon is like a different level. It's a different level. Commitment. It is commitment, right? So Achaz was ready to offer up his son Chizkiyahu, ultimately again as a cousin to Zara. So you must have says Ella Shesato Imo Salamandra. His mother smit him with Salamandra blood. So Salamandra apparently is the church that the blood of it is what's it? So it's fire retardant, right? Or fireproof. Right? So if you smear it on you, the fire doesn't have any level of impact ultimately again on you. So you smear them ultimately again you went ahead and saved them from the fire. So what's that? So that one this talent I want to point out starting with Chizkiyahu Melech Yehuda, and again we're ending up with Malchus Yisrael, and this is our last tomorrow. We're going to end up with Kislev Eretz Yisrael, and we just ended up with Eretz Yisrael, and so we'll say next stop, Eretz Yisrael. Share the website. Chaim. We cook, yes, that's what at the airport. Fine, so let's say good morning.
They're laughing because they've all seen people jack off at Rogan's now. It's like some weird thing. Yeah. These guys we like that, but these guys like Rogan. Oh, you know what's hilarious? Maybe some diehard.
Morning, let us do shit to think. He said in 85 the clock for dedicating all and drugs this year. All the has to come over our holy soldiers be successful. Not say that's sign of 62. And we are going to pick up on the sign of 62. 2a, we're going to pick up 2, 4, 5 lines down from the top. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, that guy Tamid Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, we're going to get a very interesting story, well, a couple of interesting figures that I have in front of us today. The Gemara says as follows, right? Right, so the Gemara says as follows. So Tani Rabbi Zakkai Kanid. So Zakkai taught the following Rakam before Rabbi Yochanan. Listen to this. Zigeach the Kita Nisek Yishtach Rabbi Helena. Okay, so it's interesting how all these are. So let's say someone goes ahead and worships him, and the reason he worships Zigeach means again put up a carbon, slaughter the carbon, Kita Torres offered incense, fine libations, Yishtach, and he the hell of he did all of these things in one. Now we're going to talk about exactly that is one relax, right? But again, we'll talk about exactly of what he did exactly. But the point over here is that halacha l'maisa, that to do all of these things in this one moment. So multiple acts of our bodies. Multiple acts of our bodies are within one halom. So now look, it is high one. So yeah. It's important to get the meaning down over here. So this is the exact side over to Rabbi Yochanan. So the halacha is he did all of these things only chayv once. So Amalei, turn in the drop. This is interesting. So the Raka says to Rabbi Yochanan essentially says to him, get that out of it. Don't even tell me that. Get that. I'm not the out. I'm not saying the so okay. So obviously, so remember, so Rabbi Yochanan did to this particular statement. So you might say, I'm not the out. This statement of Rabbi Zakkai is in fact a machlokas between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Nosson. What's the machlokas? Samuel, Havara, this is actually. Oh, okay, Shalom Aleichem, Chadar Eretz Yisrael. All right, so nice, you look beautiful. Beautiful, Shalom Aleichem. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. Ah, beautiful. Okay, so have a great time. Enjoy. So, the Noah is interpret the statement of Yochanan is, the statement of Zakkai is the machlokas. What is the Sandra? So, this is one of the most exotic machlokas we have in local Shabbos. We've seen it multiple times, and it's for the guy to just see it for once. Samuel, Havar and Lavitas. Well, here's what you know. Hilchot Shabbos. Where are we doing on Hilchot Shabbos? Where's Hilchot Shabbos? Where do we learn from? Now remember, however, the Torah does go out to say, Lo Sivad B'Chol Lo Shlosim from Yom HaShabbos. Had the Torah remained silent, fire was part of the process of the Mishkan. So to Allah, you can't kindle on Shabbos. Why does the Torah feel good? So this is a fundamental focus. So the Gemara says, besides Havara, the Lord gives us Rabbi Yossi. Yossi says, Havara without interesting enough to teach you that whereas every other transgression, Shabbat by death, you go ahead and you single fire, that is quote unquote punishable by Allah. In other words, the reason it's is to create diminished liability. That's the only thing. Rabbi says no. Rabbi says like this. Most of the Chachamim tells us to teach you individual liability for every Shabbos transgression. What does this mean? I'm going to thought this. Hilchot Shabbos is like one lump of violation, like one island of violation. And therefore, no matter what you for Shabbos, no matter transgressions, you go ahead and you engage in halacha l'maisa. There's only one liability. Kamash means the Torah single havara to teach us that halacha l'maisa for each and every malacha that one performs. That's the chalik yatzasa. So now, what does that have to do with what we're talking? So the Gemara says, "L'manda l'yatzasa." So listen to this. According to that says, the havara was singled out. If whereas every other Shabbos transgression penalty, havara only carries it allowed. So what? The shtakava nami l'lav yatzasa. I will say, interestingly enough, there's a fast parallel here between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Because on one hand, they worship Avodah Zarah, yet it also singles out prostration, bowing down to Avodah Zarah. So once again, why single out prostration? Why single it out? So according to the opinion that says that was out in order to make one for Allah, so through prostration, right? Prostration, bowing down to an idol, will also single out. That's why. But whereas normally worship of the death penalty, but prostration, bowing down is only allowed. Okay, according to the opinion that says no, Havara is singled out. In order in the law, don't say that. So it's also singled out in order to go ahead and create individuated liability. Yeah, listen, I remember in this case, how did this whole Gemara start? The whole Gemara started with Rav Zayis giving over a rule of Yochanan. What was the ruling? That if a person went ahead and sprinkled and libation on different things and bowed down to an idol, the hell in one wax made us these high ones. So we're trying to figure out how we and Rav Yochanan did not show to that teaching. We're trying to figure out over here what exactly is it that is unfolding. So let's give it a chance to maybe halacha l'maisa. That guy is subject to machlokas. In other words, like Shabbos, you have one more single down. Why would the malacha single down Shabbos? In order to teach you that it's only allowed, you know, it's punished by death. So it's teaching every malacha individual. So to say the same machlokas of Haya. Why was prostration singled out? Why was it singled? According to one opinion, in order to have everything else that have all the prostration is achievable by Allah. Individual liability for each and every worship. So let's one second here. So Yossi comes on and says, maybe if you can't actually others, why not? So maybe that Yossi only. Havara is different, right? The Shabbos, when the Torah singles out kindling, in Halakha, by Shabbos you have another part. The part that is being called Gaber Albany, Southern Bar. Nefesh Kitachta Gam Mikom Mitzvot Hashem Asena, Va'asa Me'achona. So it's really talking about to get a carbonic liability, right? And the Halakha performs Mehina. Now, that is an interesting one. The way it translates is from one from the Merkel. Because Chilik Malachos, it could be that Rabbi Yossi holds that Havara is singled out for lot purposes. Because he learns out Chilik Malachos. He learns out the idea that every Malachos is run separately from the different namely. From that phrase, Me'achos Mehina. Yossi says, V'asa Me'achos Mehina. You're still not the violator. The person who's violating the halacha, he performs the answers. This is actually very interesting. Shekayiv achas below. Well, it says some chayiv ones or acts of liability. The Hanim call achas va'achas, and you chayiv multiple times for each. So again, this is a little bit of the strange thing. The whole thing is like 2 times you could put multiple acts and only be chayiv once, and sometimes we could perform multiple acts and be liable for each individual one. Here we'll define what that is. So Rabbi Yochanan says, my time with Rabbi Yossi. Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Where does Rabbi Yossi get this from? Tiksiv, the Asa Me'achos Mehina. So the Torah is speaking about liability. He says that the person will perform one, me'achos from one, mehina from these. So that's an interesting enough the juxtaposition of those two words. Achos is singular, hina is. So now watch this. Achos, singular is achos, me'achos. So sometimes again, individual liability, it is collective liability, or I should say multiple levels of liabilities. And then and sometimes on both sides, there's one aspect could create multiple layers of liability. And then for example, let's put the meat on the bones with this. So the so what would be an example again of? Well, be an example of regularity. So the Gemara says achos. Shimon. Example would be shimon. Now what okay, what is it called? Shabbos. Person goes ahead and writes. Person goes ahead and shimon. So that's right. Remember again, what is Ramalach is writing? Go ahead and you write the name. Okay. Me'achos. What does it mean? Me'achos. What was an example like a talk from that? Shimon. Let's say you instead of writing the name Shimon, you write Shimon. Shimon. Like I said, you know that the local Shabbos purposes, right? One of the 30 Malachim is kosher. Is writing. How do you generate the Malach letters? So that's an example. Again, so the Malach would be writing Shimon. What would be an example of Me'ach? So for example, so again, just see how this happens. So let's say again, so Shabbos violate Me'achos. How do you violate Shabbos? So again, how does a person violate the Shabbos? Me'achos, you write in Shimon. Me'achos in Shimon. Me'achos, what would be a derivative of that? So Shimon. Like Hena refers to avos. Local Shabbos, you have the avos, which are called primary categories of malachos. The ones actually done in the Mishkan. And then you have the total specific malachos. Achos, shihi, hena. There was an example of achos, that is hena, was an example result in multiple layers of liability. For example, zadon Shabbos, the shividas malachos. So what interesting. So zadon, what does this mean? Shabbos. I know that it's, but I don't know that all of these acts that I'm engaged. Right? Today is Shabbos. But what did I do? I think, the cup of Shabbos, the cow. I didn't know that Shvita was a malacha. Then I go out and I cook up a piece of meat. I didn't know that the fire was a malacha. So I know that it's Shabbos. So I said, what's halakha in that case? There's individual liability for each and everything that I did. Right? So here, interestingly enough, there's, so to speak, so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the malachas. Here's individual liability. So that's how the shig that's malachos. Hena shiachos will be an example of multiple acts with individual liability. Shigadas Shabbos v'zadon malachos. So let's say, however, it's interesting enough, if I know that Shabbos, but I don't know that malachos are also, I have ability for every malacha that I perform. On the other hand, if halacha Shabbos, right? Again, that I this Zodom Malachos, and ultimately again I am intentional about the Malachos. So that's Elashi Achos. That would be again singular liability. So let's say, so remember again, that's because you hear the difference over here. When I know that it's Shabbos, then again, it's okay. Every halacha that I perform is its own shogeg, and therefore liability. When I don't even know that it's Shabbos, right? All these malachas, my issue is not with malacha. What's my issue? Interestingly enough, as much as I've done multiple acts, there is singular liability for failure to know that it's Shabbos. Okay, interesting. About halacha, so let's say, now remember again, we're not learning about Shabbos. What are we learning? We're learning about the Zara. Right? Because remember again, how did this whole thing start? Remember, just to keep in mind our initial conversation. The Zakai came over of Yocha. What the Zakai said? The person performs all of these acts of worship of Avodah Zarah to have them happen in one lapse is only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. So remember, they were trying to figure out why that is and what exactly is the case. Avahaka, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, keep on using as Avahaka, they will not go with Chilik Malachos, the Achris. So remember, the Rebbe says, by Avodah Zarah, we don't have another source to teach us that halacha, there is liability for each act of worship. When the Torah singles out Ishtachava, prostration is only singled out. Why? In order to create individuated liability. So halacha again, there's liability for each and every act of prostration. If that's the case, the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, why not? Why can't you use the same pasuk that we just quoted before for Avodah Zarah? Like, go ahead and learn out Chiluk Malachos. So let's see what that means is learn out that each act of Avodah Zarah worship, one is going to be liable for that. Let's go up and from Avodah Zarah. So we're going to have simple play. So for example, let's say same pasuk, Achas Meina. Achas is Zikol, Me'achas is Me'achas. So for example, what will be a singular Avodah Zarah worship? Shechting out of Avodah Zarah. What's next? Will be derivative after that? Shechting one sin. Remember, so if you want to make remember again. Shchita normally requires let's say Achos is the actual Me'achos would be cutting simanim. It's almost primary categories. Zibua, Tor, Miso, Ishtachava. So again, primarily slaughtering, incense, lighting, prostration. What is that referred to? Many of the Shavar Malkal, Shavar Makal. For example, if you broke a stick in front of the Avodah Zarah, let's say you have a stick. What does that mean? Let's say you have a particular type of Avodah Zarah where the way that you worship it is that, okay, if that's the way you worship it, then that's the way you worship it. So again, even normally one would not be liable for that form of worship, but if halacha says that is how the particular idol is worshipped, then there is liability for that. Also, what's an example of a singular act of liability? For example, so let's say that would be an example of, let's say again, I know Avodah Zarah is asur, but I don't know that all of these different things are problematic. So, for example, I know that Avodah Zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down, offer up a carbon to it. I didn't know all of these things. I committed all of these acts. So, what's that? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now, remember, again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was also. What didn't I know? I didn't know like technical relation. Okay, so you kind of show you have this all to show. I'm kind of for each and every act. So that would be close. There's so one act of situation which is in multiple layers of liability. So what's the one example of liability? I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right? But I did all of these. There's multiple acts, but only one layer of only one level of liability, because I didn't know that it was an Avodah Zarah. Okay. So by the way, let's go up and here we done. This is a great question. And this back to yesterday's time. The Gemara says, tell me what it means to mistakenly worship Avodah Zarah. Just explain that one to me. Like how were you slick? Like what exactly happened over here? So listen to this. Everyone said this yesterday after we had this. So if you thought that's the structure you were bowing down to was a shul, right? And what happened? And you and it turned out, and you bowed down to it, and it turned out that it was an Avodah Zarah. So they'll say that's not Avodah Zarah at all. They'll say again, the person's intention is totally pure. So that's not even a shocking level. In other words, But it's like, which by the way, the happy thing is so profound. Just so you understand, number one, the Gemara going down to a shul. Well, what like the Gemara seems to say that. Let's see, what's amazing, just the covet that you are obligated to have towards the Beis HaKnesses. Like the covet that we're obligated to have towards the shul. Like the shul, a Misra'at, is the home of the Ribono Shel Olam, and how we are obligated to treat it with respect and with reverence and with derech eretz. Fascinating. I've never heard of bowing down to a shul. What is it? We don't bow down to a shul, but it's mean that the Gemara understands is that you thought it was a shul, and therefore you bow down, as if that's a normal thing to do. Well, again, we see all kind of Gemara how Chazal teach such profoundly so such profound. Again, it is give and take of Gemara. So, and the other piece over here also is, if you thought it was a shul, you bow down to a shul, Lashamayim. You're belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Let's say that phrase, if at the end of the day, when your children, your friends, or whoever you're delivering your eulogy, if you say that phrase about us, this was a person who was Lashamayim. Heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If after 120 they say that about you, that is a life well lived. That you learn Torah, anybody can learn Torah. That you give tzedakah, if you have it, you're going to give it. You give chesed, it's beautiful and fulfilling, and it's shtickle self-serving to give chesed. What's the true spiritual success? A person who lives a life whose heart belongs to the Ribono Shel Olam. Rachmana liba bo. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants more than anything from us is not our body. He doesn't just want our memories. He wants our hearts. He wants our heart. So you can say, Hari liba Lashamayim. Imagine, HaKadosh Baruch Hu could say that about me. My family could say that about me after 120. I liba, my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now, you obviously bring the rest of your body with your heart as well. Like it doesn't make you're not allowed to say the alarm offering in the morning. Heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. My body is going to belong to that. Right? But my heart belongs to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Obviously, let's say that sometimes we get so lost in all of the neck details that we get there. As important as the details are not the ends. The details to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what's the case? I look at Chazal and Darka. What's the case? The case was I saw a statue of the king. So statue of the king. What did I do? I bow down to it. So the Gemara says, one second. You bow down to a statue because you thought that it was a deal. You not accept it as a local. Then old family there's nothing to talk about. Once again, remember again, it says, yes, rather, why did I bow down to the statue? Out of fear or love for a person. Not a statue. The statue must have always wanted. Yes, it does. Come on. This is why, by the way, that, let's say, you ever wondered, the Megillah says, Mordechai didn't bow down. Everyone else was bowing down, including the Rabbanim, including the Talmidei Chachamim. How was he able to do it? It wasn't Avodah Zarah. That was the whole chaf. They were doing it ultimately, again, because they were scared of Haman. They were respect or reference to Haman, fear of Haman. That's why, again, notice the Megillah records that there was such an Mordechai and the other Rabbanim. Because the other Rabbanim thought that Mordechai was a rabble. He was a troublemaker. What are you doing? Just bow down. Everyone else is bowing down. Why do you got to do that? That's bow down. It's not Avodah Zarah. It's not theological at all. This is just about playing with politics. So the Moshe says follows. According to that said, bow down to a statue out of Avon, you're chayiv. I love them a potter. My eagle in but Rava says that it's what is there to say? So the Ella Ba'omer. Interestingly enough, let's say what's the case? The person says it's mutter to shit avodah zarah. Rashi says over here, it's five lines up on the bottom. Ela ba'omer mutter kasaver ein avodas kachavim b'torah. The person says there's no prohibition about in the Torah. He makes that. That's what happens here. Hey, literally again. Oh my mutter, it's mutter. Don't say, by the way, it's not a point out. Lest you think that they're crazy. Right? The truth is, all of us tend to do this in some area of Yiddishkeit. Right? Oh my mutter. I said it's mutter. But it's not. But I said it's powerful. Right? It's powerful, right? You got Omer mutter. I said it's mutter. He said, by the way, if you say it enough times, I say convincingly enough, something amazing happens, which is you actually begin to believe it. Right? We're able to. One of the interesting things, because Buck was called that, is the ability to live with cognitive dissonance. Create alternative realities, stand for long enough, it comes MS. So the says, oh my God, I said, I didn't know. So the Gemara says, Tishok by name, you have out. So it's interesting enough now. If you can probably remember, it's interesting enough. This helps me resolve another case. Let's say the case. Let's the guy didn't know about Avodah Zarah, and he didn't know about the accompanying modes of worship. Tishok the Enochayim Ela Achos. So it appeared that again he was only Chayim Yichayim. So much as Holocaust. So it says, shouldn't be a question. Resolve this. Now, 1 second. Let's go back for a second. We're actually to apply to Zarah. But can you really go ahead and actually use people to apply to Avodah Zarah? The Mashiach sorry, the Mashiach Par, Ubenasi Seir, Ubiyakid Kivsa, Usira. As well as again, all of these different levels of liability, you have the par coin Mashiach, which is a par, the offering, the guilt offering, the Nasi rules erroneous. Right, that's the seer. And the individual is the Kivsa seer. Even by others coming up by idolatry, time the shoving should be seer of Yokid. Ultimately, also the card that Halos so the said so the Gemara says, about she points out already, the Avodos Chacham Nikanya, the Shavim that people are coming, so kind of chef is here. The Gemara says, and the Gemara concludes this discussion, the Su Lo, there's nothing more to discuss regarding this particular topic. That's actually the Su Lo. Let the Shalom immediately hook up, will not go on Hillik Malachos Avodos Chachamim. They hook up. So bottom line, Gemara says over here is that interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. Which must say, by the way, the similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually Gemara says quite explicitly that whoever is Mechal on Shabbos, it's as if he is worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. That without that, there is no the primary essence of the Ribono Shel Olam and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the that solidifies that, right? We abstain from creative activity from so therefore, again, failure to observe Shabbat tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah. The Gemara just to teach us, although the Torah goes out and singles out in order to show you that there's individual liability for every act of constriction by Avodah Zarah, because that there's individual liability for every act of Avodah Zarah. Okay.